And good morning. Welcome to the Highlander Activity Center Wrestling. Again today, the boys edition of the Valley City Highlander Holiday Wrestling Tournament. And a pleasant good morning to you, Paul McDonald, along with Ray Nelson, our camera operator and technical director, here with us again today. Another day long of wrestling here today from the Highlander Activity Center and the Highlander Activity Network. And today's coverage of wrestling brought to you today by Farmers Union Insurance and More Engineering. We do appreciate you joining us on this Saturday. Should be another great day of wrestling today. Of course, yesterday the Highlander girls placing fourth in that tournament. And today the boys are going to be facing again a lot of great teams. Just looking at the numbers here, we've got 15 teams, 176 thereabouts, about 176 wrestlers. And a few are unattached, but are here with their schools, but are considered unattached. 6 teams out of the 15 are ranked. 4 in North Dakota and 5 in North Dakota. 4 Class A, 1 Class B, and 1 in Minnesota. And also we have about 56 ranked wrestlers here today. Out of all of the teams, I'd say we got about 56 ranked wrestlers. Of course, Bismarck, they bring 8 ranked wrestlers here today. And Lisbon, of course, they always have a plethora. They have got 6 ranked wrestlers. West Fargo, Cheyenne, they've got, out of the 13 weight classes, 11 ranked wrestlers from West Fargo, Cheyenne. The number 1 team in North Dakota, Bismarck, is here. The number 2 team in North Dakota in Class A, West Fargo, Cheyenne, is here today. Dilworth, Glen, and Felton, they're ranked number 6 in AA in Minnesota. They are also here today, the Rebels. And you look at Lisbon, they're ranked 6th in Class B. Minot, they're ranked 8th in Class A. Williston ranked 10th in Class A. So a lot of great teams, a lot of great wrestling. About 3 teams from Minnesota. We have Dilworth, Glen, and Felton, Thief River Falls, and Fergus Falls here from across the river in Minnesota. So it should be a great day of wrestling. And as we did yesterday, we'll have a wide shot, as you're viewing now, of all 4 mats. And then when we have a Highlander wrestling, we will take a look at that particular mat and have a play-by-play for that match. And speaking of the Highliners, the junior high, they're in Minot for a junior high tournament today. So that took away some of the Highliners that do wrestle some varsity. So some kids went up to Minot. But here's who's wrestling for Valley City here today. They'll have Chase Coughlin at 121 pounds. Chase coming in with a record of 8-5. At 139, Quincy Corbin, he is 5-4. Colton Grable, of course, Colton is the number 2 ranked wrestler in the state at 139. He comes in with a record of 13-0. And Marquise Richter, who's number 1 with Mandan, he's not here today. Mandan is one of the teams not here this weekend. Jaden Sir, he is wrestling at 145. Cruz Kapperman at 152. Tyson Clabo at 160. Leighton Hendrickson at 172, along with Jack Leroot at 172. Ryer Muskie, he is the number 2 seed at 189 pounds, and he is ranked 3rd in the state. Neither of the 2 wrestlers ahead of him are here, so he's the highest ranked 189-pounder here. Dylan Hunt, he is the number 10 seed at 215, and Owen Hunt, the number 10 seed at heavyweight. Those are the wrestlers here for Valley City, and I've been looking around. A lot of former Highliners are here helping out. Tucker Johnson, I see him. He's been walking around. Broden Muskie, Coy Grebo, and even asked, any of those guys, if you got a few minutes, come on up and throw on a headset. Let's chat. So we might hear from one of our former Highliners, because it's going to be a long day. We're probably thinking here we'll be done around 5:30. I know the coaches would love to get the wrestling going right away here at 10:30, so they can get these teams that are from far away. You look at Williston from about 4+ hours away, and get them on the road before it gets too dark, and they can get home at a decent time and start their holiday weekend. Of course, Christmas coming up on Wednesday. So a lot of activity going on here today at the Highlander Activity Center. Again, we're looking at 15 teams, about 176 or so wrestlers here today, and it should be another great day of the Highlander Holiday Wrestling Tournament. And again, recapping what happened yesterday for the girls, a great day for the girls. They finished 4th out of 13 teams with about 107.5 points for Valley City. And, of course, minus Victoria Sanchez, who had a leg injury, a lower leg injury on practice on Thursday night. So if you see had her in the lineup too, might have even gotten themselves up to a third or second place finish. But it was a great day yesterday for the Highliner girls wrestling team. So again, here's how we'll be doing it today. If you are watching it, you got our 4 mats. And right now in the upper left corner is mat 4. In the upper right corner is mat 3. Lower left is mat 2. Lower right will be mat number 1. And we'll have a wide shot when no Highliners are wrestling. And then when we do have a Highliner on the mat, we will focus in on that match and have play-by-play of that. So that's what's going on here today. It is the Highliner Holiday Wrestling Tournament. And we are going to be getting started here in about 10 minutes. We're going to have the national anthem against Aaron Hansen. We'll be singing our national anthem. We've got that coming up. And then we'll get wrestling started here around 10:30 this morning. We'll be back with more. Again, live coverage of the Valley City Holiday Wrestling Tournament brought to you today by Farmers Union Insurance. When you choose Farmers Union Insurance, you are backed by an insurance policy provider in North Dakota with over 70 years of experience in meeting the specific needs of North Dakotans. They offer reliable insurance policies to a wide range of consumers like homeowners, farmers, ranchers, contractors, small businesses, and more. Just contact Tyler Van Bruggen and Brian Yanish in Valley City at 701-845-2314. And we are also sponsored today by Moore Engineering of Valley City. Back with the national anthem and getting things underway here today. It is the 2024 Valley City Highliner Holiday Wrestling Tournament boys version. We're back with more on the Highliner Activity Network.
Good morning, wrestling fans, and welcome to the 2024 Valley City Holiday Wrestling Tournament. At this time, please rise, remove your hats, put your right hand over your heart and face the flag as Sarah Hansen sings our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rang clear, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Table workers, you should be at your mats. Officials, head to your mats, and when track says you can start, let's get rumbling.
It's always great when Sarah starts singing the national anthem. We know we're off and running for wrestling here today. Paul McDonald again with you high atop the hack. It is the Highliner Holiday Wrestling Tournament, and they're going to be starting, looks like in the upper weights at 2:15. We'll be getting things started here today. Again, the Highliners, because with junior high wrestling tonight over in Minot, they only have a handful, they have 11 wrestlers here, but a handful that would normally wrestle varsity and would be here today are not, because they're up in Minot at a junior high tournament. Matt March, the junior high coach for the Highlanders, up there here today. But still, 11 wrestlers for Valley City. Chase Clogan at 121, Quincy Corbin at 139, along with Colton Griebel also at 139. Jaden Sir at 145, Cruz Kappelman at 152, Tyson Clable at 160, Leighton Hendrickson at 172, along with Jack Leerud, Ryan Muskie at 189, Dylan Hunt at 215, and Owen Hunt at heavyweight. So the big fellas are going on the mat first. They'll start at 215 pounds today. Again, that is where Dylan Hunt is the number 10 seed, and Dylan is going to be wrestling against Kenneth Bogle. These are play-in, if you will, play-in matches going on right now. These mats that are going on, these 8 gentlemen, and then another round here for 285 are going to wrestle here. The winners will move on into the main 16 wrestler bracket. So they have a little play-in or wrestle off, if you will, to get to the final 16. So we'll be watching throughout the day today, and then when you get a Highliner on the mat, we will come back and have play-by-play. Again, with the 285, Owen Hunt, he also is as the number 10 seed. He will not have to wrestle off, neither will Dylan Hunt. So we'll be getting into about 121 is when our first Highliner will be on the mat, and that'll be Chase Coughlin at 121 pounds. So sit back, relax, keep on the TV, and enjoy wrestling here today on the Highliner Activity Network. And again, a reminder, today's coverage of the Highliner Holiday Wrestling Tournament brought to you in part today by Moore Engineering. Moore Engineering has remained committed to its mission of improving lives by building strong communities since its founding in 1960. Alongside our public and private partners, they proudly served hundreds of communities across the region. Moore's world-class team of engineers, scientists, and specialists has successfully completed thousands of projects supporting the civil, environmental, transportation, and water infrastructure we all rely on. And thank you to Moore Engineering and Farmers Union Insurance sponsoring today's coverage of the Highliner Holiday Tournament. And again, the first time we will see a Highliner on the mat will be at 121 pounds, when Chase Coughlin will be on the mat. Chase coming in with a record of 8-5 on the season, and he is ranked in the top 8 in the state at 121 pounds. As Chase, as I get to my correct page here, I got like 3 pages of notes I got to sift through. There we go. Chase is ranked number 7 at 121 pounds, and he will take on Heath Heupel. He is unattached. The sophomore has yet to wrestle a match this year, and he is unattached, and he will be taking on Chase, the freshman, who comes in with an 8-5 record. So we'll be keeping an eye on which mat we'll get Chase Coughlin on, and he'll be the first Highliner that will be on the mat here this morning. And again, we'll have wrestling throughout the day. We'll take a little break here and there when we don't have Highliners on the mat, and just enjoy the action with our net sound. We got the bleachers here on the near side are just about full, except for the press area that's roped off. It's still, I would say, about 3/4 to 80% full here, and people are still finding their way in. And that's not just the teams. The teams are elsewhere. They're over in the North and South Gym, and that's where they have their stuff. These are all fans that are on here on this side. So a full house nearly here at the Highliner Activity Center, and it should be a great day of wrestling. Not going to be a bad day outside, just a little chilly. A couple of years ago, we lost the tournament because of weather, and so it is a little bit better here today. So again, Chase Coughlin is the first Highliner that we will see on the mat at 121 pounds. And I'm going to guess we might see him. There he is right now on mat number 1. As I say, he's got to be coming up pretty quick. And so Chase Coughlin is on mat number 1 for the Highliners at 121 pounds. Chase will take on Heath Heupel. He is unattached. And again, the sophomore wrestling his first there. He just got to the mat. And I found out today, talking with Coach Miller, that they have, as soon as they are called to a mat, they have 5 minutes to get there. If after that 5 minutes they do not get there, it is a forfeit. We almost had that yesterday with one of the Highliners, actually. Catherine Russell was a little behind getting to her mat. That was her first matchup with Linnea Proctor, and kind of a little disheveled, got there a little late, and that's the one that she was pinned in 16 seconds, but then reversed that and pinned Proctor later on in the consolation round as she was able to wrestle back. Here we go. Chase Coughlin is wrestling here. Well, they have 107 on the scoreboard. Let's double check. Maybe we do have a Highliner here at 107 pounds, and I just missed it. But there's Chase, got 2-point takedown. Coughlin working back around, leading 3-0. I keep forgetting the scoring system. Well, the scoreboard isn't working properly for this one, but Chase is up, I believe, 3-0. So now the referee is double checking the scoreboard because it is the 121 pound, and it is the match number 13. It still has a 1-7. There they go. Now they're going to reset it. But it's Chase is leading 3-0 early on here in the match, and they're going to wait. I think, well, they're not going to wait and get the scoreboard because they've got the time going on the table. So Chase leading Heupel here 3-0. Coughlin breaks him down as we start still in the middle of period number 1. Chase going there for the front cradle. Now he's got the front cradle. He's got him back, and he gets the pin. Chase Coughlin picking up the pin. Boy, it didn't take him long to get him in that front cradle and get the pin. So Chase Coughlin will move on into the semifinals, into the quarterfinals with a win here against Heupel. And we won't have the official time. We'll wait till they post it because the scoreboard wasn't operational. But we'll have the official time as Chase Coughlin, now 9-5, picks up the win in his first match at 121. So Chase moving on. And the next Highliner that should be on the mat would be Quincy Corbin at 139, as Valley City does not have any wrestlers at 107 114, 127, or 133. Of course, all our lower weights are the younger guys, and all the younger guys are junior high. They're up in Minot. So the Highliners will have, starting at 139, they'll have at least one wrestler at every weight class starting at 139, and they do have two at 139 and at 172. So Chase Coughlin picks up the pin against Heupel. He will move on into the quarterfinals, and we'll get the official time of that pin when it is posted on Track Wrestling. Again, we are at the Highliner Activity Center, the Valley City Highliner Holiday Wrestling Tournament. The girls yesterday, the boys here today. A full gym. Again, 15 teams, 176 plus wrestlers, probably close to 200 if you have some of those unattached that weren't counted on a team's list but are here with their team but are considered unattached. And so that is what the count is. It'll be between 175 and 200 wrestlers here today. We'll step aside, and again, as soon as Quincy Corbin gets to the mat, we'll have his match here, his first round match this afternoon. And taking a look at who Quincy will match up here at 139 pounds, as Colton Griebel also is at 139. Colton, the number 2 seed. He'll take on Lucas Weber out of Grand Forks Central. And Quincy Corbin will take on Jetton Wadeson out of Cheyenne. Wadeson at 4-2 on the year and is a sophomore. He is ranked at 139 pounds. Wadeson, as he is ranked number 7 in the state at 139. So Quincy Corbin will be next. We'll be back with his match. This is Highliner Wrestling on the Highliner Activity Network, brought to you today by Farmers Union Insurance and More Engineering. Bob McDonald back with you here at the Highliner Activity Center as we're waiting Quincy Corbin to get on the mat in his first match at 126 pounds. And trying to find where they might place Quincy. He may be over on mat number 4. I see some Highliner coaches over on that mat, as he will be at 139 pounds. Again, he'll be up against Jetton Wadeson out of West Fargo, Cheyenne. He is at 4-2, and the sophomore is ranked at number 7 in the state at 139 pounds. So we are awaiting Quincy Corbin to get on the mat. He'll be the next Highliner. Also, Colton Griebel will be on the mat as well. They may be on the mat at roughly the same time. I think Colton will be over on mat number 4. I think I see him over there getting ready, as he is the number 2 seed at 139 pounds. The top seed is Jacob Lubke out of Dilworth, Glen and Felton. And Jacob is number 7 at 133 in Class AA in Minnesota. So he is the number 1 seed. And Colton coming in 13-0, while Lubke comes in at 8-2. Colton 13-0, ranked number 2 in North Dakota Class A at 139. So we await our first next Highliner is Quincy Corbin. We'll be getting on the mat here. Again, it's just kind of a head on a swivel. Wait to see what mat he will go on. I could probably use my binoculars and check the big screen and see where they have him going. And looks like he'll be over on mat number 3. So he will be the next. Looks like he is in the hole on mat 3, is where Quincy Corbin will be for his first match against Jetton Wadeson of West Fargo, Cheyenne. And Colton Griebel, he is actually on deck at mat 4. So again, Colton will be over on mat number 4. And then right next door on mat number 3 is where they will have Quincy Corbin at 139. And now Griebel is ready to go. He is getting on the mat at 139 on mat number 4. So Colton here, 13-0, the number 2 ranked wrestler, taking on Lucas Weber of Grand Forks Central. The freshman coming in with a record of 5-3 on the year. So Griebel and Weber now on mat 4. And the first match of the day for the second-ranked Colton Griebel. Quincy Corbin is on deck over on mat 3. Colton shooting in on the single leg. Now works behind. And nothing yet. No points awarded. Now they're going to give 3-point takedown. You let him up. 3-1. Griebel leading. Colton up 3-1 against Weber. Grab for that single leg. Goes front cradle. 3 more points takedown. 6-1. Trying to go for the quick pin here. And now he's going to have to look for a different combination. Is Griebel. Now he has him back. He's going to get near fall points on the near corner. Griebel's got the pin. And the pin comes 21 seconds in. So 21-second pin for Colton Griebel. So he will move on into the quarterfinals at 139. And now we'll take Quincy Corbin, just like that. Perfect timing. Jumps on the mat on mat number 3. So Corbin is over on mat 3. Quincy again taking on Jetton Wadeson. Wadeson is ranked number 7 in the state at 139 out of West Fargo, Cheyenne. Corbin on the season. A record of 5-4 actually. 5-4 for the senior. 3-point takedown there for Weber. Takes a 3-0 lead early on. Also have a Highliner going over on mat 4. That is Jaden Sewer. Jaden Sewer's over on mat number 4. So we'll keep eye on his as well. That one just got started. No score at 145. Jaden Sewer in his first match of the day. And he's taking on Caden Evenson of Grand Forks Central. Evenson 4-5, a senior. Jaden looking for that first win of the season. The sophomore is 0-6. Near fall points coming here for Weber against Quincy Corbin on mat number 3, and there's the pin. Weber gets the pin, and it looks like it will come at about 48 seconds in, so Weber moves on, and Quincy will move into the consolation round. Still no score. Now we switch over to mat number 4, Jaden Suhr at 145 pounds. Again, taking on Caden Evenson of Grand Forks Central. Evenson is, neither of these wrestlers are ranked. There's a takedown for Suhr. It takes a 3-0 lead. 30 seconds to go in period number 1. Jaden Suhr with the early advantage against against Evenson with 15 seconds to go in the first period. Jaden on top. Now going for the tilt, and he has him on his shoulders. Had him briefly on his back. Now he's going to try it again. He'll get two near fall points. 5-0, Suhr leading. And now time at the end of the period. Deferring. Suhr's choice to start the second period. He'll take neutral. So they'll both go up to start things here in period number 2 with Jaden Suhr leading 5-0 against Caden Evenson of Grand Forks Central. These two in the upper half of the bracket at 145 pounds. Cruz Kapperman at 152 will be hitting the mat shortly as well. Suhr and Evenson locked in. Suhr goes to his knees, now trying to set up the front cradle, and Jaden's going to run out of mat. If he can pull him back on the mat, now he loses his grip. Right on the edge. Now he drags him back to the middle. Well done, Jaden. He just dragged him back to the middle, trying to hook up the front cradle. He's got him on his back. Jaden Suhr's getting close to that pin, and there it is. Jaden Suhr will pick up the pin at 145. So Jaden Suhr will move on to the quarterfinals. And there's his first varsity win of the season for Jaden Suhr. So congratulations to Jaden getting that first one out of the way here in 2024. So Jaden will move on into the quarterfinals at 145 pounds. He'll take on the Tyson Taylor Tanner Thorson winner in the quarterfinals. So our next wrestler that we'll be waiting for will be at 152, Cruz Kapperman. At 152 pounds will be the next Highliner to get the mat. Cruz at 2-7, the junior, will take on Riley Kappas of Breckenridge Wahpeton, the sophomore 8-4 on the season. And here's Cruz. We'll check that. We got Dylan Hunt here on mat number 2. Dylan Hunt right down below us here on mat number 2 at 215 pounds. So Dylan in his first match of the day, taking on Kenneth Bogle. And it says FIFA. So I'm not quite sure who FIFA is. I might have to check it out for you here and see who that is in the... Oh, that is Fergus Falls. I thought it was Fergus Falls. I should just look at the uniform. It's got FF on it. So he is taking on Bogle of Fergus Falls. Right now on mat number 2, Dylan Hunt. At 215 pounds, it was the 10th seed coming into the tournament at 215, taking on the 7th seed Bogle. Bogle, the junior, has yet to wrestle varsity or has no record, while Dylan comes in with a record of 8-5 on the year. Hunt, the senior, he's trying to go through that front cradle. Now he works around. He's got the 3-point takedown. So 3-0 Hunt with the early advantage. This is at 215 pounds. And this is the first round at 215. And Dylan was going to try a tilt. Didn't work. And Dylan holding on to that 3-0 lead. 45 seconds to go here in period number 1 at 215 pounds. And Cruz Kapperman at 152, waiting for him to arrive on the mat at one of the mats here. That may be here on mat number 1. We might see him. That's where it seems they have the lower weights. There really is just kind of first mat available. It's got they start with a plan, and then as the tournament goes on, they just start moving guys around. Now hooking up on the chicken wing is Hunt. Dylan Hunt worked that chicken wing here against Vogel on the near side, still holding on to that 3-0 lead after the early takedown. Final 5 seconds of period number 1. And that will be the end of period 1 with Hunt leading at 3-0. One of the downfalls, if you will, of the roped off press area is then that cuts down a little bit of the seating and people just like to stand right in front of you. Hunt leading 3-0. Vogel is on and addresses the official. We're ready to go. Hunt quickly with the escape. Now up 4-0. Dylan, the senior, also a thrower on the track team, tight end, fullback, offensive lineman during the football season. I think he played 3 or 4 different positions. Slot receiver. Started out wearing number 25, then when he went to the offensive line, had to switch to a different number. Leading here 4-0, minute and a half to go. We're in the second period, 215 pounds. Quarterfinal match. Hunt, number 10 seed. Vogel, number 7 seed. Vogel, no wins or losses. And Hunt coming in 8-5, shooting in for the double leg is Vogel. No one has control yet. As Hunt sprawled out of that one. Approaching 1 minute to go. Again, hooking up that front cradle is Hunt. And he's got a 3-point takedown, 7-0. Dylan leading. Trying to get him on his back here with that front cradle. There, he's got him on his back. He's going to get near fall points here. Will be at least 3, maybe 4. He's staying with that front cradle, and he's got it hooked again. Don't get off balance there, Dylan. He'll bring him back to his side. 40 seconds to go in the period. Back into the front cradle, back at his back, and there's the pin. 36 seconds to go in the second period. So Dylan Hunt at 3:24 will get the pin, and Dylan moves on to the quarterfinals. Well, he'll take on the winner of Harper Schultz and Jaden Lee in the quarterfinals. So Hunt advances. He's now 9-5 on the year. And looking around, looks like we're still waiting for a 152-pound with the Cruz Kappelman, Leighton Henriksen at 172, Jack Leroot at 172, Ryan Muskie at 189. As those are the Highliners that were awaiting to get on the mat along with Owen Hunt. And look like, again, the bigger weights are on that mat number 4. Well, let's take a quick check at the team scores as we're working rather quickly here. Cheyenne right now, and this is early on, leading with 22 points. Valley City right now second with 16. Bismarck High is third at 12. But again, this is barely through the quarterfinal, or barely through the opening round at each weight class. But a good start here for the Highliners. So next up, again, waiting for Cruz Kappelman at 152. And also Leighton Henriksen and Jack Leroot at 172. And heavyweight with Owen Hunt. He too is a number 10 seed. So no Highliners on the mat as we speak. Oh, check that. I'm sorry. There is Owen on that far side. I apologize. He had a different colored singlet. Owen Hunt is on mat number 3. Everybody else had the Highliner blue on, but he's got the navy blue singlet. So he is wrestling here against Joey Brueggemann from Thief River Falls. Joey, a junior, comes in 6-11 on the year. The freshman Hunt 7-7. The heavyweight, that is a 7 seed in Brueggemann, and Hunt the number 10 seed. And now Owen, there's 3-point takedown for Owen. He'll take a 3-0 advantage. And now he's got him on his back. Brueggemann on his back. Hunt putting a little pressure on the chest. Official right down there checking out, getting the level shoulders. And there's the pin. pin for Owen Hunt. And looks like that comes at about minute 13. So Owen Hunt picks up the pin in his first match. He'll move on to the quarterfinals, and he will take on either Amari Williams or Ryder McNally out of Central. Williams out of West Fargo. Williams, one of the top wrestlers in the state too, at 285 pounds. Williams coming in as the number 3 ranked wrestler for the Packers at 285. So the Highliners off to a pretty good start here. Another pin there for Valley City. So Quincy Corbin and lost his first match. Colton Griebel won his first one. Jaden Sewer won by pin. Dylan Hunt won by pin. And Owen Hunt winning by a pin. So Cruz Kappelman, Tyson Clabo, Leighton Hendrickson, Jack Learwood, and Ryer Muskie is who we're waiting for to get on the mat here for Valley City at 152, 160, 172, and 189 respectively. So as soon as one of those Highliners gets on the mat, we'll be back. Again, coverage of today's Valley City Holiday Wrestling Tournament brought to you today by Farmers Union Insurance. When you choose Farmers Union Insurance, you're backed by an insurance policy provider in North Dakota with over 70 years of experience in meeting the specific needs of North Dakotans. They offer reliable insurance policies to a wide range of consumers like homeowners, farmers, ranchers, contractors, small businesses, and more. Contact Brian Yanish and Tyler Van Bruggen in Valley City at 701-845-2314. So as we wait for our, looks like here we got Cruz Kappelman now is going to the table at 152 over on mat number 1. So we'll move up to 152 pounds. Cruz taking on Riley Kappas of Breckenridge Wahpeton, the Storm. He's a sophomore, 8-4 on the year. Cruz a junior at 2-7. So they're on mat number 1, Cruz Kappelman and Kappas. Quarterfinals at 152. Now they pick up single leg, does Kappas. And now trying to get through back to the double leg. It's not there. He'll hold on to the single. Now they're going to work off the mat. There's your whistle. They'll get back to the middle. No scoring as of yet. And we've got a blood timeout, a injury timeout, bloody nose. So Cruz will go over and talk with head coach Trevor Hansen. And I did ask TJ, I said I was mentioning yesterday if he was going to wear his lights in his beard. And he said he tried to look for him, but he couldn't find them. Because he has some decorations that are either like little ornaments, but he does have ones that light up too, but he didn't wear them today. All right, here we go. Out of the injury timeout, minute 39 to go in the opening period. Kappelman and Kappas. And Cruz goes in for the single leg as he shoots in, and now he's on his stomach. No one has control. Kappas on top, holding off to the ankle. Cruz trying to bring in that single leg. Needs to get his head off the mat. Still no scoring. A minute 14 to go here in the first period. It's the quarterfinal at 152 pounds. Tyson Clabo at 160 will also be coming up. He'll be the next Highliner. Well, actually, it's kind of off and on. Depends on the weight class and the bracket. Now there is a takedown for Kappas. Now he's got him in the half Nelson, had him on his back. He's going to get near fall points. Leads 3-0. 40 seconds to go. Kappas is getting close to a pin. He's got 4 near fall coming for him right now. And now Kappan's able to get out of it. So they should be awarding 4 near fall points. They haven't yet. There's the 4 near fall. 7-0. Kappas leading. Now he's hooking up the chicken wing into the half. And he has lost that. Now gets back around here near side. He's got him back in his prone position. Kappas arching his back a little bit, looking on the pressure on the chest, and there's the pin. With 7 seconds to go in the first period, Riley Kappas picks up the win. So Cruz Kappelman will drop into the wrestlebacks. Kappas goes to 9-4. Cruz falls to 2-8. And now next up would be Tyson Clabo at 160 pounds will be our next Highliner. We await. And it could be on any one of the mats. I'll take a quick glance and see if they have them scheduled. Tyson Clabo will be on mat number 2. He is on deck on mat number 2. So he'll be the next wrestler to go, Tyson Clabo. At 160, Tyson taking on the top seed, Connor Johnson from Fargo North. At 7-2, the junior. Is not ranked in the top 8, but he's the top seed in this tournament at 160 pounds. Connor Johnson, 7-2, and Clabo, the sophomore, at 3-9. And that'll be at 152 pounds. Again, that'll be coming up on mat number 4, as I believe is what I mentioned, where he is on deck on mat 4. So Clabo is coming up here on mat number 4. Or mat 2, I'm sorry, mat number 2. Right in front of us here is where Tyson will be getting. That'll be the next Highliner. And take a quick check of the team scores as we wait Clabo to get on there. Cheyenne with 22 points. Highliners, thanks to that pin by Owen Hunt, now up to 20 points in second place. Bismarck with 16 is third. Breckenridge Wahpeton with 12. Grand Forks Central and Lisbon tied at 11.5. Fergus Falls at 10. West Fargo at 9.5. Deep River at 8. Minot and Williston tied with 6. North has 4, along with Jamestown. Dilworth, Glidden, Felton with 3.5. And Fargo South is yet to score in the tournament. So that's a look at your updated points and team standings as we wait for Tyson Clabo to get on the mat here on mat number 2. We'll step aside. This is live coverage of the Valley City Holiday Wrestling Tournament from the Hack on the Highliner Activity Network.
set a milestone moment down on mat number 1. Riley Pappas of Breckenridge picking up his 50th varsity win.
Bob McDonald back with you here at the Highlander Activities Center. As we await Tyson Clabo, he will be on mat number 2 for his matchup with Connor Johnson. So that is what we're waiting for right now for Clabo, the sophomore at 3-9. There's an injury timeout right now in the match before, which they just started the 5-minute injury clock, and now they got to reset it, because there's not much time left to go in the third period there. So that is what we're waiting for right now. No other Highliners on the mats. Tyson Clabo, Leighton Hendrickson, Jack Leerud, and Ryer Muskie are the last 4 to wrestle here in their first matches of the day. Just talking to one of the dads from Thief River Falls, and they are Class A in North Minnesota, not ranked, but they do have a couple of very good wrestlers at 152 and at 160. And they just beat Davies here in a duel not too long ago. And Davies, of course, one of the top-ranked teams in Class A in North Dakota. As Davies is ranked 3rd in the state, 2nd in the East, and Thief River Falls defeated them in a duel here at Sertoma. So the Prowlers do have some good wrestlers, but not a ranked team. But Landon Larson, the sophomore, at 152 pounds, or at 160, he's 13-4. He's the number 2 seed. That's Tyson Clabo's weight class at 160, and also at 152. You have Elias Mata, who's undefeated, the 8th grader at 16-0. I'd have to look at the guillotine, because how can you be 16-0 in Class A in the state of Minnesota at 152 and not be ranked? That's how good the state of Minnesota is, and he is not. That is how good the state is in wrestling. Here we go, Tyson Clabo against Connor Johnson here on mat number 2. 160 pounds. Connor's the top seed, and Tyson the 16th seed, if you will. Connor 7-2, the junior from Fargo North. Clabo 3-9, the sophomore for the Highliners. Tyson, of course, the long 6'1", 6'2". He's got to be closer to 6'3". Shooting in on the single leg was Johnson, and Clabo was able to sprawl out of that. Johnson from Fargo North gives away about 3-4 inches. Shooting in on the double there on the single is Clabo. He's got a hold of that single leg. No points awarded as of yet. And now there's a takedown for Johnson. He spins around, 3-0. Connor Johnson with the lead. Now he comes back around, going on the half. Let's go with that. Still holding on to that 3-0 lead as we approach the final minute of the first period. Johnson, Gary's got the half Nelson, trying to spin him on his back, and he's got him. Nope, had him. Clabo staying on the side. Now he's got him back. Again, Clabo did a nice job to stay on his side, but now Johnson has him on his back, trying to level off the shoulders. He's got at least 4, and there it is. There's the pin at 1:24 of the period. Connor Johnson picks up the pin. Clabo will fall as 3-10. He'll go back into the wrestlebacks now at 160 pounds. Now weighing up, next up at 172, Leighton Hendrickson. He's taking on top seed Elia Lyons from Lisbon. Lyons ranked number 4 at 172. 8-1 on the year, the junior. Layton, the freshman, at 1-4. Also at 172 pounds for Valley City is Jack Leerud. And Leerud is taking on number 2 seed Noah Bledsoe out of Minot. And Bledsoe is number 2 in the state at 172. He comes in 12-4. The senior, Jack Leerud, at 3-6, is the junior. So both Leerud and Hendrickson are going to be facing tough competition in their first matches here, as is the usual case in the opening round and quarterfinals of the tournament. So we'll step aside. Highliners still have 3 wrestlers left to get on the mat for the first time here today. Hendrickson, Leerud, and Ryer Muskie at 189. That is what we're waiting for next for the Highliners. Again, coverage of the Valley City Highliner Wrestling Tournament brought to you today by Moore Engineering. And Moore Engineering has remained committed to its mission of improving lives by building strong communities since its founding in 1960. Alongside our public and private partners, proudly serve hundreds of communities across the region. Moore's world-class team of engineers, scientists, and specialists has successfully completed thousands of projects supporting the civil, environmental, transportation, and water infrastructure we all rely on. Again, thanks to Moore Engineering and Farmers Union Insurance sponsoring today's coverage of the Highliner Wrestling Tournament. Back with more Highliner Wrestling from the Hack on the Highliner Activity Network. Bob McDonald back with you here at the Highliner Activity Center. It is the Valley City Highliner Wrestling Holiday Wrestling Tournament. Again, we're waiting for Jack Leerud and Leighton Hendrickson to get on the mat here at 172 pounds. As they are the 15th and 16th, respectively, in the seedings here today. Leighton will be taking on the top seed, Eli Lyons out of Lisbon. Lyons at 8-1 on the year is the junior. And he is ranked at number 4 at 172 pounds. And they'll be wrestling on mat number 1. Matter of fact, they're on the mat right now. There's Leighton is on the mat with Eli Lyons on mat 1. And we'll have Leerud will be on mat 2 eventually. But right now, Leighton Hendrickson, there's a single leg by Lyons. And gets the quick takedown up 3-0. And now near fall points coming for Eli Lyons. number 4 in the state at 172, 3-4 near fall points. He takes a 7-0 lead. The Lions leading Leighton Hendrickson 7-0 at 172 in the opening round. And on mat number 2, then again near fall points coming here for Lions. Out of the chicken wing, now let it go. He's going to get 4 more near fall. He's up 11-0. He'll let Hendrickson up. It's now 11-1. So Hendrickson and Lions locked up. At 172 pounds. Now Lions spins around, gets 3 more for the takedown, up 14-1. All he needs now is the tilt and get some near falls, and there's the near fall. And that will wrap it up. There's the pier. There it is. So the tech fall comes at 117, as 18-1 is going to be the final. So Lions will win at 18-1. Eli now goes to 9-1 on the season, and he'll move on to the semis. Leighton at 1-5 will go into the wrestlebacks. And now we'll be waking up. Jack Leroot is next up here on mat number 2, as Leroot will be taking on Noah Bledsoe on mat 2. And see if they've moved him around a little bit. Nope, they still have Jack. He's in the hole on mat number 2. So get you caught up here on the Highliners. Chase Coughlin won by fall at 121 in his first match. Quincy Corbin lost in his first match. Colton Griebel, he won by fall. Jaden Sir won by fall at 145. Cruz Kappelman, he lost by fall at 152. Tyson Clable lost at 160. And Leighton Hendrickson just lost here at 172. Dylan Hunt won by fall at 215, as did Owen Hunt, winning by fall at 285. So Jack Leroot and Ryer Muskie are the only 2 Highliners that have yet to go and get their first matches in. And Jack Leroot is scheduled to be the next match on mat number 2, but we have another injury timeout with a bloody nose. So Jack will be wrestling on mat 2 against Noah Bledsoe, the senior from Minot, 12-4 on the year, who's ranked number 2 in the state at 172 pounds. So that's the next Highliner. We're waiting to get on the mat. They are in the 3rd period, just starting the 3rd period in the match before Jack. And then we'll have Jack Leroot on the mat 2. And they have yet to post where Ryer Muskie will be in his first match. Oh, there he is. They just posted it as we speak. Ryer is in the hole on mat 1. And Ryer at 189 pounds. He is the number 2 seed at 10-2. He'll take on Chase Sears, the junior from Fargo South, who does not have a record. They will be in the hole on mat 1. Jack Leroot is in the hole on mat number 2. So we still have a few minutes before our next Highliners get on the mat. So we will be back with more wrestling from the Hack here on the Highliner Activity Network. Again, being brought to you today by Farmers Union Insurance and More Engineering. This is live coverage of the Valley City Holiday Wrestling Tournament on the Highliner Activity Network. Paul McDonald back with you here, and Ryer Muskie now just on the mat at 189 on mat number 1. So Ryer, the number 2 seed, taking on Chase Sears of Fargo South. Ryer got a 3-point takedown right away, up 3-0. 90 seconds left here in the opening period in his first match at 189. Again, Tyson Clabo will be, Jack Learud will be coming up here on mat number 2. He is on deck on mat number 2 at 172 pounds. And the walk around off the chicken wing there by Ryer Muskie against Sears, leading 3-0. He's got the chicken wing hooked up, does Ryer. Just can't seem to get him over on his back. Now Ryer's working it there. He's got him over and perpendicular. Now parallel to the mat. Put a little weight on those shoulders. The referee's going to award at least 3, maybe 4 near fall points, if not more. 38 seconds to go in the period. Ryer leads 3-0. He's got 4 near fall points coming to him. If he's not getting very close here to a pin. 30 seconds to go in the period. Sears arching his back, trying to stay off his shoulders. Muskie holding on tight. 18 seconds to go here in the period. So Muskie will be awarded 4 near fall points if he doesn't get the pin. Final 7 seconds. 6, 5, 3, 2, and end of the period. So it'll be 4 near fall. Muskie leads 7-0. As he gets ready to start the second period, it'll be Sears' choice. He'll take neutral. Starting the second period, Muskie leading 7-0. Shoots in on the double leg, gets him down. Now leads 10-0 with the takedown. So Muskie with the 10-0 advantage against Sears here at 189. Ryer 10-2 on the year. The junior coming off a football season where he had to sit out a couple of games with an injury. Slowly but surely making his way back. Again, Jack Learud is on deck on mat number 2, so he'll be getting on the mat now right away as the match before is done. So Jack Learud at 172 pounds will be getting on the mat. He's taking on the number 2 seed in Noah Bledsoe. Learud 3-6, a junior. Bledsoe a senior at 12-4. Bledsoe from Minot High, and at 172 pounds is ranked number 2 in the state. Muskie back into that arm bar and a chicken wing there. He's got him back on his back again. He's got near fall points coming, at least 4, and there's the pin. With 46 seconds to go in the second period, Ryer Muskie will pick up the pin at 3:14, and he'll improve to 11-2 and move on to the quarterfinals at 189 pounds. Learud, now we switch over to mat number 2 here against Bledsoe out of Minot High, trailing 3-0 as Bledsoe got the quick takedown. And now Bledsoe hooking up the chicken wing. He gets him on his back, and there's the pin. 36 seconds in, Bledsoe picks up the victory to improve to 13-4. Learud falls to 3-7. He'll come back into the wrestlebacks at 172 pounds. So all of the 11 Highlanders have gone through their first round of wrestling. And as soon as we get the updated numbers, we'll give you an update on the team scores and what's coming up in the next round for the Highlanders. Again, Chase Coughlin, he won at 121 pounds. Quincy Corbin dropped his first match at 139. Colton Griebel, he won his first match at 139. Jaden Sewer won at 145. Cruz Kapperman lost at 152. Tyson Clabo lost at 152. Leighton Hendrickson losing, and Jack Learud both losing at 172. And Ryer Muskie, Dylan Hunt, and Owen Hunt all picking up pins at 89, 15, and heavyweight respectively. So we have right now Coughlin, Griebel, Sewer, Muskie, and Hunt. 5 wrestlers for the Highlanders have moved into the quarterfinals at their respective weight classes. Corbin, Kappeman, Claybo, Hendrickson, and Lerud will drop down into the wrestlebacks. So we'll get you caught up on the team scores and where the Highliners will go into the next round and who they're wrestling. We'll do that when we return. Again, coverage of the 2024 Valley City Highliner Holiday Wrestling Tournament, brought to you by Farmers Union Insurance and More Engineering, live on the Highliner Activity Network. Paul McDonald back with you here at the Hack, and we now have all of the opponents for the Highliners in their next round and get you caught up on the team scores. Let's first take a look at how we're doing individually. At 121 pounds, Chase Coughlin, he won by fall over Heath Heupel, unattached, in 38 seconds. Now Chase will take on Cooper Munson of West Fargo Cheyenne at 121 pounds in the next round. And so Chase now at 9-5, taking on Munson, who moved on with a bye. That'll be in the quarterfinals at 121. At 139 pounds, Quincy Corbin, he will take on Jacob Froning from Fergus Falls. Corbin losing by fall in 58 seconds to Jetton Wadeson. And Froning, he lost to Kellen Larson of Williston by fall in 39 seconds. So Corbin and Froning will be in the first round of the Wrestlebacks at 139. Colton Griebel, he will take on Parker Thorson from West Fargo. Thank you, sir. Delivery with a smile. Well, he should be smiling. Both his kids got pins. Parker Thorson at 9-3 will be wrestling against Colton Griebel. Thorson out of West Fargo will take on, of course, Colton is the number 2 seed at 14-0. He won by fall over Lucas Weber in 40 seconds. And Thorson, he was the winner against Brock Mickelson of Jamestown. And so Griebel and Thorson will go in the quarterfinals at 139 pounds. At 145, Jaden Suhr, he will take on Tanner Thorson of West Fargo. Suhr won by fall in 2:51. Thorson now 10-3. He won by fall over Tyson Taylor of Williston in 2 minutes and 42 seconds. And so that will be Suhr taking on Thorson in the quarterfinals at 145. At 152 pounds, Cruz Kappelman from Valley City, who lost to Riley Kappas by fall at 153, will take on Noah Davidson of West Fargo. Davidson lost by fall in 27 seconds to Braden Halverson of Bismarck. So Davidson and Kappelman will go in the first round of the Wrestlebacks. Then at 160 pounds, Tyson Clabo, he lost to Connor Johnson by fall at 125. He'll take on Caleb Ibera of Cheyenne, as he lost to Almaris by fall with 26 seconds to go in the, or 4:34, early in the third period. And so Ibera of Cheyenne will wrestle Clabo in the first round of Wrestlebacks at 160. At 172 pounds, Leighton Hendrickson, who lost to Eli Lyons by tech fall 18-1, will wrestle against Emmanuel Forjolo of Fargo North, as he lost to Aiden Hinsley of Central by fall at 146. So Hendrickson and Forolo will wrestle in the consolation semis at 172. Jack Learud, he lost to Noah Bledsoe by fall in 37 seconds. He'll take on Logan Mertens of Bismarck High in the first round of Wrestlebacks. Mertens lost to Owen Magnell of West Fargo by fall in 3:31. And at 189 pounds, Ryer Muskie, he will wrestle against Jonas Kraus of Bismarck High in the quarterfinals. Muskie winning by fall in 3:15, and Kraus winning by fall in 3:02 over Ryden Torgerson of Grand Forks Central. Muskie winning over Chase Sears of Fargo South at 189. And at 215 pounds, Dylan Hunt, he won by pin in his first match over Kenneth Bogle of Fergus Falls in 3:24. He'll take on Harper Schultz of Fargo North. Schultz at 6-2, and the senior from Fargo North, who was ranked number 6 at 2:15. He will take on Hunt in the quarterfinals. Schultz won by fall over Jaden Lee of Thief River. And at 285, Owen Hunt, and he's going to have a familiar wrestling opponent, as Amari Williams just won by fall over Ryder McNally of Central. Williams out of West Fargo. He's the only West Fargo Packer that is ranked, and he's ranked number 3 at heavyweight. So Amari Williams will wrestle Owen Hunt in the quarterfinals. Hunt winning over Joey Brueggemann of Thief River by fall at 114. So take a look at our team numbers and team standings. Bismarck High in first with 27 points. Cheyenne with 26, tied with Thief River Falls. Valley City fourth with 24. West Fargo 5th, 21.5. Grand Forks Central 6th at 20.5. Lisbon and Williston tied for 7th with 17. Minot is 8th with 16. Breckenridge, Wabaden, and Fargo North tied for 10th with 14 points. Dilworth, Glen, and Felton is 12th with 11.5. Fergus Falls with 10 points is 13th. Jamestown with 8 points is 14th. And Fargo South has yet to score, is in 15th place. So that's an update on the team scores and where all of the Highliners will wrestle. So our first Highliner that will be getting onto the mat in the next round will be at 121 pounds when Chase Coughlin will be moving on into the quarterfinals, the championship quarterfinals at 121. And again, Chase will be taking on Cooper Munson of West Fargo Cheyenne in the quarterfinals at 121. And Cooper Munson coming in with a record of 4, is now 4-2 on the year. Chase is 9-5. They're getting into the smaller weight classes now in the next round. So we'll take a peek and see when Chase Coughlin will be hitting the mat. And he is not yet on the board, so we still have a while to go before our next Highliner hits the mat. And we'll be back with more coverage of the Highliner Holiday Wrestling Tournament here on the Highliner Activity Network, being brought to you today by Farmers Union Insurance and More Engineering. Paul McDonald back with you here at the Highliner Activity Center as we are now going to be stepping into the next round. Chase Coughlin now on the mat on mat number 3 at 121 pounds. Chase in the quarterfinals. He won by fall, and he's going to quickly try to see. It looked like he was going to try to set up that early on the front cradle. As we having issues here with my computer anyway. Luckily the good computer, which is the streaming one, is working perfectly. But I've got about 5 computers, well actually three or 4 in front of me as we keep track of what's going on with that. Here we go, Chase Coughlin in his matchup here against Cooper Munson out of Cheyenne. That is still no score. 38 seconds gone in the opening period. This is 121 pounds. Chase, the freshman, 9-5 on the year. Munson is an 8th grader. He is 4-2. And Coughlin with the double leg got the 3-point takedown. Chase takes a 3-0 lead. 1 minute gone in the opening period. 121 pounds. Coughlin, the first Highliner in the next round. And the Highliners with 5 or 6 that moved on to the quarterfinals, along with Colton Griebel, Jaden Sewer, Briar Muskie, Dylan Hunt, and Owen Hunt. Off the mat, 4 points, or is it 3-point near fall? Thought they awarded some near fall points, but I don't see it on the scoreboard right now. Still seeing 3-0. Final seconds here of the first period at 121 pounds. Coughlin against Munson from Cheyenne. And I thought they were going to award some front. There's a front cradle by Coughlin, and he's got Munson on his back, still perpendicular. Munson spun over. No near fall points were awarded. Final seconds here of the opening period at 121 pounds. So Coughlin will go into period number 2 leading 3-0. And the choice in the second period will be Chase's. And he's going to defer. Munson says neutral. So they will both start up. As they get things going here in period number 2, Chase Coughlin leading at 3-0. 121-pound quarterfinals. Again, Munson got a bye in his opening round, so this is his first match of the day. Shooting in on the double leg is Chase. Munson sprawls out of it. Coughlin still holding on to the double leg. And now he gets down to the prone position. No control for either wrestler. And shortly on, it looked like Munson, if he had spun around, might have gotten a takedown, but stayed in front of Coughlin. Now Coughlin's going to get control and 3 points and take a 6-0 lead. Coughlin trying to cross space, leading 6-0. Minute 15 to go, second period. Chase Coughlin, the freshman. Brother Carter, he is in the junior high. They both wrestle up at Sertoma. And Carter's up at the junior high with team up in Minot today. So some of the younger wrestlers that might have been here today are up in Minot. As Coach Matt March, the junior high coach, up there with the junior high Highliners. Coughlin leading 6-0. 40 seconds to go, second period against Munson, and he breaks him back down again. Munson got to his feet, and then Coughlin was able to get him back down again. Final half minute of the period. It'll be Chase's choice if we get to a third period, leading 6-0. Now they're off the mat. Chase is 1 foot. Now both feet are still on the mat. He's trying to bring Munson back over. 10 seconds to go in the period. And that's going to take care of period number 2 with Coughlin leading 6-0. It'll be his choice. Neutral. He will take neutral as we start the third period. And our next wrestler will be Quincy Corbin, will be the next highliner at 139 pounds. Over on the consolation side of the bracket. While Colton Griebel will be on the quarterfinals. Again, hooking up front cradle, thought about it. Then spun around to the back, did Coughlin. And there's an escape. Coughlin did get a takedown to go 9-0, and now the escape from Munson makes it 9-1. Minute 35 to go in the third period, quarterfinal round. Coughlin won by fall in his opening match. Now he gives him a 3-point takedown, 12-1. Coughlin up by 11. Looking at a major right now. Leading 12-1. Minute 13 to go, period number 3. Cooper Munson out of Cheyenne. Still on that one shoulder on his side. Now they're giving him near fall points coming up here. If Coughlin gets 4 near fall points, that would be a tech fall. They have not awarded it yet. 45 seconds to go. Now the official still watching to see if Coughlin will get the fall. It's definitely going to be a near fall, or a tech fall, pardon me, because he should be getting 4 near fall points here momentarily. 29 seconds to go. Still hasn't awarded those 4, or at least to the scoreboard. He's got them on his hand. Final seconds tick away here. 14 seconds to go in the period. Coughlin up 12-1. And there they give him 4 near fall points, and that should do it. 16-1, and there's the whistle. And that is a tech fall. With 2 seconds to go in the third period, Chase Coughlin will move on, winning by tech fall, 16-1 over Cooper Munson. So Chase now goes to 10-5 on the year. He'll move on to the semifinals. He will take on Gabriel Flores III out of Grand Forks Central. Flores is ranked number 6 in the state at 121, and Chase is ranked number 7 at 121. They'll meet in the semifinals, and that'll be coming up a little later on this afternoon. Now we wait for Quincy Corbin and Colton Griebel at 139. They already are at the 139-pound class here on one of the mats. We'll take a quick peek at where we will have our next highliners. Quincy Corbin will be on mat number 4. And he is next up, taking on Jake Froning from Fergus Falls. And he will be on mat number 4. And he is right now in the hole on mat 4. So that will be our next highliner, with Quincy Corbin coming up in the consolation round at 139. But Chase Coughlin now up at 2-0. He's picked up a pin and near fall. And Chase has moved on to the semifinals here at 121 pounds. Quick team check. Cheyenne still leading with 57 points, followed by Bismarck with 50. Thief River Falls 38, Grand Forks Central 35.5, Valley City 5th at 30.5, Dilworth Glen and Felton at 29.5, then Williston at 26, Lisbon at 24, Minot at 23, West Fargo 21.5, Breckenridge Wampanoag at 16, Fargo North 14, Fergus Falls 11, Fargo South picked up a couple of points. They're now at 10 and moved out of the up to 14th, and Jamestown with 9 points is in 15th place. That's an update on our team scores, so we wait for Quincy Corbin, and he'll be coming on mat number 4. He right now is in the hole on mat 4. This is live coverage of the Highliner Holiday Wrestling Tournament, being brought to you today by Farmers Union Insurance. When you choose Farmers Union Insurance, you are backed by an insurance policy provider in North Dakota with over 70 years of experience in meeting the specific needs of North Dakotans. They offer reliable insurance policies to a wide range of consumers like homeowners, farmers, and ranchers, contractors, small businesses, and more. Contact Brian Yanish and Tyler Van Bruggen in Valley City at 701-845-2314. That's Farmers Union Insurance of Valley City. We'll be back with Quincy Corbin's match at 139 pounds. Quincy in the consolation bracket at 139. And Quincy will be taking on Jacob Froning from Fergus Falls, and that'll be coming up here on mat number 4. This is coverage of the Highliner Holiday Wrestling Tournament live on the Highliner Activity Network. Bob McDonald alongside Ray Nelson back here at the Highliner Activities Center. Ray, our technical director, camera operator. I was going to make her a golfer today, but I don't think so. She works too hard doing other stuff. She has to go run and get me food. Though I don't know, I might have to ask her to do that later. But we've got Colton Griebel. He is on deck on mat number 1. Quincy Corbin is on deck on mat 4. So we will have a couple of Highliners at 1:39 that will be going at about the same time. Again, Quincy Corbin taking on Jacob Froning from Fergus Falls in the consolation bracket. Colton Griebel will be going up against Parker Thorson of West Fargo. Thorson at 9-3 on the year. He is a senior. And Griebel at 14-0, the senior.
We have another milestone moment. Congratulations to Noah Anderson from Lisbon.
So that is what we are anticipating next year. Waiting up on Griebel and Corbin. The match right before Colton's right now is in the second period with about 1:20 to go in that second period. And looking over Colton's corner, assistant coach Aaron Larson will be there alongside somebody wearing a Hawkeye sweatshirt. Coy Griebel, who of course now down in Iowa, wrestling for the Hawkeyes. And see if we, I'd have asked, Coy, hey, if you got 10 minutes or so, you're not doing anything, come on up and join me. He said, absolutely. So we'll see if we can get him up here before the day wraps up and talk a little Hawkeye wrestling and just wrestling in general with the former Highliner, All-Stater, and state champ. But he's going to be in brother Colton's corner as Colton will be hitting the mat here in his quarterfinal match against Thorson. And that is what is next up here for Valley City. Little Alexis Grapping running around trying to catch the official. She's got the noodle. Her and Liv Ford have been run around there on mat number 4. Well, we're just hanging tight, waiting for Colton to get on the mat. They're starting the third period in the match before Colton's. And they're still in the first period in the match before Quincy's over on mat number 4. So we may have a couple of Highliners going at the same time. So we'll keep an eye on both of those. And Griebel in the semifinals. And Quincy in the consolation bracket. Highlanders right now in 5th place in the team standings. But they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wrestlers in the championship side of the bracket. Chase Coughlin coming up with a pin and a tech fall. So he has reached the semifinals at 121. Colton Griebel, Ryer Muskie, Dylan Hunt, Owen Hunt, all in the quarters. And still waiting along with Jaden Sewer, waiting for them to get on the mat for their next match. So that's where we're just kind of hanging tight here as we wait for the next Highliner. We don't want to take a break in case things go a little quickly. The match right before Colton Griebel's got 90 seconds left in it at 139 pounds. And the match right before Quincy's is midway through the second period. Again, Quincy and Jacob Froning, the junior, he is 2-5 on the year. Quincy at 5-5, the senior. As they will be wrestling in the consolation round, and there's a quick takedown, but just watching the match just prior to Griebel's, and had bloody nose, so we're going to have a little lull here again. So Colton Griebel and Quincy Corbin are the next two Highliners. Jaden Sewer, he is on deck on mat 2. So quite probably, well, we're going to looks like Quincy's ready to hit the mat. There he is. So Quincy Corbin now over on mat 4. They're going to clean up some blood on the mat first off, but Corbin against Froning. And they start off Froning from Fergus Falls. The junior, 2-5 on the year. They have a blood timeout on the other one. And we got Jaden Sewer right in front of us here on mat number 2. So on mat 2 and 4, Jaden Sewer at 145 pounds. Jaden in the semifinals taking on Tanner Thorson of West Fargo. There's a takedown for Jaden. He's off to a 3-0 lead. Half minute gone in the first period. And over on mat 4, which is what we're watching right now, Quincy Corbin is working here against Froning from Fergus Falls. That one is 3-1 right now in favor of Froning. And it is 3-0. Jaden Sewer leading Thorson. On a minute 6 to go in the first period in that match. On under a minute to go in the first period. Quincy Corbin's match over at mat 4. So they're kind of back-to-back mats. Sewer and Thorson. 50 seconds in the first period. Sewer leading that one 3-0. And now a takedown for Froning against Corbin. He now leads 6-1. Final half minute of the first period there. Corbin leading 6-1 on Thorson. 25 seconds to go, first period. Final 10 seconds Froning leading 6-1 on Quincy Corbin. Over on mat number 2. Stalling warning called here against Corbin. And there is the end of the period. And it will be Froning's choice. He'll defer. Corbin will take down. So he will start the second period down. He is trailing 6-1. 10-2. Jaden Sewer leading Thorson. Well, now there was a question at the end of Jaden Sewer's match in the second period. Both TJ Hansen and the West Fargo coach discussing things with the official. But that is going to get started on the second period. Thorson has the choice. And he's going to defer. Sewer will take neutral. So they start the second period with Jaden up 10-2. It's still 6-1. Froning against Quincy Corbin. That is in the second period. 90 seconds remaining in that second period. And Colton Griebel's about ready to get a pin on his match, and there it is. You look away for a minute, and Colton Griebel with a pin in 54 seconds. As Colton Griebel winning against Thorson in his match at 139 pounds. That was against Parker Thorson. So Colton Griebel wins by fall, improves to 15-0. He'll move on to the semifinals. Quite probably matching up with Cruz Reinke out of Lisbon. That'll be a good matchup there. Reinke, one of the top wrestlers at 139 in the state. Corbin, he loses by fall against Froning. That match just wrapped up. And now here down below us, it's 10-5, but Jaden Sewer, who was leading 10-5 with a minute 10 to go, he is in some deep trouble against Thorson. Thorson has nearly got himself a pin. He's got 4 near fall points that are coming up, which would bring him within 1 if he does not get the pin. 1 minute to go in the period, and there's the fall. So Jaden Sewer was leading at 1 point 10-2, but then Tanner Thorson comes back and gets the fall, and Thorson will move on, and Jaden Sewer will go into the wrestlebacks. So Quincy Corbin losing by fall. His tournament is done. He falls to 0-2. Colton Griebel wins by fall in 54 seconds. He goes to 2-0, moves on to the semifinals. And Jaden Sewer, he loses by fall. He is 1-1 on the day. And Jaden will now go back into the wrestlebacks. And he will await the winner of Talon Vanderbruggen of Thief River Falls and Khalid Arif of West Fargo. They are wrestling in the consolation bracket. The winner will face Jaden Sewer in the next round at 145. Next up will be Cruz Kappeman at 152 pounds. Cruz in the consolation round. And not on the board yet, so he still is a ways away from his match. So taking a look at who Cruz will match up with at 152 pounds. Kappeman will take on Noah Davidson of West Fargo. Davidson, the junior, at 3-2. And Cruz at 2-8, the junior. They'll match up here in the consolation round at 152 pounds. So that is next up for the Highliners. Interesting when you have a gentleman just walking across the mats. I think he's one of the Fargo North coaches. Just kind of walked right through the couple of the matches that are going on, walked right through the mat to get over into the coach's chair. Oh, you got to love it. We'll take a break. We'll be back. We've got Cruz Kappeman coming up here at 152 pounds in his consolation match. This is coverage of the Highliner Holiday Tournament on the Highliner Activity Network.
Congratulations to Nathaniel Morgan of Fargo North on his 50th career victory.
Paul McDonald back with you here at the Highland Activities Center. And we're waiting Cruz Kapperman. He will be over on mat number 4 and his consolation matchup coming up here in the next round. So waiting for Cruz to hit the mat. He'll be taking on Noah Davidson. And Davidson, when the Highliners and West Fargo Packers wrestled at the Sertoma, he actually wrestled against Quincy Corbin at 152. So he did not meet up with Cruz Kapperman. And so that was... So this will be the first matchup for those two. That'll be coming up here on mat number 4. And that will be, they are right now on deck. Actually, they are in the hole on mat 4. And so they will be coming up in just a few minutes on mat number 4. Let's get you caught up on the team numbers. Cheyenne still leading the way with 64 points. Bismarck at 57. Grand Forks Central at 43. Dillard, Glenn, and Felton 38.5. Thief River Falls at 38, then Valley City at 37.5, Minot at 34, Williston at 32.5, Lisbon at 31, West Fargo 28.5, Fargo North at 21, Breckenridge Wahpeton at 19, Fergus Falls at 14, South at 10 points, and Jamestown is sitting at 9 points. So again, Cruz Kapperman, he is in the hole on mat number 4. That'll be the next Highliner that will be getting onto the mat. And Cruz in the consolation round against Noah Davidson coming up here at 152 pounds. Tyson Claybo, he too will be coming up in the consolation round. And that will be at 160 pounds. And for Tyson, Claybo will be taking on Caleb Ibarra of Cheyenne. Ibarra Jr. at 1 and 2. Caleb Tyson Claybo, the sophomore, he is 3 and 10. And they'll be coming up here in the consolation round at 160. Leighton Hendrickson, Jack Lerood at 172, both in the consolation at 172 pounds. So now on deck, Cruz Kapperman is on deck on mat number 4. He is the next match coming up on mat 4. And then we'll be awaiting Hendrickson and Lerood at 172. Ryer Muskie, Dylan Hunt, Owen Hunt have all moved on into the quarterfinals. Again, Owen Hunt will be matching up again with Amari Williams out of West Fargo. Williams, the lone Packer that is ranked coming into this tournament. He is ranked number 3 at heavyweight. And those two met at their Sertoma last weekend when Valley City defeated West Fargo in the duel 34-27. But Williams won by fall over Owen in 146 in that match last weekend at the Sertoma. So mat number 4 is what we're going to be watching for, and that's where Cruz Kapperman will be coming out here, and he is on deck on mat number 4 in his consolation matchup at 152 pounds. Again, coverage of today's Highliner Holiday Wrestling Tournament brought to you in part by Moore Engineering. Moore Engineering has remained committed to its mission of improving lives by building strong communities since its founding in 1960. Alongside our public and private partners, we've proudly served hundreds of communities across the region. Moore's world-class team of engineers, scientists, and specialists has successfully completed thousands of projects supporting the civil, environmental, transportation, and water infrastructure we all rely on. That is Moore Engineering. Again, thanks to Moore Engineering and by Farmers Union Insurance sponsoring today's coverage of the Highliner Holiday Tournament. Cruz Kapperman's match, the match right before his latter stages of the first period. Again, he will be over into the far corners. You're looking at the coverage right now. That top left mat, that is mat 4. The top right mat is mat number 3. Lower left is mat 2, and lower right is, with the BC on it, that is mat number 1. And when we get into the championship and placing matches, mat 1 will have the championship. Mat 2, 3, and 4. Mat 3, 5, and 6, and 7 and 8 will be over on mat number 4. So as we await Cruz Kappelman to get onto the mat, that match right before his, just starting the second period in a scoreless tie at 152 pounds. Kappelman against Noah Davidson will be his matchup here at 152. Clabo again against Ibarra out of Cheyenne at 172 pounds. Leighton Hendrickson will wrestle against Emmanuel Forolo from Fargo North. And Jack Leerud will wrestle against Logan Mertens of Bismarck High. Those two are wrestling in the consolation side of the bracket. At 189, Ryer Muskie will wrestle against Bismarck's Jonas Kraus in the championship quarterfinals. And over at 215 pounds, Dylan Hunt, he will wrestle against Harper Schultz of Fargo North in the quarterfinals. Schultz is ranked number 6 at 215. And then again at heavyweight, it will be Owen Hunt taking on Amari Williams for West Fargo. He is ranked number 3 at heavyweight in the state of North Dakota in Class A. And taking a look at the board, Tyson Clabo, he is now in the hole over on mat number 3. Cruz Kappelman is on deck on mat 4. That match is in the second period, still scoreless with 56 seconds to go in the second period. And that 152-pound match is a quarterfinal match between Caden Kraft of Minot and Lucas Schlepitz of Jamestown. That's a couple of ranked wrestlers in that one. Lucas is ranked number 4 at 152. And Kraft is ranked number 5 at 152. So you got 4 and 5 wrestling over there, and that is scoreless. Final 30 seconds of the second period. That is the match prior to Cruz Kappelman on mat 4. And as I mentioned here down below, on mat number 3 on the far corner, that'll be Tyson Clabo. He is in the hole on mat 3. So as we are, again, just as we figured we'd be, a lot of just holding and waiting for Highliners to have their matches. Again, a loss here for Cruz Kappelman. That would end his tournament here today. And we have had one Highliner that has bowed out, Quincy Corbin, and dropped his 2 matches, so he is done for the tournament. Chase Coughlin has moved on to the semifinals. Colton Kriebel has moved on to the semifinals. Jaden Sewer at 1-1. He is into the wrestlebacks in the consolation round. And Cruz Kappelman again would need to win to continue on in the next round at 152. Coverage of today's Highliner Holiday Tournament being brought to you again in part by Farmers Union Insurance and More Engineering of Valley City. So the final 90 seconds of the match here with Kraft and Schlepitz from Jamestown. That is the match right before Cruz Kappelman, still scoreless with 1:15 to go in the third period. So Cruz might have to wait a little bit to get into his match. Sometimes they do move him around, but look like he is still slated to go on mat 4. He is on deck for mat 4. And now Clabo has moved on deck to mat number 3. So he is going to be wrestling on mat 3 right next door to Quincy Corbin. And they could quite probably be on the mat at the same time. Leighton Hendrickson and Jack Leerud at 172. They are not yet on the board yet, so there's still a ways to go before those two will hit the mat in their consolation matchup. Again, after today, we'll have a little bit of a break. Again, Coach's Corner here in the Highline Activity Network. We won't have a Coach's Corner during the Christmas break. So our next Coach's Corner won't be till January 9th. And we'll get through the Christmas and New Year holiday. And then we'll have Coach's Corner back January 9th. But we're not done with coverage of sports. Of course, next weekend, we have the Highliner Holiday Shootout, basketball, boys and girls. Again, we'll have play-by-play coverage of the 2 girls games, and we'll have play-by-play coverage of the 1 boys game. The 1 boys game will be on Sunday, next Sunday, as the Highliners will take on Dunseith in the lone matchup. And again, the reasoning that the Highliners are not playing the full tournament is because of the number of matches, number of games that they have. They have a little too many games. They're maxed out at 121 or at 21 games, so they only are playing 1. Same with the girls. They have maxed out their games as well. Well, that match now just ended. A late takedown, and Schlepitz gets a 2-0 win and gets the win in that one. That was a late one, but a good matchup there. 4 versus 5 in the state. And Lucas Schlepitz will pick up the win. So now we head on to Tyson Clabo. He is on the mat now in his consolation matchup at 152 pounds. Taking on Noah Davidson, Cruz Kappman, pardon me. Cruz Kappman taking on Noah Davidson of West Fargo. And when they met in the Sertoma, Davidson wrestled against Quincy Corbin at 152, not Cruz Kappman. Single leg right now early in the by Davidson. No points awarded. Still no control. And Kappman and Davidson. Tyson Clabo's match at 160. He'll be coming up next over on mat number 3. There's a takedown for Davidson. So he takes a 3-0 lead with 1:20 to go here in period number 1 at 152 pounds. And there's a fall over on mat number 3. So now Tyson Clabo at 160 pounds. He will hit the mat in his consolation matchup against Caleb Ibarra of West Fargo Cheyenne. And Ibarra not ranked at 160. Neither is Clabo. Clabo 3-10, the sophomore. Ibarra 1-2, the junior. An escape by Kappman made it 3-1. Now a takedown by Davidson, and he takes a 6-1 lead. And Davidson, they are off the mat. Well, he had more mat to work with. He'll get 2 near fall points to take an 8-1 lead. Takedown for Clabo. Tyson now leading 3-0. minute 24 to go in his match here against Ibarra in the consolation round on mat 3. Over on mat number 4 with 25 seconds to go. Davidson is leading Cruz Kappman by a score of 8-1. Tried to tilt there. It didn't work out. Davidson still in control. Clabo in control against Ibarra, leading 3-0. 1:10 to go, first period. And Kappman trailing 8-1. And the final seconds tick off of the first period. And that will end the first period, but more near fall points. They're going to give a reversal to Cruz Kappman that makes it 8-3. So Kappman, the choice is going to be Davidson's to start the second period. He'll defer. Cruz, neutral. Yep, he'll take neutral. Near pin, and there's a pin. Tyson Clabo, as we look away for a moment, with 41 seconds to go in the first period. Tyson Clabo gets a pin over Caleb Ibarra. So Tyson Clabo will move on in the consolation round. Improves to 4-10 on the year. And so he is on to the next round in consolation. Back here to Cruz Kappman's matchup. Cruz trailing 8-3, now 11-3 as Davidson gets a takedown. Just getting things started. Second period, there's a reversal by Kappman. Makes it 11-5, and Kappman's going to get near fall points. Cruz has got him on his side, He should get at least 3 near fall points here. Nice reversal by Cruz to get back within 11-5. A lot of time to work with here. Minute 18 to go. He's going to have 3, possibly 4 near fall points coming. Looks like the referee's got 4 fingers set up. He has not awarded them yet. Cruz is getting close to that fall with 1:04 to go in the period. Trailing 11-3, got a great reversal and quickly got Davidson on his back and got within 11-5, and now he's going to get 4 near fall points to get within 2. He can arch his back just a little bit. Referee is still waiting to get those shoulders parallel to the ground. And he looks one side, looks the other side. Oh, almost slapped it, and there it is. Nice job by Cruz Kappelman, down 11-3. Comes back and gets the pin with 37 seconds to go in the second period. Great job there by Kappelman. Picks up the fall, and Cruz now 1-1 and will move on here in the tournament. Cruz now for the season is 3-8. So nice job there by Cruz Kappelman to come from behind, trailing 11-3. Got a reversal and then got the pin on Noah Davidson, the junior from West Fargo, to move on in the tournament. And, of course, as we mentioned, Tyson Clabo, he got a fall in his match. Now our weight for 172-pounders, Jack Leerud and Leighton Hendrickson are due up next for the Highliners. And Leerud, he is going to be on mat number 4. Leighton right now is going on mat 3. So Leighton just hit mat number 3. And that is where Leighton Hendrickson is at his match here at 172 pounds in the consolation round. Leighton taking on Emmanuel Forlow of Fargo North. Forlow is the seniors 1-6. Hendrickson is 1-5. Leighton, no points awarded, and now they're going to give a takedown for Forlow. He'll take a 3-0 lead. Now he's got near fall points coming. And he has a 3-0 lead and will go at least 6-0. There's a 3 near falls to make it 6-0. As Forlow will take the lead at 6-0. As we approach a minute to go, inside a minute, first period. Jack Leerud, he is on deck on mat number 3. And Ryer Muskie, he'll be on mat number 4 in his quarterfinal match at 189. So an escape there makes it 9-1. Hendrickson gets an escape. Ran out of room as he was trying to quickly get around and get the takedown. 9-1. Pedrolo leading over Leighton Hendrickson. Consolation match at 172. And Jack Leerud is going to be next up. He is on deck on mat number 3. Taking on Dawson Johnson Mertens of Dilworth Linden Felton. No, I'm sorry, Mertens of Bismarck High on mat number 4. And that is right now, here comes Jack Leerud. Actually, he's on deck on mat 4. He is on deck at mat number 4. Leighton Hendrickson got a takedown, trailing 9-4 at the end of the second period. End of the first period. It will be Emmanuel's choice. He'll defer. Leighton will take down to start period number 2, trailing 9-4. In the consolation round here at 172 pounds. Hendrickson had, there's going to be a reversal. Well, no points yet. They haven't given the reversal yet. Looks like Leighton Hendrickson still has control. And there is a reversal because Leighton took down, so he got the reversal. Leighton now within 9-6. 20 seconds gone here in the second period. Hendrickson trailing Pedrolo 9-6. And spinning out of that, rolling out of that one was Emmanuel. Now they're off the mat. They'll start in the middle. Jack Leroot, his consolation match at 172 will be coming up on mat 4. Ryer Muskie, he'll also be on mat number 4. And his quarterfinal match. And now a caution on Leighton Hendrickson. And now he addresses and starts. Trailing 9-6. With a minute 18 to go, there's an escape for Emmanuel. Now he leads 10-6. They close in the final minute of the second period. Hendrickson setting up the front cradle. No control yet for Leighton. And nothing yet. The official saying neither with control. So now they'll both on their feet. 52 seconds to go, second period. Hendrickson trailing 10-6. And now Emmanuel with the control on the roll. He's got the takedown and near fall points up 13-6. And now he's going to get near fall points, at least 4 of them. Final seconds, half minute to go in the second period. Berjolo gets the pin, and that pin will come at 3:33 of the match. He will get the pin on Leighton Hendrickson. So Leighton will fall to 0-2 in the tournament, and his tournament is now done. As we await Jack Leroot, he'll be coming up on mat number 4 in his match at 172. Taking on Logan Mertens from Bismarck High. And then at 189 pounds, Ryer Muskie, his quarterfinal match. Ryer is also going to be on mat number 4. So he is in the hole on mat 4. The match going on. And then we'll have Jack and then Ryers. We'll have back-to-back Highliners over on mat number 4. So Leighton Hendrickson and Quincy Corbin, their tournaments are now complete. Highlanders right now middle of the pack, or upper third in 5th place in team points. As they are sitting at 43.5, just a half point behind Dilworth, Glen, and Felton for 4th. Thief River has 50 points, they're in 3rd. Bismarck High 60 is in 2nd. And West Fargo Cheyenne, they are right now leading with 71 points. We're in the consolation and championship quarterfinals. Jack Leroot, Ryer Muskie, Dylan Hunt, Owen Hunt. The next 4 Highliners that'll be wrestling. Leroot and Muskie will both be on mat number 4, back to back. And as far as the Hunts are not yet on the board, so they'll have to wait a little bit before they'll have their semifinal match at 215 and 285. Again, at 215, Dylan Hunt will be taking on Harper Schultz. Schultz, the senior, at 6-2 out of Fargo North. Ranked number 6 in the state at 215. Owen Hunt will be going up against Amari Williams, ranked number 3 at heavyweight. Amari out of West Fargo. And the match just prior to Jack Leroot's just completed. So now Jack Leroot will be hitting the mat on mat 4 at 172 pounds. And Leroot taking on Logan Mertens from Bismarck, the senior, 0-1. And Leroot, the junior, at 3-7. So they are now on mat 4. Well, Ryer Muskie will be on mat 4. And neither of the Hunt boys have hit the board yet, so we're waiting to see where they will be wrestling. Things starting now, Leroot against Mertens. 172-pound consolation bracket. Jack shoots in for the single. Mertens sprawls out of it, back both on their feet. And then Mertens goes for the throw and gets the three-point takedown, leading 3-0. Mertens, of course, when you have teams like the Bismarcks and the Cheyennes, where have 30, 35 wrestlers on the varsity, junior varsity level, you don't always bring your top guys. You'll bring a lot of your JVers to get them a chance to get on the mat and get some wrestling in against some good ones. Bismarck, the number 1 ranked team in the state in Class A. Cheyenne, number 2 in Class A. And right now they're 2-1 respectively here in the tournament. And Lisbon right now is down a little bit, but I bet we'll see them in the top 5 before the day is out. Dilworthland and Felton, they're ranked number 6 in AA in Minnesota. Thief River Falls, they're in Class A in Minnesota, not ranked as a team, and neither of their wrestlers, they have 2 very good wrestlers at 152 and 160. Neither one of them are ranked, though one of them is undefeated at 152 and not ranked. That's how tough Minnesota is in Class A wrestling. You could be undefeated in your weight class and not be one of the top 10 wrestlers in the state. So right now, just a 3-0. Trying to ride out the period. Final 5 seconds of period number 1 with Mertens and Leroot over on mat 4 at 172 pounds. It will be Mertens' choice, and he's going to take up or down. Down. He was looking at his coaches, and he will take down, leading 3-0. Briar Muskie will follow Jack on that mat, mat number 4. And looks like Dylan Hunt is going to be on mat number 2. He is on deck, or in the hole actually. He's in the hole on mat 2. Leroot in control. He started on top. And Leroot's trying to get, potentially dangerous. A little shoulder pinch there. So we're going to have an injury timeout as Leroot kind of twisted the shoulder and the arm of Mertens. So a little injury timeout. Well, the clock is still ticking. The game clock, or the match clock, was ticking instead of a timeout. Oh, there they put it back to 140. There we go. So Mertens down low, leading 3-0 with Leroot in control. Still Leroot in control. And now he's going to get near fall points. Jack's got him on his back. He's got at least 3 near fall points, which would tie things up here, maybe 4. And give him 4 near fall. We'll take a 4-3 lead. Minute 13 to go in the period. Leroot, he put pressure on that far shoulder. He's got Mertens nearly completely flat to the floor. Level off the shoulders. The official has got 4 fingers up, ready to award Leroot 4 near fall points. Jack still has time to work with, 45 seconds to go in the period. Well, he's got to be getting close here. There it is. With 37 seconds to go in the second period. So at 3:23, Jack Leroot picks up the pin over Mertens. So Jack will move on in the consolation round. And winning over Logan Mertens by fall. Jack now improves to 4-7 on the year. And right away, Ryer Muskie moves on in the semifinals. Ryer at 189, staying on the same mat. As he takes on Jonas Kraus of Bismarck High, the junior, 4-9. Ryer, the junior, is 11-2. He gets a takedown right away, up 3-0. For Ryer Muskie, coming off the last individual tournament, Unruh took 3rd place at 189. Here in the semifinals, trying to get that wrap. There he's got it. Nope. tried to slip into the half. Now he's got to let him up. 3-1 off the escape from Kraus. 3-1. Muskie leading. As we approach a minute remaining in period number 1. Muskie and Kraus, championship quarterfinals at 189. And they're locked up, forehead to forehead. We got Dylan Hunt coming here on mat number 2. So Dylan here at 215 pounds. He's on mat number 2, taking on Harper Schultz from Fargo North. Again, Schultz ranked number 6 in the state at 215. Coming in with a record at 6-2. Dylan now 9-5 with his pin earlier. Muskie still holding on to a 3-1 advantage on Kraus. So we got 2 Highlanders going at the same time. Muskie, quick takedown, and there's 3 points. Goes up 6-1. Ryer on the far side as we're watching that match with Ryer Muskie. Working against Kraus, Dylan Hunt right next door on mat number 2. Here against Harper Schultz. End of the first period with Muskie leading 6-1. It'll be Ryer's choice. He'll defer. Kraus will look at his coaches and do neutral. So they'll start in the neutral position in the second period. Ryer leading 6-1 in the quarterfinals at 189. Still no scoring. Dylan Hunt and Harper Schultz in the quarters at 215. And they're going to be off the mat. Nope, they bring him back on. Working the center of the mat. Now we got both matches. Well done, Rain. Both mats 2 and 4. It's great when they're on adjoining mats. 2 legs there for Schultz on the double leg. Now he's got the takedown. He'll take a 3-0 lead. Muskie, as you look at it, he's on the top mat. The lower mat is Dylan Hunt. 6-1. Muskie still holding on. Ooh, nearly got out of position there. Single leg, and Kraus is going to get the takedown. He now gets within 6-4. So Kraus down 6-4 to Muskie. Here it's still 3-0. Schultz leading Hunt with 10 seconds to go in period number 1 at 2:15. Final minute of the second period. Muskie on his feet, then get taken back down again by Kraus. Now spins around, and there's an escape. 7-4. Muskie up by 3. End of period number 1 between Hunt and Schultz. It'll be Schultz's choice. He'll defer. Dylan, it's his choice. Takes neutral. And Muskie gets a takedown on Kraus, though the Bismarck coaches wanted him off the mat, but they are going to award him the takedown. So it's 10-4, Muskie leading with 44 seconds to go in that period. That is the second period. Just starting the second period with Hunt and Schultz. And I just had a quick glance. No other Highlanders wrestling right now. Waiting for Owen Hunt, and Amari Williams will be the next matchup for the Highlanders at heavyweight in the quarterfinals. Hunt still trailing. Dylan here 3-2 to Schultz. Schultz shoots in on the double leg. Now he's got the takedown. Takes a 6-0 lead. Muskie clinging to that 10-4 lead with 15 seconds to go. Second period. And his match with Kraus. Now working on the armbar, trying to get him over. Still. Now he's got him in. He's going to get near fall points. And there's Schultz with the quick pin of Dylan Hunt. 4 near fall at the end of the period. So 14-4. Ryer Muskie leads Kraus as they head into the third period. Harper Schultz picks up the pin on Dylan Hunt. Dylan now 9-6. Will move into the consolation round, into the second round of consolation wrestlebacks. Ryer Muskie now leading 14-4. There's a takedown, 17-4. So now he'll work up the chicken wing, see if he can get him on his back, pick up near fall points, and get a tech fall. All he needs is 3 near fall points to end the match early. $17-4 your score. Muskie leading with 1:24 to go in period number 3. And now we watch him and Kraus. The last Highliner to go is again Mari Williams against Owen Hunt at heavyweight. And they will be on mat number 1. They are on deck, or they're in the hole actually of mat 1. Muskie still up 17-4, holding control. Final minute, third period against Kraus. Semifinals at 189. Muskie really didn't get much going here on Kraus, and now tilts him, and now he's going to get near fall points, and again all he needed was 3 to end the match early. Final 30 seconds. He's got at least 4 near fall points coming. 24 seconds to go in the third period. Muskie up 17-4. Those 4 make it 21-4, and that ends it. Tech fall for Ryer Muskie. Looks like 18 seconds left to go in the third period. So the tech fall for Ryer. He'll move on. Improved to 12-2 on the year, and now moves in to the semifinals. He will take on at the semifinals at 189 the winner of Henry Slettendahl and Hunter Miller. The winner of that match will take on Ryer Muskie in the semis. So our last Highliner in the next round, Owen Hunt. He is in the hole at 285 against Amari Williams. They will be on mat 1. So let's take a peek at our team scores. Cheyenne still leading with 80 points. Dilworth and Felton move up to second place, 65.5. Bismarck with 60 is in third. Thief River Falls and Valley City tied for fourth with 50 points. Grand Forks Central is 6th with 46. Williston 7th with 41.5. Minot is 8th with 41. And then North and Lisbon, they are tied for 9th. West Fargo is 11th. Breckenridge Wahpeton 12th. Jamestown 13. Fergus Falls 14. And Fargo South 15th in team standings. So the next Highliner will be Owen Hunt against Amari Williams. And again, these two met last weekend at the Sertoma when Valley City defeated West Fargo in the duel 34-27. And that was a victory for Williams, ranked number 3 in the state at heavyweight. Williams pinned Owen in 1 minute and 46 seconds. And they'll be coming up here. They are the next match. They are actually on deck. They're still in the hole. They are still 2 matches away on mat number 1. Well, let's get you caught up on the Highliners right now. Chase Coughlin at 121 pounds. He is 2-0, and he has moved into the semifinals. And Chase will take on Gabriel Flores III out of Grand Forks Central. Flores is ranked number 6 at 121, and they'll be coming up here in the semis at 121. Then at 139, Quincy Corbin's tournament is done. He went 0-2. While Colton Griebel's in the semifinals. Colton will take on Vermin Koppenhaver of Williston at 139. And Koppenhaver, he is ranked number 3 at 133. But he wrestled up a weight class at 139. And he'll take on Griebel, who's the number 2 wrestler at 139 in the state in Class A. That'll be the semifinal matchup at 139. Then at 145 for Valley City, Jaden Sewer. He'll be in the consolation bracket with a 1-1 record. He will take on Khalid Arif from West Fargo. And that will be in the consolation semis. At 152, Cruz Kappeman, who had a great comeback, was down 11-3, got a takedown or a reversal and a pin, and was able to bounce back and win his match over Davidson. So now he will wrestle against Norman, Michael Norman from Grand Forks Central, in the next round of the consolation wrestlebacks at 152. And then at 160, Tyson Claybo, he too came back and won by fall. His next match will be against Hunter Okins from Fargo South in the consolation semis. That'll be next up for Claybo. Leighton Hendrickson at 172. His tournament is done. Jack Leerud, he too was down and was able to battle back and pick up a pin. And Leerud moves on in the consolation round. And he will take on Aiden Hinsey of Grand Forks Central. And that'll be in the consolation semis with Leerud and Hinsey at 172. Ryer Muskie has moved into the semifinals where he'll take on Slettendahl, Henry Slettendahl, who got a bye in the first round and then picked up a win over Hunter Miller by fall. So Muskie and Slettendahl of Breckenridge Wahpeton, they will meet in the semis. And at 215, Hunt, he's in the wrestlebacks. He'll wait to see who he will wrestle. Either Chandler Preem of Thief River Falls or Chase Marsh of Breckenridge Wahpeton is who he awaits to see who he will wrestle at 215 in the consolation round. And that gets you caught up on the Highliner wrestlers. Again, we're waiting for Owen Hunt to take on Amari Williams. And taking a look at the board, they are right now on deck on mat 1. So they are the next match on mat number 1. So that gets you caught up on how the Highlanders are doing and where we sit here in this 2024 Valley City Holiday Wrestling Tournament. The boys version, girls had their day yesterday. Highliner girls did quite well, finishing 4th yesterday. And a couple of nice comeback wins. There's Haley Ford lost to Annalise Bishop early in the match, early in the tournament, and then was able to battle back and beat her in the 3rd place match. And Catherine Russell lost to Linnea Proctor in the quarters and was able to come back and beat her for 5th place. So both Russell and Ford doing a nice job battling back after losing to the same wrestler earlier and got revenge, winning later on in the placing rounds. The match right before the Williams-Hunt match is right now in the 2nd period with a little over a minute to go. And it's a 215-pound matchup. And it looks like that is Lincoln Brooks of Minot taking on Brock Lyons of Lisbon in the quarterfinals at 152 pounds. Lincoln Brooks is ranked number 5 in Class A at 215, taking on Brock Lyons. And he is not one of those Lisbon wrestlers that is ranked. And that is an 8-0 advantage right now for Brooks. That one is late in period number 2. So I'm going to take a drink of water. Gives us a little bit of time, and then we'll come back. We've got Amari Williams and Owen Hunt. The quarterfinals at heavyweight. That's on the way next. Coverage of the Highliner Holiday Tournament brought to you today by Farmers Union Insurance and by Moore Engineering. So here we go as Owen Hunt is at the table, Amari Williams at the table, this heavyweight match. Williams again pinned Owen at the Sertoma last weekend in 146. And now the two matching up here in the quarterfinals. That was in the duel at the Sertoma. As the upper weights wrapping up, there's a quick takedown by Williams, leading 3-0. Amari, ranked number 3 in the state, at the heavyweight spot. Comes in today with a record of 11-2. The senior, Hunt, just a freshman, is 8-7. and got some valuable varsity time last year as an 8th grader. Chicken wing here for Williams. And Hunt got back on his base. Gets back into his haunches. They're off the mat. The whistle blows. They'll go back to the center. Williams leading 3-0 with 1:09 to go here in the first period. Quarterfinals at heavyweight. Owen Hunt and Williams. We met a few times last year as well. And they meet at least once more this year. No stalling to either wrestler as of yet. Now Hunt gets his arms out in front, and he gets to his base. Williams breaks him down again. Williams looking for the half. Referee, I think, waiting. He's surprised. Yep, now he just said something to Hunt down below. Need to do something. And final 10 seconds of the period, and they're off the mat. They'll head to the center. Referee, I guess, says something to both wrestlers. With 4 seconds to go, Liv Ford about ready to smack the official with the noodle to end the period. And that'll do it for period number 1 with Williams up 3-0. And it will be deferred by Hunt. Williams, choice, neutral. So the two will start in neutral position as we start the second period. Amari Williams leading at 3-0. Out of the West Fargo Packers, Williams, the lone Packer, ranked. We remember not too long ago, 5, 6, 7 years ago, and even I think as early as 7 years ago, these two schools, Valley State and West Fargo, constantly battling for the top of the EDC. Enter West Fargo Cheyenne, and that kind of split things up for West Fargo. Now enter West Fargo Horace, and a few more wrestlers moving around. But Cheyenne, now the strong wrestling team in West Fargo, number 2 in the state, number 1 in the East. 11 out of the 13 weight classes for the Mustangs, they have a ranked wrestler. Referee's not even paying attention. He's looking away as Hunt and Williams are just doing a light dance in the middle of the mat. Not a whole lot going on here. Referee just looking at other matches going, why can't I be over there? And he says something again to the wrestlers. Still 3-0, 45 seconds to go. Neither really has tried much of anything. And I think that's what's frustrating the official. Neither's tried to move, a throw, or anything. Final 30 seconds here of the period, stalling on both. There's the stalling called against both wrestlers. And now we have Hunt has him down, but no points yet. Now 3-point takedown for Owen Hunt, ties it up 3-3. Owen Hunt picking up a takedown. Final seconds of the period, and we're going to go into the third period tied at 3. And Hunt will take neutral. Already a huge improvement. Again, when these two met last weekend at the Sertoma, Williams pinned Hunt in 1:46. Now they're going into the third period, tied at 3 here today. Careful now, Owen, don't get off balance. He did, but he's going to get, nope, no points yet. Looked like Hunt getting close to control against Williams. Williams has the headlock. Now there's a takedown for Hunt. He takes a 6-3 lead. 1:43 to go in the third period. The freshman. Now if he can ride it out, maybe try to get some near fall points. Obviously, you don't want to be called for stalling. They've both been warned once. Minute 28 to go in the period. Hunt leading it 6-3. Now Owen gets him on his back. He's got near fall points coming. He's got near fall points, and there's the pin. Owen Hunt, the freshman, pins the senior and the number 3 ranked wrestler in the state. And he does it with minute 18 to go in the third period. So 4:42. Owen Hunt comes up with a big pin on Amari Williams. What a job there by Hunt. He picking up the fall. And he'll now improve to 9-7 and move in to the semifinals. Well done by Owen Hunt, the freshman, getting a pin on the senior and the third-ranked wrestler at heavyweight. We'll step aside. We'll be back with more here from the Highliner Holiday Wrestling Tournament as all the Highliners have gone through their second matches. And we'll get an update on the scoring. We'll do that when we return. This is Highliner Wrestling on the Highliner Activity Network, brought to you today by Moore Engineering and Farmers Union Insurance. Bob McDonald back with you here at the Hack. It is the 2024 Valley City Highliner Holiday Tournament, the boys edition, brought to you today by Farmers Union Insurance and by Moore Engineering. All the Highliners are through their second matches, so let's get you caught up on what's going on here for Valley City. At 121 pounds, Chase Coughlin, he is in the semifinals. Chase off to a 2-0 start. He has picked up a fall against Heath Heupel in 38 seconds, and then a tech win against Cooper Munson with just 2 seconds left to go in that match, winning 16-1. So Chase Coughlin now 10-5 on the year. He will take on Gabriel Flores III. The freshman is 13-1 on the season, and Flores from Grand Forks Central ranked number 6 in the state at 121. And then we move up to 139, where Quincy Corbin, he went 0-2, and his tournament is done. Colton Griebel, he is in the championship. He'll be taking on Vernon Koppenhaver of Williston. Koppenhaver, the senior, 12-2. He's actually ranked at 133, so he's wrestling up a weight class, but he is number 3 in the state at 133, and he is wrestling up at 139, and he'll take on Colton Griebel. Colton at 15-0 on the year, and he is the number 2 wrestler in the state at 139. And then at 145 pounds, for Valley City, Jaden Sewer, he is 1-1 on the tournament. Jaden will be taking on Khalid Amir Arif of West Fargo in the consolation round. Jaden today won by fall in his first match over Caden Evenson of Grand Forks Central, then lost to Tanner Thorson of West Fargo by fall, and now he'll take on Arif of West Fargo. The sophomore is 7-3 on the year, and Sewer, he is 1-7. That pin that he got in the opening round was his first win of the season, so he is 1-7, and those two will match up in the consolation round. That's at 145. At 152, Cruz Kappeman, again, we talked about it, did a great job coming from behind. Was trailing 11-2, got a reversal to get within 11-3, got a reversal to get in with 11-5, and then came up with a pin over Noah Davidson. So he will move on, and he is in the consolation second round, and he will take on Michael Norman of Grand Forks Central. The senior is 8-6 on the year. Kappeman is now 3-8, the junior, and they will meet in the next round of the consolation. That's at 152. Then at 160 pounds, Tyson Claybo. He is 1-1 on the tournament. And now he is in the consolation bracket, taking on Hunter Okins of Fargo South. Okins is 0-1, the 8th grader. Claybo, this sophomore, he is 4-10 on the season. And they will meet in the consolation round at 160. Then at 172 pounds, Leighton Hendrickson, his tournament is done at 0-2. And Jack Leerud came back and picked up a win in the consolation. He's 1-1. He will now go up against Aiden Hinsey of Grand Forks Central. The sophomore is 11-4. Leerud coming in with a record. The junior is 4-7. They will be matching up in the consolation round at 172. Then at 189, Ryer Muskie, the third highliner to get into the semifinals. Muskie will be taking on Henry Slettendahl of Breckenridge Wahpeton at 189. Muskie 2-0 in the tournament, and Henry Sletton, number 8 in the state at 189, while Muskie is number 3 in the state at 189. And they will be matching up in the semifinals. Ryer with a couple of wins today, now 12-2. Slettendahl is also 12-2. So that should be a good matchup coming up in the semifinals at 189. At 215, Dylan Hunt, now 1-1 in the tournament. He will take on Chase Marsh of Breckenridge Wahpeton. Marsh is 7-6, the senior, and Hunt split his two matches. He's 9-6, the senior, and they will meet in the consolation bracket quarters. And lastly, at 285, again, that great matchup at 285 at heavyweight. Owen Hunt, the freshman, coming up with a pin over the third-ranked Amari Williams, the number 3 wrestler in the state at heavyweight, and a big win for Hunt. Came back, was trailing, then tied it at 3, and early on in the third period got the fall to move on to the semifinals. So Owen Hunt will be moving on to the semis and getting a quick check here of who he will match up with in the semis at 285. I'm not sure if that matchup is set yet. It is now, just finished up as Engelberg. Easton Egberg from Bismarck will be matching up against Hunt. So after defeating number 3 ranked heavyweight, now he gets the number 5 ranked heavyweight. And that'll be coming up in the semifinals here with Hunt facing Egberg in the championship semis. Well, I get you caught up on how the individuals are doing. Let's take a look at our team scores. As Valley City has moved into that number 4 spot. Cheyenne leading with 80 points. Stillworth Glenn Felton is 72.5. Bismarck at 70. Valley City at 57. They are in 4th place. Deep River Falls 53 is in 5th. Minot with 50.5 is 6th. Grand Forks Central 7th with 46 points. Fargo North with 43 points right now in 8th place. Lisbon is 9th. Williston is 10th. Breckenridge Wahpeton 11th. West Fargo 12. Fergus Falls 13. Jamestown 14. And Fargo South 15th. So that is where we sit right now with Ryer Muskie, Chase Coughlin, Colton Griebel, and Owen Hunt. So 4 Highliners are in the semis. Coughlin at 121, Griebel at 139, Muskie at 189, and Hunt at 285 at heavyweight. So 4 wrestlers are in the championship semifinals. And the second round of the wrestlebacks, we still have Jaden Sewer, Cruz Kapperman, Tyson Claybo, Jack Leerud, and Dylan Hunt. So 9 of the 11 Highliners still going in this tournament. We'll take a break, come back. We'll have our next match as we await the next Highliner, which would be Chase Coughlin in the semifinals. And taking a look at the board, he is not yet on the board, so no Chase yet, but he'll be the first Highliner coming up here in the semifinals at 121. Again, coverage of today's wrestling here from the Hack on the Highliner TV Network, brought to you by Farmers Union Insurance. When you choose Farmers Union Insurance, you are backed by an insurance policy provider in North Dakota with over 70 years of experience in meeting the specific needs of North Dakotans. We offer reliable insurance policies to a wide range of consumers like homeowners, farmers, ranchers, contractors, small businesses, and more. Contact Brian Yanish and Tyler Van Bruggen in Valley City at 701-845-2314. So we are next up, again waiting for Chase Coughlin in the championship semifinals as they get through they're going to get through the wrestlebacks first. So we're probably going to be waiting up. The next wrestler will probably be Jaden Sewer. Will be the first Highliner as they'll get to the consolation round first before they get into the championship semifinals. So we'll be looking like, yep, there's Jaden, just hit the board. He will be on deck on mat number 3. So Jaden will be on mat number 3, and he is in the hole on mat 3, the next Highliner that will be wrestling here in the consolation round. We'll be back with more coverage of the Highliner Holiday Tournament on the Highliner TV Network.
Tyson Taylor from Williston, you are up at number 3.
Well, here we go as the Highliners, Jaden Sewer over on mat number 3 at 100 and 45 pounds. Jaden. And this in the consolation bracket. You win and you move on. You lose, you're done. Taking on Khalid Arif out of West Fargo. The sophomore is 7-3. Jaden 1-1 today. Now 1-7 on the year. No scoring as of yet. First 30 seconds of the period. Cruz Kappeman, he is going to be coming out shortly as well, as Cruz will be on mat number 4. He is in the hole on mat 4. So right next door to right now where Sewer is. Oh, Sewer tries to tilt and almost rolled himself on his back, but he's going to get the pin. Well done by Jaden Sewer with a nice roll and almost rolled himself into the pin, but comes up and gets it himself. So back-to-back wins here by Jaden Sewer. He is now 2-7 on the year, and he will move on in the consolation round. And it also means that he is going to be wrestling and going to be placing today, because regardless of what happens in his next match, he'll either be moving on to if he loses in his next match, he'll be wrestling for 7th. If he wins his next match, he still has a chance at 3rd. So Sewer waits to see who he will take on. It'll either be Xander Deutsch of Dilworth, Glen, and Felton, or it will be Jamestown's Riley Schlafman. They are going to be wrestling here coming up. And that will be at 1:45 with the winner taking on Jaden Sewer. And so Jaden Sewer has clinched that he will be placing here today. So the Highliners with Colton Griebel, Sewer, Ryer Muskie, and Owen Hunt. Those 4 have already clinched a place. As we wait to see how Cruz Kappeman can clinch a place with his next match. Tyson Claybo can clinch placing in his next match. Jack Leroot can clinch, as does Dylan Hunt. So the Highliners still have 4 more wrestlers that could move on and clinch a spot in the placing rounds here today. So a big pin there for Jaden Sewer. Improves to 2-7 on the year. And now he will wait to see who his next opponent will be. Cruz Kappeman, he's in the hole on mat 4 in his next match at 152. Cruz again opened up, losing to Riley Kappas by fall in 153. Then took on Noah Davidson of West Fargo in the consolation round. Trailed 11-3. Got a quick reversal to go up 11-5. And then a pin in 3:23 to move on. And so he is going to take on Norman from Grand Forks Central. Michael Norman, the senior, 8-6 on the season for Grand Forks Central. He is an unranked at 152. That'll be the next one coming up on mat 4. They are now on deck on mat 4. And that will meet Tyson Claybo. He is in the hole on mat 2 at 160 pounds. So again, we'll have a couple of Highlanders next to each other on 2 and 4. As Tyson will be wrestling here. He is now on deck on mat 2. Well, they haven't moved him up, but I do believe he's going to move up to on deck on mat 2. And then we'll have Cruz Kappeman on mat 4. He is on deck. Claybo, 1-1 on the day. He'll be wrestling Onkins. Hunter Okins from Fargo South, who got a bye in the first round, then lost to Landon Larson of Thief River Falls. Landon Larson, again, we were talking about Thief River Falls a little bit. It shows you how tough Class A wrestling in the state of Minnesota is. Thief River Falls is not ranked as a team, yet they're coming off a victory at the Sertoma against Fargo Davies, who's number 3 in Class A in North Dakota. They defeat him in the duel last week. And coming into today, Landon Larson at 160. He's the number 2 seed in his tournament. The sophomore is 15-4 at 160, not ranked. And Elias Mata is 18-0, the 8th grader at 152. He's not ranked in the top 10 in the state of Minnesota. So you've got two guys with 15 and 18 wins respectively that are not ranked in the top 10 in their respective weight classes in the state of Minnesota in Class A. That's how tough wrestling is in the land of 10,000 lakes. And now it's the land of 10,000 wrestlers too, I think. We're going to step aside as we await Cruz Kappelman. He is on deck on mat 4. And Tyson Clabo, he is on deck on mat 2. So we'll wait for those two gentlemen to move on and hit the mats in their next matches in the consolation round. And then we'll also have Jack Leerud and Dylan Hunt will be coming up in their consolation matches as well. Back with more live coverage of this Valley City Holiday Tournament. Again, brought to you in part today by Moore Engineering. Moore Engineering has remained committed to its mission of improving lives by building strong communities since its founding in 1960. Alongside our public and private partners, we proudly serve hundreds of communities across the region. Moore's world-class teams of engineers, scientists, and specialists and successfully completed thousands of projects supporting the civil, environmental, transportation, and water infrastructure we all rely on. Moore Engineering and Farmers Union Insurance are sponsors of today's coverage. Back with more live coverage from the HAC. It is the 2024 Valley City Holiday Tournament here on the Highliner Activity Network. Paul McDonald back with you here at the HAC. Ray Nelson, our camera operator, technical director here, as we head over to mat number 4. As Cruz Kappelman taking on Michael Norman from Grand Forks Central. And also right below us here, right next door, we've got Tyson Clabo. So we're going to have two Highliners going here at the same time. Cruz Kappelman against Norman for Grand Forks Central. As Norman's got a takedown and leads quickly 2-0. That's the consolation bracket at 152. Then at 160, Hunter Okins from Fargo South taking on Tyson Clabo. Right down below us here, so they're in adjoining mats. On mat 2 and 4, as you will see it, the closest mat to us was mat 2. That's Tyson Clabo. And the furthest mat away is Cruz Kappelman. He just got an escape, now 3-2, or 4-2. Kappelman trailing 4-2. A minute to go, first period in his match with Norman. There's a takedown here by Clabo. Clabo leads 3-0. And how ironic, Mom Cynthia is actually working that table. And there he's got the chicken wing, and he's going to get himself near ball points and a pin. 31 seconds in, Tyson Clabo, boy, it didn't take long. Made short work there out of Oakins, out of Fargo South. Tyson Clabo picks up the win. So the Clabo now 5-10, and he will move on into the next round. And he, with that victory, he has clinched that he will be in the placing round. So that's at least 5 Highliners that will be wrestling for places here today. So on the other side, though, it's a little bit more of a daunting task for Cruz Kappelman, trailing Norman, and just got pinned. Norman just finished the job, and that came with a minute 10, or with 10 seconds to go in the first period. So in 150, Norman picks up the pin over Cruz Kappelman. So Kappelman, his tournament now done as he goes to 1-2 as he falls there at 152 pounds. So Kappelman, his tournament has wrapped up with a 1-2 record. So now we have Leighton Hendrickson, Quinson Corby, and Cruz Kappelman. They have had their tournaments wrapped up. Colton Griebel, Chase Coughlin, Ryer Muskie and Owen Hunt, they're in the semifinals. Jack Learoot will be coming up here next for Valley City. And as we take a look at the board, see if I can see Jack's name. There it is. He's going to be on mat number 2. He's in the hole on mat 2. Oh, there's. I think I'm going to be having a guest coming up here momentarily. As we await for the next round to come here. Again, as I mentioned, Coy Griebel, the former Highliner, is here, of course, in the holiday break. And here today, and he's going to come up. He just took a little look up because I just texted York, and so Coy's going to come up for a few minutes here before we get to the next round. Don't hurt yourself. I don't want to get anybody in trouble. So as we await our next Highliner, which will be, it looks like Jack Learoot will be coming up here. He's in the hole on mat number 2 at 172. And right now we are joined by Coy Griebel. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
Why don't you get that a little closer? There, you're such a soft-spoken individual there. But Coy Griebel is joining us, former Highliner. And you remember your days at this tournament, the Holiday Classic?
I sure do. Yeah, good tournament. Fun.
What kind of memories do you have? I mean, this is right before the holidays, right before the Christmas break. Do you have any 1 or 2 memories that stand out for you?
I just know, a couple of years it was canceled for me, so I didn't get to wrestle in a couple of years. But it was just always that time of year where you got to make adjustments, kind of the middle of the year. Christmas break is kind of where you figure out what kind of wrestler you want to be. So. Yeah, just a tournament where you gotta make adjustments and get better. And
then you got the weight adjustment, the weight allotment, one or 2 pounds after the holidays, so things changed up. But let's how are things going for you down at Iowa?
They're great. Yeah, I'm loving it. I redshirted last year, and then this year I am just getting better every day. Working with some of the best wrestlers in the country and the best coaches in the country. So it's my dream to do what I get to do every day.
Is it everything you expected it would be?
Yeah. Oh, of course. I mean, I've had a lot of wake-up calls with my training and how I approach things, and that's good. I've been able to learn a lot, and that's what I love coming back here is I get to teach my brother and other kids the same stuff that I've learned in the last 2 years.
That was going to be let's turn my mic up a little there. That was going to be my next question is, you knew a lot about wrestling. At least you thought you did.
Yeah.
But you get to a place like Iowa where wrestling is, that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, wrestling is the thing. What are some of the things that you have learned? Is it more technique? Is it more maybe how to take care of your body, though you did that before? But what are some of the things you've learned since you've been down there?
Yeah, everything you just pointed out. Technique, for sure. Technique, a lot of the technique, I still do the same stuff I did in high school, just at a better, higher level. So I made small adjustments, and that's kind of what it is they know how to do things at the highest level with the technique. And then taking care of my body's big. I've been nicked up over the last year and a half, so learning how to keep myself healthy and learning how to recover properly and smart, learning how to fuel my body. A lot of things that in high school you don't really think of or you don't really need to take care of because when you're good in high school, it's a little easier. When you get to the highest level, it's you've got to do the small things really, really right.
Are the Hawkeyes a national championship type of a team this year?
Yeah, I sure hope so. Like my weight class, I'm at 149, and the starter right now is ranked like 3rd in the country. So I get to work with him every day, and he's great. We got a lot of guys who can contend for a national championship, and I'm doing the same thing with them. So we all think we can win a national championship individually and then as a team. So we got 30 guys in the room who all want to win a national championship. So
you still playing trumpet?
No, not anymore. No. Yeah, I had to retire the trumpet. So
you might take it up maybe down the road. Maybe a little later on.
Maybe I'll play taps here or there. I don't know.
Well, as you get here now and watching Brother Colton, this is your second year away, but back here, how have you seen just how he has changed since you graduated a couple years ago?
Oh yeah, he has matured and developed tremendously. I know last year, maybe a little bit of a wake-up call for him and not having his older brother to be there, which is good. He really stepped into a leadership role within the team, and he's helping our team to be the best they could be, and he's learning why he loves to wrestle. It's not because I love to wrestle; it's because he loves to wrestle. So he's learning how to do things independently, and he's kind of finding his why as a wrestler, which is great. It's the best thing for me to see is him develop into his own person and just take lumps. He took lumps last year. He lost in the state finals, and I think that's maybe the best thing for him. You take a loss like that, and it changes everything about you because you go back and you analyze everything, and I think he's done that. He's figured out what he needs to do to be his best. And then at the end of the day, I mean, it's just wrestling. You find your purpose, and his purpose is in the Lord, and he does that every day. He lives the right life. And at the end of the day in February, when he wrestles his last match, he'll have nothing to look back and say, I wish I did something different, as long as you're taking care of business. And I think he is, so he's grown a lot.
Well, you haven't changed a bit. I mean, and that's actually, you talk more. You didn't talk a lot when I talked to you when you were in high school. You seem to talk a little bit more now. But is that something, too, working at a big program? You need to, come out of a shell a little bit, be a little bit more and be a mentor to, even though you're only in your second year. But, you've got a lot more people that are wanting your time here.
Yeah, very much so. I think a big thing I learned last year was, I'm not a very outspoken person. I kind of like to keep to myself. But I know that, like, in the world today, there's a lot of lies, and so if you can be the kind of person to speak truth into one's life, that's great. So, I maybe talk a little more, especially I don't know, just trying to be more of a confident and presenting person. And when you're wrestling for the Brands brothers, they're about as passionate and as intense as you can get. So maybe I pick up a little bit of their intensity.
So are you sitting in your brother's corner now, or are you letting the coaches do that?
I'm getting in his corner, a couple matches. But, there's not much I have to say. Just good luck, good job. He takes care of business out there. So.
Well, I know that when I talked to him last year, he said, You're entirely different wrestlers, at least when you were at this stage of your career. I think you always, when I always say you would play with your food a little bit, and he said, I don't do that.
Yeah.
You just go in for it. And with college wrestling, I suppose because you're going up against somebody that's just as good as you are, you can't do that. If you get an opportunity, you have to take it.
Well, it's all about scoring points. So, I never really thought of it as, this is a lesser wrestler, so I'm just going to have fun and play around. No, It's like I just want to go out and score points. So, and for Colton, his mindset was score points, and for that, it was getting a pin right away. And for me, it was more just letting it open up and get my feet moving, and that's what helped me get to my offense, score points, and then work my way into a pin. But, in college, I've taken losses. I've taken lumps already. It's a high level. even the lesser wrestlers in college are great wrestlers. So yeah, the biggest thing is I just got to go out there and score points. So I'd say my mindset is still the same as it was in high school. Just be the best I can be, and it's whoever the wrestler is. I got to go out there and compete and be at my best every day and every time.
Still a Chiefs fan?
Yep. Still a Chiefs fan. They're playing right now. I think they're winning.
I was going to say, you got to get around to TV so you can watch that here.
Yeah.
Well, we got Jack Lerood's coming up here, and you're looking at this team, too. This is a young wrestling team. You look back at when you were a senior, it was kind of a senior-dominated team, a lot of older wrestlers and sophomore, junior, seniors, but this year's class a lot younger. And looking at these guys that were probably in express wrestling when you were here, how have you seen they mature like a Jack Lerood?
Yeah, so I think everybody on the team I kind of got to interact with at least a little bit when I was a senior and a junior and in high school. And guys like Jack, he's a young, scrappy kid, and especially him, he's a good kid. He gets good grades, and he does a lot of right things. And so with him, I think it's just more of like finding a way for him to slow his mind down and like, hey, this is the techniques we got to work on. This is what you got to get better on, and you get better at those little things, and his wrestling's going to take leaps and bounds. He got taken down here, but he fights. That's what's good. Is it doesn't matter who you're wrestling if you fight all 6 minutes of the match. That's how you get better.
Last question for you, getting a chance to see Owen Hunt going up against the number 3 ranked wrestler in the state. Here's a 9th grader and only second year of varsity wrestling. How big was that just to see him come up with a pin against a number 3 heavyweight?
Yeah, it's incredible. Owen, he could probably put me down in about 10 seconds, so I don't really mess around with him too much. But, yeah, it's awesome. As a heavyweight, as young as he is, wrestling real men. When I was a freshman, I was 100 pounds. So, Owen, he's living he's wrestling different beasts than I had to. And that's different, it's hard. And so big thing for him is he like Owen's the same type of kid. He does everything right. He's got great parents and a great family and just a really good kid. And I think like over the last couple of years, he's really just been a sponge. Learned a lot of stuff, and so I've seen a lot of good things in his wrestling. Because he wrestled, I think, when he was a kid for a couple of years, and then just finally came out again a couple of years ago. So, been a sponge. And I think what's really helped him, too, is he's got a brother who's scrapping every day, and they're in the room working together. I was working with them on a couple things yesterday, and it's just awesome to have 2 brothers like that helping each other get better. So.
Well, Coy, it was a pleasure. I'm glad you got a chance to come up and chat with me, and I know you got a lot of things going on, but congratulations.
Yeah, thank
Happy
you.
holidays to you, my friend. Take
care. You
care.
as well, Paul. I appreciate you, everything you do.
Well, we have fun doing it, that's for sure, and we'll see you the next time around.
Yeah.
I want to see you on TV now when I watch the Hawkeyes here. I want to eventually see you out there.
That's the goal.
All right, buddy. Take care.
See you, Paul.
You bet. That is Coy Griebel joining us, of course, now a member of the Iowa Hawkeyes Wrestling. And while we were chatting there, Jack Lerood was pinned by Norman. And so Jack Lerood, his tournament is now complete. But always great talking with that young man, Coy Griebel. And, boy, he has not changed except that he talks a little bit more. Wish he talked like that in high school. That would have been some better interviews. But great job and great to talk with Coy. And, again, as we were talking there, Lerood fell in his match. So Jack, his tournament is done as Jack falling to Okins from Fargo South. And that was at the 172 pounds. Just double checking here on the time on that. So Lerood Hinsey, from Grand Forks Central. Lerood falls to Hinsey, so Jack's tournament is done. So now we are waiting for Dylan Hunt. He is going to be the next one on the mat. As far as the consolation and taking a look at the big board where they are going to have Dylan, doesn't look like he's listed yet. So we still are a moment or two away from having Dylan Hunt on the mat in his consolation bracket. We'll step aside. We'll be back with more. We'll get you caught up on the team scores and where we sit overall. This is Highliner Wrestling from the Hack on the Highliner Activity Network. Paul McDonald back with you here at the Hack. Dylan Hunt, the next Highliner that'll be wrestling here in the consolation round. Dylan will be coming up on mat 4. He is on deck over on mat number 4 in his consolation matchup with the Marsh from Breckenridge Wahpeton in that consolation round. Take a look at the team numbers. Cheyenne leading with 88 points. Bismarck has moved into second place with 82. Then Dilworth, Glen, and Felton with 76.5. Thief River and Valley City tied for fourth with 65 points. Minot, they have 58.5. They are sixth. Grand Forks Central seventh with 58. Lisbon in 8th with 54. West Fargo 9th with 49.5. Breckenridge Wahpeton 10th with 44.5. Fargo North with 43. They're in 11th place. Williston is 12th at 41.5. Jamestown is 13th with 20 points. Fergus Falls 17.5. They are 14th. And Fargo South 15 points. They are in 15th place. And so that is a look at the team standings. Again, Dylan Hunt will be coming up here on mat number 4. That is going to be the next Highliner on the mat. And then we will get into our championship semifinals with Chase Coughlin at 121. Colton Griebel at 139. Ryer Muskie at 189. And Owen Hunt at 285. Our championship semifinals will be coming up here after the conclusion of all the consolation matches. And again, Quincy Corbin, his tournament is done. Cruz Kappelman, he is done for the day. And Leighton Hendrickson, he is done. So 8 Highliners out of the 11 still going here as we have 4 for sure. As you look at who's all qualified, Colton Griebel is going to place. Jaden Sewer will place. Tyson Claybo will place. Ryer Muskie will place. And Owen Hunt will place. Waiting to see if Dylan Hunt, he wins one more. He will guarantee then that he will be placing here today. And again, he's coming up next on mat number 4. And we'll take a break. We'll be back with Dylan Hunt's match as he will be taking on Marsh from Breckenridge Wahpeton. And they will be over on mat number 4 for the 215-pound matchup. And you look at what Marsh has done today. He's had to come to the wrestle-offs to get into the quarterfinals as he opened up with a victory over Morris from Jamestown, a 9-5 decision to move into the tournament as a number 16 seed, and then lost to Caleb Johnson of Dilworth, Glen, and Felton by tech fall, 15-0 at 2:06. And then he moved on and took on Chandler Preem of Thief River Falls and defeated Preem there by major decision 10-2 to set up the matchup here with Dylan Hunt in the consolation round. So that will be on mat number 4. Dylan Hunt is next up against Marsh on mat 4. And then we'll have our 4 Highliners that are wrestling in the semifinals. Coverage of today's Valley City Holiday Wrestling Tournament brought to you again by Farmers Union Insurance and More Engineering. We'll be back with Dylan Hunt's match over on mat number 4 on the Highland Activity Network. Well, now Dylan Hunt has taken the mat. And we get ready for his consolation matchup here with Caleb Marsh. Hunt coming in with a record of 9 and 6. Marsh coming in with a mark of 7 and 6. Couple of seniors. Marsh out of Breckenridge Wahpeton. In the winner, moves on in the consolation round and has clinched a spot in the placing rounds. No scoring yet. First 30 seconds of this match at 215 pounds over on mat number 4. All right, now just holding on to each other's wrists, sizing each other up. Marsh pushing down, grabs onto the wrist again. Forehead to forehead. Shoots for the single leg, does Hunt. Got a little out of place, and Marsh is going to get the takedown, now leading 3-0. Well, he was shooting for the single leg, and Hunt, I think, got a little off balance, and Marsh was taking advantage of it, got the takedown, and leads 3-0. 52 seconds remaining here in the period. Now he was going to try the tilt, couldn't get it there. Now goes crossface. And let's go with that. Hunt trying to get to his base. Does briefly. Now he's on his base, trying to stand up. If he can get up and get the hands off and get himself an escape. Holding on to that leg is Marsh. Hunt is now got the escape. 3-1. Marsh leading. 19 seconds to go in the period. Both back on their feet to the middle of the mat. Final seconds ticking away with Marsh leading 3-1. And that is the way we are going to end here in period number 1. And in the choice will be Dillon's, defer, Marsh, down. So he'll take down. As we start the second period with Marsh leading at 3-1. And we're off here in the period. Hunt in control. Trying to hook that leg, and as Marsh got to his feet, but still, not the tilt there, and Hunt nearly rolled himself into a bad position, but they both rolled through it. Well, still controlled by Dylan Hunt. Minute 26 to go, second period. Marsh leading 3-1. Now he'll let him go, and it's an escape there for Marsh, makes it 4-1. And they're both back in the middle of their feet as we approach a minute left to go in period number 2. I think they're getting ready now to start the lower weights in the championship semifinals. 107 is moving into their semis. Highliners have 4 wrestlers in the semis. First will be Chase Coughlin at 121. Here in this consolation matchup, Marsh and Dylan Hunt, 39 seconds to go. Marsh leading at 4-1. Again, neither one doing a whole heck of a lot. Grabbing hold of the wrists, back of the head, forehead to forehead. 20 seconds to go in the period. And Marsh just going to throw Dylan away. Was looking to shoot in on the single. Wasn't there. 10 seconds to go in the period. Still 4-1. And of course, I can't really tell, but I'm sure the official's saying something to him. One of you's got to do something here, and there's the end of the period. They didn't hear the whistle. They kept going. It'll be Dylan's choice, and he will take down Coach Aaron Larson, Coach T.J. Hansen on the far side in the corner of Dylan Hunt. And they start. Dylan sat out. And now Marsh keeps control. Now Dylan will get up. You'll get the escape. 4-2. And this is where that three-point takedown can be huge. Minute 45 to go. Both wrestlers on their feet. Hunt trailing by 2. Marsh again had the wrestle to get into the bracket of 16 as that number 16 seed. 1:25 to go. Here we go again. Neither doing much of anything as Marsh is just trying to hold on and ride it out. Hunt needs to shoot and try to get a takedown here. Find a fun combination to get Marsh onto at least onto the mat where he can work with him. Final minute coming up here, the third period. Still 4-2 in favor of Marsh. Back to the middle of the mat. Official has his whistle in his mouth, so he hasn't said anything. If he has, he'd set it over the whistle. 45 seconds to go in the period. Hunt, again, still looking, sizing him up. They get back locked up forehead to forehead. 35 seconds. There he shoots in, trying to get in on the singles. Sprawling out of it was Marsh. Marsh is going to come around and get the takedown and takes a 7-2 lead with 28 seconds to go. Marsh leading now by 5. Now Hunt needs to get himself an escape, a takedown, and some near fall points. He needs to get a 5-point combination in a hurry. There's the escape. 15 seconds to go. It's 7-3. Now he needs to get him some takedown and get some near fall if he's going to find himself moving on in the tournament. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2, and that's going to do it. 7-3 the final as Marsh wins it. And so Dylan Hunt's tournament ends, losing to Marsh by final of 7-3. So Quincy Corbin, Cruz Kappeman, Leighton Hendrickson, Jack Lerood, and Dylan Hunt, they are done for the day. Now we have our 4 highliners that are now going to be in the semifinals. That'll be coming up next year. Chase Coughlin, he is going to be the first highliner on the mat in the semifinals. He'll be on mat number 2. He is in the hole on mat number 2 as they are getting ready to wrap up the consolation round and then move on to the championship semifinals. And then we will have all of the consolation matches before we get into our placing matches. We still have one more round of consolation before they'll get into the placing rounds here this afternoon. And a quick check of the team standings. Cheyenne still leading at 92 points. Dilworth Glenn Felton, though, is moved into the number 2 spot, 89.5 over Bismarck with 82. Thief River Falls and Valley City still tied for 4th with 65 points. Central is 6th at 61.5. Williston at 60.5 is in 7th place. And Minot, 58.5, currently in 8th place. So we wait Chase Coughlin. He is now on deck on mat number 2. Down below here, and he will be next up in the semifinals at 121 pounds. And Chase today won by fall over Heath Heupel in 38 seconds, and then defeated Cooper Munson by tech fall 16-1 with 2 seconds to go in the period. Chase 10-5. He will be taking on Gabriel Flores III. He got a bye in the opening round, and he defeated James Engelstead of Thief River by fall in 10 seconds to move to the semifinal. And Flores III is number 6 in the state at 121 for Grand Forks Central. They will be here on mat number 2. That'll be next up. We'll step aside and be back with that match. This coverage of the Highliner Holiday Wrestling Tournament, again, brought to you here on the Highliner Activity Network by Farmers Union Insurance and More Engineering. But now Chase Coughlin comes to the table against Gabriel Flores III. Here in the semifinals at 121 pounds. Again, now Coughlin. Chase has clinched to finish no worse than 6th. So the two match up. Flores again 13-1. He is just a freshman. Coughlin also a freshman at 10-5. There's a couple of young wrestlers here at 121. 18 seconds gone in the opening period. Here on the near side of the mat, Coughlin looked like was going to try to shuck him and work it. Nothing there. And going shooting in. Nothing there for Chase. As sprawling out of it was Flores. They each have a leg. No control yet. Now Flores gets the takedown. He'll take a 3-0 lead. Minute 13 to go in this opening period. Semifinals at 121. Flores. Never a combination quite yet. Oh, he works back to the other side. Looks like he may want to try to get to a cradle. Coughlin on his stomach. Now he's got the chicken wing, and he's going to hook up that chicken wing, and he's got him back over on his shoulders. And this is going to be at least 3 near falls for Flores. As the official hasn't awarded yet. As he's looks like he's got 4 near fall on the fingers, so he's going to give him at least 4 near fall points. 13 seconds to go in the period. Coughlin takes a quick check of the clock and needs to hold on for 5 more seconds. And he will. And that's the end of the period. 4 near fall for Flores. He'll take a 7-0 lead into the second period. And so Coughlin will defer. Down, says Flores. He will go down to start the second period. Coughlin trailing 7-0 as we start period number 2. And there's an escape for Flores, now up 8-0. Flores shooting in, and there's a near throw by Coughlin, but didn't have the right control and almost found himself on the floor. Now it'll be a takedown for Flores. He takes an 11-0 lead. Minute 35 remaining second period. Flores up 11-0. Colton Griebel at 139 will be the next highliner up. And not yet on the board as they're still in the lower weight classes. 11-0, minute 15 remaining in the period. Flores in control here against Claybo. Or pardon me, against Coughlin. I just looked down and saw Matt and Cynthia, and the name came to my head. So Chase trailing 11-0. Final minute here of period number 2. Looks like he's going to, Flores wants to hook up that chicken wing again. That worked for him the last time and got him some near fall points. But right now, not really trying to hook up a whole heck of a lot. Half minute to go in the period. Now he does work around off the chicken wing, and he's going to get more near fall points and more. 24 seconds to go in the period. He's got a little bit more time to work with. 18 seconds to go. He's got 4 points coming, so it's either going to be a tech fall or a fall. Either way, the match will be over here in the next few seconds. And now he switches over, gets him back on the pin. Of course, he wants to get that extra point for the team, and there's the pin with 2 seconds to go. Flores gets the pin. So Coughlin now will moved down in the consolation, so he can get no worse than 6th. So the victory there for Gabriel Flores III. Got the fall with 2 seconds to go in the period. So Coughlin now 10-6 on the year. And he will move on and drop down into the semis of the consolation round. Waiting to see who he will face. Levi Butke of Fergus Falls is taking on Matthew Bouchette of Fargo South. And the winner of that match will take on Chase in the consolation semifinals. Colton Griebel at 139. Again, he is going to be in the championship semis. And he is now on the board as he is on deck on mat number 2. I see Colton up against the wall on the far side, stretching out. Colton, of course, coming off a great season at D-back and wide receiver for the Highlander football team. All conference, all state at D-back. So he is now moving into that second season with the wrestling. And as you heard Coy mention, Coy Griebel, I had a nice chat with Coy, and he was, Colton learned a little bit last year, losing the state finals. Maybe refocus this year as a junior. Had hopes of being a 4-time state champ. Now I might have to settle for 2 or 3. So Colton now is in the semis. He is on deck on mat number 2. It looks like he has broken out the white singlet, which is always the finals singlet for the Highliners. And they get into the semis and the finals. So Colton will be next up for Valley City. And it'll be coming up here in just a few minutes, as he is on deck on mat number 2 in his semifinal match at 139 pounds. And again, coming up, his opponent is going to be Vernon Koppenhaver out of Williston. He is a senior. And Koppenhaver, who's wrestling at 139 today, is actually normally at 133. He is ranked 3rd in the state at 133, but wrestling up a class at 139. Boy, Colton's eager. Before the referee was able to slap the mat for the pin in the match before, he was at the scores table. So he is moving in and to the circle, and he will take on Vernon Koppenhaver out of Williston, the senior, 12-2. Griebel, 15-0. First time these two have met. And again, Koppenhaver is ranked number 3 in the state at 133. Griebel number 2 at 139. Working here on mat 2. Looking down, Coach Aaron Larson and Coy in the corner for the Highliners, with Coach Hansen right behind. Coy getting a front row seat. Shooting out on a single leg is Colton. They're off the mat. Well, right on the edge. No whistle yet. 30 seconds gone here in the opening period. No score. Championship semifinals at 139. Now they're off the mat, and they'll head to the middle. And caution there on Colton as he shot in before the whistle. So the two size each other up right in the middle of the mat. Colton trying to go with the underhook. And Koppenhaver with the back of the neck. Shucking him down was Griebel. Now it looked like he was going to try to throw, and that wasn't going to work. And now here's Koppenhaver on his backside. And Griebel, not yet control, and now he's got the control. Takes a 3-0 lead with the takedown. Minute 48 to go here in the second period, or first period, or 45 seconds to go here in the period. Now he's got close to a pin after getting the takedown. Got Koppenhaver on his back. He's going to get at least 4, or get the 4 near fall. Has not been awarded yet by the official. And there it is, 7-0, Griebel leading. 25 seconds to go, period number 1. Now Griebel's got him on his back again. He's going to get more near fall. Actually, Griebel's in control, was back there. So there's the 4 more near fall, makes it 11-0. 5 seconds to go in the period. Griebel up 11-0. And that is the way the period's going to end. And the choice to start the second period will be Koppenhaver. He's going to stay neutral. And boy, these two wrestlers are not wasting any time before the official can even signal to the scores table. The two are crouched and ready to attack. 11-0, Griebel leading. Get himself a takedown and some near fall. He's going to end this one in the second period. Needs to be careful, though. Koppenhaver looks like he's trying the fireman's. And now Griebel with the ankle pick. And the crossface. Looking for that combination. Minute 20 to go in the period. Stalling. And a whistle. So both are up. And restart. Minute 15 to go. Here in period number 2, Griebel leading 11-0. And Colton. I knew I was going to do that at least once. There's the takedown, 14-0. So now he's just near fall points away from ending this on a tech fall with 55 seconds to go in the period. But he's not worried about that. He wants to get that pin, get that extra point for the team. Now rolls him on the tilt, and he's going to get the near fall. And the whistle, that will end it. It'll be 3 near fall points. So your final 17-0. Colton Griebel with the victory. He now runs his record to 16-0 on the year. And he is going to be wrestling in the championship at 139 pounds. As we take a look at the board, next up here for Valley City. Doesn't look like we have anybody on the mat as of right now. So now we await our next semifinal. Ryer Muskie at 189. He'll be the next semifinalist here for the Highliners. And again, Ryer will be going up against Henry Slettendahl of Breckenridge Wahpeton. The junior is 12-2 on the season. Slettendahl is ranked number 8th at 189. And Muskie at 12-2. The junior ranked number 3 in the state at 189. That'll be our next matchup. But they're not yet on the board, so we got a ways to go before our 189-pound semifinal between Henry Slettendahl of Breckenridge Wahpeton and Ryer Muskie for the Highliners. We'll step aside, back with more live coverage of the 2024 Valley City Holiday Wrestling Tournament on the Highliner Activity Network. Paul McDonald back with you here on the Highlight Activity Network. We are just awaiting Ryer Muskie in the other semifinal to get onto the mat. Again, still in the lower weights in the championship semifinals. As we await Muskie to move into the semis at 189, and Owen Hunt is in the semifinals at 285. Let's just get you caught up on all of our Highliners and how they are wrestling here today. Starting off 121 pounds, Chase Coughlin. He is 2-1 in the tournament. Chase will finish no worse than fifth, or finish no worse than sixth today, as he is awaiting to see who he will wrestle. Just seeing if his opponent is on the mat right now. They are not, but he is awaiting to see the winner between Levi Butke of Fergus Falls and Matthew Bushite of Fargo South. They are wrestling in the consolation bracket. The winner of that match will take on Chase Coughlin in the semifinals. And then again, you win that, you're going to be wrestling for third. You lose that, you're wrestling for fifth. So Chase at 2-1 has clinched placing here in the tournament. Quincy Corbin at 139 pounds dropped both of his matches. He is done for the tournament. Colton Grebo just got done with a tech fall against Vernon Koppenhaver. So he'll move on to the championship, and he awaits to see who he will wrestle. And it will either be Jacob Lepke of Dilworth Glen and Felton or Kellen Larson of Williston. Those two are wrestling as we speak, as a matter of fact, at 139 pounds. And right now it's a 12-1 advantage as they look to see who has got the green. And that is Lepke of DGF. He is 9-2, the junior for the Rebels. He is ranked number 7 in the state at 133. So he, like Koppenhaver from Williston, wrestling up a weight class, as Jacob is ranked number 7 at 133 in Class A, or Class AA in Minnesota, but wrestling here at 139 pounds. He is right now leading 12-1, and that one is just about over, and it is over, so he will move on with the 12-1 win, winning by a major decision. So he'll improve to 10-2, and will take on Colton Grebo in the championship at 139 pounds. So one of our finals matchups is set at 139, at least for the Highliners. At 145 pounds, Jaden Suhr at 2-1 for the day. He has moved in to the consolation semis. And Jaden will take on Xander Deutsch of DGF. That will be coming up here in just a bit in the consolation semis. And Jaden, with a win, could still finish 6th. With a loss, he'll be wrestling for 7th. So he has clinched placing here in the tournament. And taking a look, it looks like he is now on the board. So Jaden is on the board. He will be on deck on mat 3, or actually he's in the hole. So he still has a couple of matches. Now he just moved to on deck on mat 3. He just quickly moved up from in the hole to on deck. So he'll be on mat number 3. That is in the upper right corner as you view all 4 mats here. And we'll zoom in when he gets onto the mat. He'll be on mat number 3 against Deutsch. Xander, the sophomore, at 4-8. In the tournament so far, opened up losing to Chase Variano of Fargo North by major decision, 13-5. Defeated Christian Cast of Breckenridge Wahpeton by a tech fall, 16-1 at 4:09, and then came up with a victory over Schlafman of Jamestown. That was Riley Schlafman of Jamestown, defeated Schlafman by fall at 144. Jaden Suhr, in his 3 matches today, opened up with a fall win over Caden Evenson at 251, then lost by fall at 304 to Tanner Thorson, and then came up with a fall in 54 seconds with a win against Arif of West Fargo, and setting up the matchup with Deutsch. Again, he'll be over on mat number 3 in the consolation semis, a win, and he will be moving on and will wrestle in the next round and will finish no worse than 6th. And a loss, he will bump up and wrestle in the 7th and 8th place match. That is Jaden Sewer at 145. Cruz Kappeman, he went 1-2 today. His tournament is done. Tyson Clabo at 160. He is still active. He is 2-1. And Clabo will be wrestling against Glass from Bismarck. That's Tiernan Glass, the 11th grader. He's 8-8. He'll be wrestling against Glass. Clabo, 5-10, the sophomore. Clabo again will finish no worse than 8th place in the tournament today. That is at 160. At 172, Leighton Hendrickson is done. He went 1-2 today. Jack Leroot is done for the day. He went 1-2. Again, Ryer Muskie is who we are waiting for. And I have not seen Ryer's name come up on the board as of yet. Well, we do know that Jaden Sir is going to be over on mat number 3 in his consolation matchup. He's on deck. And so he'll be the next Highliner to wrestle. Coach Lucina having a issue with the official and for Lisbon in their match, trailing 6-2 over on mat number 3. But back to the Highliners, Dylan Hunt, 1-2. His tournament is done. And Owen Hunt, he is going to be in the semifinals at heavyweight after that impressive pin over on Mari Williams. Things don't get any easier. Easton Egberg of Bismarck High, who is the senior at 13-4 and ranked number 5 in the state. So he pinned at number 3 and now gets number 5 ranked wrestler in the state at heavyweight in the semifinals. So he will finish no worse than 3rd today. I'll get you caught up on how the Highlanders are doing, where we're stating individually. Again, awaiting Jaden Sir to get onto the mat here. He is on deck here on mat number 3. That match is right now in the 2nd period. And that is a semifinal match at 145. Actually, that is a consolation semifinal at 175. Well, there's Griffin Greenlee of Lisbon, Aiden McLean of Bismarck High. Those two are wrestling in that consolation round. And 9-4 right now. It is Aiden McLean that is leading over Greenlee in the consolation bracket. And there's a escape there by McLean. He now takes a 10-4 lead. Final minute of the 2nd period in that match over on mat number 3. That is where Jaden Sewer will be on mat 3. So we'll wait until Jaden gets on the mat. We'll be back here in just a couple of minutes. This is coverage of the 2024 Highliner Holiday Wrestling Tournament live on the Highliner Activity Network. Bob McDonald back with you here at the Hack. Ray Nelson, technical director, camera operator here this afternoon. Been with us since the get-go here today. Another long day at the Hack on this weekend of holiday wrestling. We've got holiday basketball next weekend on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Again, video streaming of the three-day event. We'll have play-by-play with the three Highliner games, 2 for the girls and 1 for the boys here next weekend, as we will have basketball action for you again next week, and then we'll have another holiday hiatus and then back at it full bore as we get after the first of the year. Highliner girls will be opening up their home season will be here in that game against the or in the tournament. They'll be getting their home opener, and then they will be finding themselves home on January 3rd. And they are off to a 4-0 start on the season. Well, here we go. Jaden Sewer hitting the mat at 145 pounds. Jaden taking on Deutsch. That is Xander Deutsch. The sophomore is 4-8. And Jaden, the 2-7 for the freshman, and he came into the sophomore. He came in 0-6 and has picked up a couple of wins here today. So they are now wrestling over on mat number 3. The winner will take on Chase Variano in the next round. The loser will be wrestling for 7th and 8th place. There's a takedown by Sewer to go up 3-0. And now an escape by Deutsch makes it 3-1. Sewer will throw him back to the mat and goes up 6-1. And now getting near fall points. Maybe 3 near falls. Or they give him 2 near fall. So it's 8-1. Sewer leading. Minute 15 to go, first period. This is consolation bracket with Jaden Sewer and Xander Deutsch. Deutsch trying to sit out and get out of the, gets back on his haunches, does, and Sewer just pushes him out of bounds, gives him an escape. Now 8-2, both on their feet, middle of the mat. 50 seconds to go in the first period. Sewer leading 8-2. After a couple of brushes, we're going to shoot for the single. It looked like he was going to try for the fireman's. It wasn't there, but he gets a takedown. Now leads 11-2. So Sewer on top by 9. Final half minute of the period. Now Sewer almost in the position he could try to hook up a cradle if he wanted to. Well, now he's going to let him up. He still holds on, but it will be Xander will get an escape. Now 11-3. And that's going to take with 8 seconds to go. Final seconds tick off here the first period. And that's the way period number 1 will end, with Jaden Sewer leading 11-3. And it will be Deutsch's choice. He'll take down. Sewer gets the address and now gets on top, ready to roll. As we start the second period, Sewer leading 11-3. And grabbing that head, he's going for the front cradle. Not there again. That's what he wanted to do, and then it didn't happen. Trying to walk out of it is Deutsch. Back onto his base. Sewer holding on for dear life. Now he'll push him off, and another escape makes it 11-4. And Sewer shoots in, goes up high. And Jaden, 2-1 on the day, his first 2 wins of the season. Again, sprawls out of that single leg attempt by Deutsch. And they both get back onto their feet. Minute 10 to go, second period. Single leg there by Sewer. And Deutsch has him around the neck and head. Now Sewer will grab from behind, and Deutsch will get free and push him out of bounds again and all the way over to the other mat. But they were out of bounds, so it didn't matter. Coach from DGF wondering about the push out of bounds, if there should have been a penalty. And now no takedown yet. Now there's 3-point takedown there for Deutsch. Makes it 11-7. So Deutsch now within 4. 39 seconds to go, second period. You can tell we're starting to flow through the tournament and get down to just the final 7-8 wrestlers in each weight class. As people just kind of walking on mats and not really caring that matches are going on. 17 seconds remaining here in second period. 11-7, Jaden Sewer leading. But after that early quick start by Sewer, not much since then, as Xander Deutsch has dominated here in the last half of this period. Now he's going for the half Nelson, and that's going to end the period just as he was trying to hook up the half. Jaden Sewer is going to take neutral. So they'll start neutral. Sewer leading 11-7 in this consolation round as we start the third period. Shooting it on the double is Deutsch, and he is going to get on the mat, get his takedown. He's down by one now, 11-10. Sewer leading with 1:45 to go. This is where he's got to be careful. As Deutsch trying to hook up the chicken wing and maybe try to get back into a chicken wing combination, chicken wing half Nelson. Now he's going to walk him around off that chicken wing, and now he's, Sewer holding steady on his haunches. 1:17 to go in the period, 11-10. He gets him on his back. He'll get near fall points and take the lead. And there he goes. He's got him on his back. He's going to get at least 4, and there's the pin. So Deutsch trailed the entire match and comes back late and wins it in 4:53 with the fall. So Jaden Sewer dropping the match to Xander Deutsch. Sewer now goes to 2-2 in the tournament, and Sewer will move up, and he will wrestle for 7th place in the placing rounds. He will go up and wrestle in 7th and 8th place, while Deutsch will take on the person that beat him in the first round, Chase Variano, in the next round of the Wrestlebacks. So we have one Highliner now in their placing rounds with Jaden Sewer. He'll be wrestling for 7th place. Of course, we already have a couple of them that have qualified because they're in the semifinals. Now taking a look at the board. And what's next for the Highliners? They have Tyson Clabo. He is on deck on mat number 3. Ryer Muskie, he is on deck on mat 1. So again, a couple of Highliners on adjoining mats, mat 1 and 3. They are both coming up on deck. Ryer Muskie in his semifinal match at 189 pounds. As Muskie he will be taking on Slettendahl, Henry Slettendahl of Breckenridge Wahpeton, and they will be on mat number 1. Tyson Clabo at 160 pounds. He'll be over on mat number 3, as he'll be taking on Glass, Tiernan Glass of Bismarck. And that'll be coming up on mat number 3. So we've got 2 Highliners that are both on deck. And one, they'll be on adjoining mats, mat 1 and mat 3. I think those are the only 2 Highliners that are on deck. We're still awaiting. Owen Hunt will be the last one to wrestle in the championship semifinals. And he is yet to be placed on the big board. So next up, Tyson Clabo and Ryer Muskie. They are on deck. We'll have their matches when we return. This is coverage of the 2024 Valley City Highliner Holiday Wrestling Tournament, brought to you today by Farmers Union Insurance. When you choose Farmers Union Insurance, you are backed by an insurance policy provider in North Dakota with over 70 years of experience in meeting the specific needs of North Dakotans. We offer reliable insurance policies to a wide range of consumers, like homeowners, farmers and ranchers, contractors, small businesses, and more. Contact Brian Yanish and Tyler Van Bruggen at Valley City at 701-845-2314. So the Highliners, who have been holding their own here today and done well. Let's take a look at the team standings. Get you caught up as we wait for Ryer Muskie and Tyson Claybo as they are on deck in their next match. Cheyenne still leading at 162.5 points. Bismarck has moved into second place with 124. Dilworth, Glen, and Felton is now in third with 119.5. Lisbon, I knew they weren't going to be in the bottom half for very long. They moved up to number 4 with 85.5. Valley City is fifth with 77.5. Thief River Falls is sixth with 75. Grand Forks Central is seventh with 74.5. And Fargo North eighth at 68.5. Then Minot, Williston, Breckenridge, Wahpeton, West Fargo, Jamestown, Fergus Falls, and Fargo South rounding out the 15 teams. So both of the bouts, well, I think the one on mat number 3 just wrapped up. It did. Well, that'll be Tyson Claybo now is going to go on mat number 3. Tyson Claybo, 2-1 here in the tournament at 160 pounds. Claybo, 5-10, a sophomore. He'll take on Glass from Bismarck High. Tiernan is 8-8. He is a junior. So here we go. In this consolation match, the winner will move on. And Mason, I believe they are scheduled to take on Kenneth Johnson of West Fargo in the next round, the winner. And the loser will drop down and wrestle in the 7th and 8th place match. Well, early seconds of the first period. Shooting in there is Claybo. And nothing there. He gets back up. Working here against Glass. Out of Bismarck High. Now getting the headlock is Claybo trying to go for the throw. And there he's got the throw, but then almost rolled himself into a bad position. Now he's going to get 3 points. So Claybo gets the takedown, takes a 3-0 lead. Boy, he went with a throw and almost rolled himself into a predicament. And now up, and there's an escape by Glass. It's 3-1 Claybo. Final minute of the first period. Shitting on the single leg is Glass. Claybo sitting on his backside. And now a 3-point takedown by Glass. He'll take a 4-3 lead. Claybo, going to get that leg released. Could work himself into a quick reversal. But now off the mat they go, and they will start with Glass in control, leading 4-3, 26 seconds to go. First period. Consolation round here at 160 pounds. Again, Ryer Muskie's semifinal match will be coming up here on mat number 1. There, going off the tilt there is Glass, and rolling through it was Claybo. Now it goes with the crossface. Going to try to hook up. I thought about the cradle, not there. So releases. So now we got Ryer Muskie is going to come in on mat number 1. And the choice will be Glass. He defers. Claybo, thinking about it, looks at his coaching staff, and takes neutral. So Ryer Muskie in his white singlets will move out on mat number 1 here at 189 pounds in his semifinal match with Slettendahl. Henry Slettendahl of Breckenridge Wahpeton. He is ranked number 8 at 189. Muskie ranked number 3 at 189. And quickly a takedown by Muskie. Didn't waste any time. 9 seconds in, gets the takedown. And now they're off the mat with Muskie up 3-0. Claybo still trailing 4-3. Minute 25 to go, second period in his match over there on the far side. As he takes on Glass from Bismarck High. Muskie leading 3-0 here against Slettendahl. Muskie holding on to the wrist. Oop, almost fell down there. Now he drives that head into the shoulder blade. There's a takedown and near fall points for Tyson, and now a reversal at 10-6 as Tyson got the takedown and then got 4 near fall points to go up 10-4, and then Glass got a reversal, so it's 10-6. Claybo leading with 35 seconds to go, second period there. Here it's still 3-0. Ryer Muskie leading as we approach 1 minute to go in the first period. Semifinals at 189. Mat number 1. And on the far mat, on mat 3, is the consolation bracket. Claybo leading now 10-6. Final seconds ticking off there of the second period. As Tyson tries to move on, there's a 2-point reversal here for Slettendahl. So Slettendahl down 3-2 as he got the reversal on Muskie with 30 seconds to go in that first period. Slettendahl getting a little high as Muskie got on his, trying to sit out. Now they're off the mat. Starting the third period, Claybo leading Glass 10-6 as they start the third period. Down here, 25 seconds to go. Muskie quickly up and gets the throw, gets a reversal. And he's going to get near fall points to boot. 5-2. Boy, he sat out, got that reversal in a hurry as he started out here. Final 10 seconds of the period. And he gets the pin. Muskie with 10 seconds to go in the first period. So gets the fall in 150. And puts his hands on his hips, looks up at the family, and a little bit of grin on his face. But so Ryer Muskie picks up the win, and he will move on into the championship at 189. Over at the Claybo match, 1:10 to go in that third period. Claybo leading 10-9. Glass just got a takedown, and now he's going to get near fall points, and he'll take the lead as it's a 10-9 advantage right now for Glass. Now he hooks up the half Nelson. Glass pressing on that chest. Now he's got him down and gets the pin. 50 seconds to go, trailing 10-9. Glass gets the fall, and he will defeat Tyson Claybo. Claybo now 2-2 in the tournament, and Tyson here at 160 pounds, he will move on and wrestle for 7th place. So he will be in the 7th and 8th place match in the placing rounds there for Claybo. We already have Colton Griebel. He has reached the championship. Ryer Muskie, he has reached the championship. Jaden Sir at 145 pounds. He is going to be wrestling Greenlee from Lisbon. That's Griffin Greenlee, the junior out of Lisbon, in the 7th and 8th place match. At 145. So now we await Owen Hunt. He will be the last highliner in this round. He'll be wrestling in the championship semifinals. And let's see if they've got him placed on a mat yet. And looks like he's going to be on mat number 1. He is on deck on mat 1. That's where we will see Owen Hunt in his next match. I'll double check that. Let's see here. Yep, he is on deck on mat 1. So Owen is next up. The young freshman has had a very impressive tournament so far. In his first 2 wins, he was seated at number 7. They defeated Joey Brueggemann from Thief River Falls by fall at 114. And then the impressive victory against Amari Williams, the number 2 seed and number 3 ranked wrestler in the state, and pinned him in 4:43 early on in the third period. Came up with the fall there. Now he's going to face Egerberg, Easton Egerberg of Bismarck, who's 13-4, the senior. He is ranked 5th in the state at heavyweight. And that'll be the next match. Again, that's coming up next. They are on deck on mat 1 in the championship semifinals for 285. And we'll have that match for you when we come back, and we'll also get you caught up on the team scores. We'll do that when we return. This is coverage of the 2024 Valley City Highliner Holiday Tournament on the Highliner Activity Network. Paul McDonald back with you here at the Highliner Activity Center. We are waiting for Owen Hunt to take the mat here. He's going to be on mat number 1. And he will be following this match, which right now is the final minute of the third period, and a close one that it is. It is at 215 pounds. It's Minot's Lincoln Brooks against Harper Schultz of Fargo North. Lincoln is number 5 at 215. Harper's number 6 at 215. And they're in the third period right now, and it is a 5-3 lead for Lincoln Brooks. Final half minute of that third period in that match. And then we'll have Owen Hunt. He will take the mat against Easton Egerberg of Bismarck in the championship semis. Owen, who's had a very good tournament so far, finished no worse than third. He has already pinned the number 3 ranked heavyweight in the state, in Amari Williams. And Williams, I think that loss really shook him, because then he went up against a teammate, Jaklovich, and lost to Jaklovich in the consolation round and move him down. He will wrestle for 5th place. So the Lincoln Brooks picks up the win, 5-3. Now Owen Hunt to the scores table and checks in. Here comes Easton Egberg from the Bismarck Demons. He is 13-4, the senior. Hunt 9-7, the freshman. As they go now here on mat number 1 in the semifinals. As they start off again right in the middle, as most heavyweights do, cheek to cheek, forehead to forehead. Egberg tried to throw there and unsuccessful. Still the twos trying to size each other up. Still locked up high. Neither wrestler doing much of anything. No scoring as of yet. Minute 15 to go, first period. Championship semifinals at heavyweight. Egberg, the senior. Hunt, the freshman. So he's got one signature win under his belt today, with that pin over Amari Williams. As he tried to shuck him to the side and not there. Now, again, working up high, neither one of them is the same official that had Amari Williams and Owen Hunt is doing this one. He's got that look on his face like, here we go again. A couple of heavyweights that just want to do an 8th grade dance. Well, trying the underhook there was Hunt. 18 seconds to go in the period. Someone needs to do a of course, it's different when you get to those upper weights. Oh, look out. Here comes Speedy Gonzalez. Liv Ford just went complete 360 around the mat to catch up with the official. And that is the end of the period with absolutely nothing to talk about. And deferring to the third period is Egberg. Hunt will take neutral. So they'll both start on their feet here. Again, wrapping up with the headlock. Again, working up high. And Hunt going through the throw, and he actually threw himself to the mat, and Egberg gets the takedown, takes a 3-0 lead. So Egberg with the takedown. Now he's going to just try to roll him on his back. He does. He's going to get near fall points and then some. As he walks him around, gets him on the shoulders are now level. He's got a 4 count. He's going to get 4 points for sure. Now he's going to try the front cradle again and back again on his back. He's got him, and there's the pin. With 48 seconds gone in the second period, it'll come at 2:48. Egberg picks up the pin. And Hunt now 2-1 for the tournament. Will move up and drop down. He'll now wrestle in the consolation semis, and he will wait to see who he will take on. It will either be Mansky from Cheyenne. That's Caden Mansky, a senior from Cheyenne, or Braden McConnell, the junior from Bismarck High. Those two are yet to be on the mat. The winner of that one will take on Owen Hunt. And so Owen will finish no worse than 6th place today. So now again our break before our next Highliner, which will be Chase Coughlin, coming up here at 121. As Chase will be taking on Butke from Levi Butke from Fergus Falls in the consolation semis. And Chase hit the board. He is now in the hole on mat 1. So it will be Chase Coughlin against Butke from Fergus Falls on mat number 1. Again, he is clinched, finishing no worse than 6th. A win, and he'll wrestle for 3rd. A loss, he'll wrestle for 5th. Will Chase at 121 pounds. So let's get back to the team numbers and see where we're at here in our team standings. Dilworth, Glenn, and Felton now has surged in front. They lead Cheyenne 169 to 167.5. Bismarck at 142. They're in 3rd place. Bismarck, if memory serves, won this tournament last year. Lisbon, again, they moved up to 4th. As I mentioned, it didn't take long for them to start racking up the points and moving up the standings. They are actually tied with Valley City for 4th place with 90.5. Grand Forks Central is 6th with 84.5. Thief River Falls 7th at 75. And Minot, they are 8th with 72.5 points. Breckenridge Wahpeton, they are 9th with 70. Fargo North, 68.5. 10th, Williston, 65. They're 11th. In 12th place, West Fargo, 55.5. 13th is Jamestown, 26. Fergus Falls is 14th with 22.5. And South is 15th with 15 points. So you're caught up on our team standings and all the Highliners. We still have Chase Coughlin, one more match before his placing match. And Owen Hunt will have one more before his placing match. We already know that Jaden Sewer will wrestle for 7th. Tyson Claybo will wrestle for 7th. Muskie and Grebo each will wrestle for the championship. And Hunt and Coughlin, they still have to see where they will wrestle after they have their next matches. And then when we get through our consolation round, we'll have our placing matches. And if memory serves, now that this is tipped strictly off memory, mat number 1 will be for the championships. Mat number 2 will be 3rd place. Mat 4 will be for the 5th place match, and mat 3 actually will be for 5th and 6th, and mat 4 will be for 7th and 8th. And again, as you're watching the tournament, and you have the 2 mats closest, and the way the mats are set up, upper left corner is mat number 4, upper right corner is mat 3, lower left corner is mat 2, and lower right corner is mat number 1. So Chase Coughlin will be coming up here on mat number 1. He is on deck, and we'll have his matchup in the consolation round at 121 pounds. When we return, this is coverage of the Highliner Holiday Wrestling Tournament here on the Highliner Activity Network, being brought to you again in part today by Moore Engineering and by Farmers Union Insurance. And Moore Engineering has remained committed to its mission of improving lives by building strong communities since its founding back in 1960. Alongside our public and private partners, and proudly served hundreds of communities across the region. Moore's world-class team of engineers, scientists, and specialists has successfully completed thousands of projects supporting the civil, environmental, transportation, and water infrastructure that we all rely on. Again, a big thank you to Farmers Union Insurance and Moore Engineering for sponsoring today's wrestling tournament. And also want to thank the folks yesterday, Beck Communication and Bank Forward. They sponsored the coverage of the girls tournament yesterday, and Farmers Union and Moore Engineering covering the boys here today. We'll be back with Chase Coughlin's match in the consolation semis when we return. This is coverage of the 2024 Valley City Highliner Holiday Wrestling Tournament on the Highliner Activity Network. Well, Chase Coughlin now is on the mat here at the 121 pounds. Again, the winner of this matchup with Butke of Fergus Falls and Chase will wrestle for third. The loser will be wrestling for fifth. There's a trip by Butke, gets Chase down and gets a 3-point takedown. Coughlin got off to a good 2-0 start today with a pin over Heath Heibel in 38 seconds, and then a tech fall over Cooper Munson with 2 seconds to go in that match, winning 16-1. But then lost to Gabriel Flores III of Grand Forks Central in 3:59 by fall. And now here, Butke out of Fergus Falls. He opened up the tournament with the win in his first match. As Butke defeated David Carrizales of Jamestown by fall in 116, and then lost to Taven Blackaby of Minot by 7-4 decision. And then he took on Heupel and defeated Heupel by tech fall 17-0 in 153, and then a victory over Bouchait. Matthew Bouchait of Fargo South. He won that one by fall in 129. So right now, still that takedown. He's still in control, leading 3-0. 34 seconds as the clock ticks down here in the opening period. Between Coughlin and Butke out of Fergus Falls. Fergus Falls not ranked in Minnesota in AA. Butke also, they didn't have any ranked wrestlers with them today. Final seconds ticking off here in this first period. And that will do it for period number one, with Butke leading 3-0. And it's going to be Chase's choice. He'll defer. Butke will choose neutral. So we start the second period, both on their feet. Oh, they're waiting for the scoreboard to get ready to go. There we go. 2 minutes on the clock. And we're off for the second period. Right now, advantage to Butke at 3-0. They lock up high. And Coughlin tried to go for the throw and then shot in. And Butke sprawls out of the way. Now they're going to look out as they're way off the mat. Almost go plowing into the table. Brandon Larson standing there. They almost plowed into him, though I think he would have still won that battle. 20 seconds gone here in the period. The two working at the center, right on the VC, top part of the VC, and the center of the mat. Butke holding on to that 3-0 lead. After this match, we'll have Owen Hunt in his consolation semi, along with... Actually, he will be the next Highlander to wrestle. He'll be in a consolation bracket to see if he get which placing he will go for. Third or fifth. Trying to hook up that front cradle as Butke as he's got a hold of the head. Now looking to grab behind the knee. No, not there. Still in front of Coughlin. And he goes off on the ankle pick. Pulls that up. Still no control. Still 3-0. Butke leading. 37 seconds to go in the second period. And now both are called for stalemate. So they get back to the center. Both on their feet. The final 30 seconds here of the period. Shooting in on the double leg is Coughlin, and then almost rolled himself into trouble again. Boy, you shoot in on that double leg, and his momentum just took him right to the mat. Butke still has control, though no takedown has been awarded for either wrestler. 7 seconds to go. Chase can get his head out from where it's at. Now he's belly flat, and that's going to be the end of the period. It'll be Chase's choice here to start the period. He's going to chase up. So Chase will decide up. Butke will be ready to go in the referee's position. And here we go for the third period. Butke with that early takedown, and those been on the only points scored. He leads 3-0. Now they're both on their feet, but still Coughlin has control. He's got the headlock. And now they're going to give the escape to Butke, makes it 4-0. Butke leading. Now they back apart. Shooting in again goes Coughlin and gets a takedown and trying to get up onto Butke, still nothing. And they are just on the edge of the mat. Butke now is going to get the takedown and takes a 7-0 lead. Coughlin again got out of position, and Butke took advantage and now leads 7-0. So Chase here in the final minute 15 of the period needs to find himself a reversal and get some near fall points and or an escape, takedown, and near fall points. That would probably be the better route. He needs like an 8-point move right now. That would be an escape, takedown, and 4 near fall points. I like the new point system. As we approach 1 minute remaining, Butke holding on to that 7-0 lead. 1 minute exactly to go here in the third period. The winner will wrestle for third, and the loser will move up and wrestle for fifth place. .44 seconds to go. Again, Owen Hunt will be the last Highliner to wrestle here, as he has to, of course, he's got to go 45 minutes between matches before he can go back out for his consolation matchup. I think it's 45 minutes or something like that. See on the near side, final seconds ticking off. 14 seconds to go in the period. Butke's going to win this one, unless Coughlin can do something miraculous in 5 seconds, which he won't, and that is going to do it. So Butke will move on as he wins here, 7-0 the final. So Chase Coughlin now 2-2 in the tournament, and he will wrestle for fifth place at 121 pounds. So that will do it with the consolation round. Again, still waiting for Owen Hunt. Still has some time before he will be able to get back out on the mat in his consolation matchup at heavyweight, as Hunt will match up against West Fargo Cheyenne's Caden Mansky. Mansky at 10-7, the senior. Hunt now 9-8, the freshman. Those two will be wrestling, with the winner wrestling for third, and the loser will go up into the fifth place match. So as we do with each match done, again, getting caught up on the numbers. Again, West Fargo Cheyenne still holding lead at 172.5. Dilworth Lindenfelton second with 169. Bismarck High at 149. Lisbon now has broken away from Valley City, and they're alone in fourth place with 96.5 points. The Highliners at 90.5. They are fifth. Then Grand Forks Central 84.5. Minot 79.5. And Breckenridge Wahpeton at 79. Those are your top 8 teams. Thief River Falls, Williston, Fargo North, West Fargo, Jamestown, Fergus Falls, and Fargo South, rounding out the bottom half of the team scores. So we'll step aside as we wait for Owen Hunt to get back onto the mat. And again, it might be a little bit because of the time needed between his last match and his next one. There is a rule as far as the amount of minutes that they have to wait. So we will be waiting for Owen Hunt to get back on the mat, and that'll be the next wrestler for Valley City. We'll step aside This is coverage of the 2024 Valley City Highliner Holiday Wrestling Tournament on the Highliner Activity Network. Bob McDonald with you along with Ray Nelson. Had to take a little bit of a break there to kind of figure out where things are at as far as our wrestlers. And Owen Hunt, again, he's got to wait about 45 minutes after the conclusion of his last match before he can go again. And so he still has that consolation semifinal match left to go. So here's what we're looking at. Next up, Tyson Clabo. He's going to have his 7th and 8th place match coming up. He is the next Highliner, and he is right now in the hole for mat 1, and then he'll be wrestling for 7th and 8th place. So again, they're not doing specific mats for specific placing. They're just going to go first mat available is how they're doing it. And so Tyson Clabo will be wrestling on mat number 1 in the 7th and 8th place match at 160 pounds. Tyson will be taking on Almaris from Jamestown. Mac Almaris Sorry about that. I had to take care of some Lions business there with little Judy Karch. Of course, we do popcorn here and just getting an update on how things have gone. Let's get back to what we're talking about. Again, Tyson Clabo, he'll be wrestling here in the 7th and 8th place match against Mac Almaris. The senior from Jamestown is 2-2. And Clabo, the sophomore, he is 5-11. And that will be the next match here for the Highliners. He is on deck, or actually in the hole. So it's the match that's going on right now that's in the closing seconds of the third period. And then another match, and then Tyson Clabo will be wrestling for 7th and 8th place. Again, Owen Hunt still has to wait, I'm thinking, about another 15, 20 minutes or so before he would be able to go back onto the mat and wrestle again in the next round. Because of that, you need to wait 45 minutes after the conclusion of your match before you can wrestle again. You can't just turn around and do it when you're ready to go. So they have to go about 45 minutes. And so I asked Rob Hunt, not only dad but athletic director, and he said, "Yep, 45 minutes, or at the end of this round." So Owen will have to wait before he can get back out there and in the Constellation semifinals. We got Tyson Clabo coming up here. So again, just checking out on how the Highliners have fared today in this holiday wrestling tournament. And then we'll also let you know what's coming up for Valley City in future matches. But Chase Coughlin, he is 2-2 so far in the day at 121 pounds. So Chase will be wrestling in the 5th and 6th place match. And he'll be wrestling against Engelstead of Thief River Falls. That's James Engelstead of Thief River. James, a junior, 3-4. Got a bye in the first round. And then he lost to Gabriel Flores III in the quarters and had to go back up top of the bracket and picked up a victory against Cooper Munson from Cheyenne. And then he lost to Taven Blackaby of Minot, and that got him here in this 5th place match against Chase Coughlin. Chase won his first 2 matches as he came up with a pin against Heath Heupel. in the opening round. Then in the quarters, defeated Cooper Munson and then lost to Flores III by fall. And then moved down here to the consolation round and then lost to Budke of Fergus Falls. So now Chase will be wrestling for 7th and 8th place here with a record of 2-2 on the day. Quincy Corbin at 139 lost both of his matches, so he is done for the day. Also 139 pounds, Colton Griebel, the number 2 seed in the tournament. He'll take on the top seed, Jacob Lubke of Dilworth Glen and Felton. Lubke got a bye in the opening round and then defeated Ian Jacobson of Thief River by fall in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And then was a winner over Kellen Larson of Williston by major decision, 12-1. And that got him to the championship. Colton, he defeated Lucas Weber of Grand Forks Central by fall in 40 seconds. Then defeated Parker Thorson of West Fargo by fall in 54 seconds. And then winning over Brennan Copenhaver of Williston by tech fall, 17-0 at 3:22. So he'll be taking on Lubke, and Lubke from Dilworth Glen and Felton is ranked number 7 at 133 pounds. So he is wrestling up a weight. So he is at 133. He's ranked number 7 in the state of Minnesota in Class AA. Jaden Sewer at 145 pounds, 2-2 on the day. And he is going to be wrestling for 7th and 8th place. And he will take on Griffin Greenlee of Lisbon. And actually, Sewer won that one. There's a medical forfeit. I just looked at the updated bracket. So Jaden Sewer is going to get 7th place as he wins that 7th and 8th place match by medical forfeit. So Jaden Sewer will finish the day at 3-2, and he wins by medical forfeit and will take 7th place at 145. At 152, Cruz Kappelman went 1-2 today, and his tournament is done. Tyson Claybo, he went 2-2 at 160, or is 2-2 at 160 pounds. So he is scheduled to wrestle for 7th place, and he will take on, as we mentioned, Almaris. That's who we're waiting for. He will be next up here on mat number 1. Tyson Claybo, they are actually going to be coming up here after this particular match is done, which right now, after one period, is a 7-0 advantage. And so Tyson Claybo will be wrestling here next on mat 1, and he will take on Almaris from Jamestown. That's Mac Almaris from Jamestown. Oh, I said Jason. Sorry, I'm thinking of Kindred. But Mac Almaris from Jamestown and Claybo, they'll be coming up here shortly on mat number 1 in that 7th and 8th place match at 160. 172, Leighton Hendrickson went 0-2 today, and his tournament ended. And Jack Liebrud was 1-2 today, and his tournament is done. At 189 pounds, Ryer Muskie at 3-0 for the day. He will be wrestling for the championship, and he will take on Casey Mushevsky of Dilworth Glen and Felton, who had a bye in the opening round, and then defeated Brody Papineau from Bismarck High by tech fall, 17-2 in the quarterfinals, and then defeated Colton Adams of Williston by fall in 152 to get to the championship. And Mushevsky, he is ranked number 6 in Class AA in Minnesota at 189, taking on the third-ranked Class A wrestler in North Dakota at 189 in Ryer Muskie. Dylan Hunt went 1-2 today, so his tournament is over. And Owen Hunt, 2-1, and where again he's got to wait a little bit longer before he gets a chance to go out and wrestle in his next consolation match, which, as I look down to the mat, here comes Tyson Claybo in the 7th and 8th place match. So Tyson Claybo here at 160 as he is taking on Mac Almaris at 160 pounds out of Jamestown in his 7th and 8th place match. Almaris quickly shooting in for the double leg. Claybo, those long legs. And now Almaris gets him on his haunches, and Almaris takes control and gets a 3-point takedown. 20 seconds in, Almaris leads 3-0. Claybo gets up. Almaris still on his control. Now he's trying to set up the half Nelson. A little bit too high for that. He breaks him down. Now he gets him on the mat. And again, trying to set up the half. And potentially dangerous call, whistle. All Mares called for the potentially dangerous. They get in the referee's position and start. Minute 14 to go, first period. All Mares leading at 3-1 as a penalty point was awarded for that potentially dangerous call on All Mares. All Mares still holding control as Claybo had hold of the leg. Now let's go. All Mares trying to work behind. Again, trying to set up that half Nelson. He is in love with that half Nelson right now. And in neither times as he tried to hook it up was it really there for him. Now he's got the chicken wing. Now he lets that one go. Claybo making it difficult for him to really find the right combination. Now Claybo gets to his feet and throws his hands away, gets the escape. Now 3-2. Tyson trailing, shoots in from the double leg, and Claybo couldn't keep the double leg as All Mares did a nice job to sprawl out of it. 9 seconds to go in the period. Claybo now back behind. He'll get the takedown and 3 points and take a 5-3 lead. Final seconds tick off here in the period number 1, and there's the end of period number 1. As Claybo with that late takedown takes a 5-3 lead. It'll be All Mares' choice. He'll say up. So we start the second period. Mac All Mares and Tyson Claybo. With Claybo leading 5-3. 5 unanswered points here for Claybo. A penalty point, an escape, and then a takedown. All Mares was drawing the underhook and was looking at a throw. Now goes in for the single leg. And he gets Claybo down, but now Claybo's got the cradle hooked up, and Claybo's got the takedown to go up 8-3, and he's getting near fall points and the pin. So Tyson Claybo, with a minute and a half to go, at 2:30 will come up and pick up the pin, and Claybo will get 7th place at 160 pounds and goes 3-2 in the tournament. So good job there by Tyson Claybo. He now improves to 6-11. And he will take 7th place at 160 pounds. So now for the Highliners. Again, Owen Hunt would be next up. And I want to say that Owen still has about 5 minutes or so left to wait. I was trying to go back on the highlights to see if I knew exactly when he did finish. But I think he still has some time to wait before his 45 minutes is up. And he is not yet on the board. So we await. A nice pickup there and a big pin for Tyson Claybo. And we'll take a look at the team standings here, as the Highliners pick up 6 big points. And see if they go back and tie Lisbon again for 4th. They were 6 points apart. There we go. The computer. I don't think my laptop has spent this much time on before. So with that pin by Claybo, they do retie Lisbon with 96.5 points. Cheyenne still leading at 181.5. Dilworth and Felton second with 169. Bismarck is third at 149. Then Grand Forks Central 97.5. Lisbon and Valley City at 96.5. So really only 1 point separating 4th place and 6th place. Minot not too far back there at 93. And then Thief River Falls, they're in 8th place. And they have 89.5 points and are currently in 8th place. Now Owen Hunt has hit the big board, so now we know Owen is in the hole. He'll be on mat number 4 in the far corner. So that'll be his next match, and that will be coming up here in just a few. Now this is his consolation semi, if you will, to find out which match, if he will be wrestling for 3rd or wrestling for 5th. And again, he had to wait a while before he could wrestle. And so we know now that he will be in the hole over on mat number 4. And then when Owen, after that is done, we're going to be getting into we're already starting the placing matches for a lot of the weight classes. Obviously the championships they're going to try to hold till the end, get through the consolation round first. So we're going to step aside as again Owen Hunt right now is, well, he's still on the board. He'll be on mat number 4. He is in the hole for mat number 4. So maybe about 10 minutes away, and we'll have Owen Hunt on the mat in about 10 minutes before he will go and see which placing match he will be in as he has the consolation semifinal coming up. We'll return with more coverage, live coverage of the 2024 Highliner Holiday Wrestling Tournament here on the Highliner Activity Network, and being brought to you today by Farmers Union Insurance and by Moore Engineering.
after we finish this round of consolation semifinals and some seventh place placing matches in there, we're not going to take a break, but we're going to roll right into finals and third, fourth, and fifth, and sixth.
Bob McDonald back with you here at the Highline Activity Center, along with Ray Nelson, camera operator, technical director. Been here all day as well. 2 days in a row. We have had full days of wrestling, and we're getting close. They just made the announcement that probably about the biggest cheer of the day, that after this round is done and they have the placing rounds, they are not going to take a break before they get into the finals. And that brought a good cheer. So here we go on mat number 4. Owen Hunt will be going here in his 7th and 8th place match. Or actually, this is still his consolation semis, taking on Mansky, Caden Mansky from Cheyenne. He's a senior coming in 10-7 on the season. Mansky is not a ranked wrestler. Hunt 1-1 against ranked wrestlers today. So here we go. Owen 9-8. The freshman. The winner will wrestle for 3rd, and the loser will wrestle for 5th in the placing round. And they work in the center of the mat. Hunt in the dark blue with the BC on the back. Mansky from Cheyenne. There's a 3-point takedown for Owen as he gets back around and takes the 3-0 lead. About a minute gone here in period number 1. Hunt leading at 3-0. As we have all 4 mats. 3 mats have heavyweights and 1 mat with the 215-pounders as they're getting into their final round of consolation. And then they'll go right into the finals, 5th and 6th, 3rd and 4th, and championship. So Owen Hunt, final half minute, first period, leading 3-0. Mansky hasn't done much down below. Mansky, he opened up with a victory over Liam Neff of Minot by decision 10-5. Then lost to Lennox Charlie of Fargo North by a 4-1 decision. Took on Risbrud of Minot in the next round. Cale Risbrud won that one by fall in 1:15. And then was the winner over McConnell. That was Braden McConnell of Bismarck. He won that one by fall in 49 seconds. To get to this match with Owen Hunt. Owen will take neutral as they start the second period. Owen leading it 3-0. Again, Hunt opened up with a victory over Joey Brueggemann from Thief River Falls by fall in 1:14. And then the impressive win over third-ranked Amari Williams by fall at 4:43 in the quarterfinals. But then a tough loss to Easton Eggberg lost by fall in 2:48. Eggberg, the number 5 ranked wrestler in the state. And that moved Hunt down to this match here with Mansky. Second period. Half minute gone. Still Hunt leading it 3-0. Owen looked like he was going to try to go for a throw there. Now they stay up top. Tried to shoot in. Nothing there. Hunt locks up with the headlock. And the two wrestlers working up top. I think it's the same official has gotten Owen for a third straight time. And it's been one of the, he is again, now he's just walking around, rolling his neck. Nothing's going on in the middle part of the mat. He's like, how do I get stuck with the unless he's the heavyweight referee? Oh, they're in Mansky quickly with the takedown. Now the official has to get into action. We're tied 3-3. Mansky with 30 seconds to go in the period. Tied it at 3. Now he's going to get near fall points. Final 24 seconds of the period. And he is going to get at least 4 near fall. Now he's going to arch him back after Owen got on his stomach. He got him back over on his back, and there's the pin. So Owen will lose this one in 3:45. And so he will take that 2-2 record, and he will wrestle for 5th place against a loser of Lennox Charlie and Don Concha from Williston. That will be the next round, or the winner of that match, or the loser of that match, will take on Owen Hunt for 5th place. So now we're going to have a lull here as the mats are going to get cleared. Some of the matches have already concluded. Let's take a look at some of the other weight classes, ones that we did not have Highliners in. We've kind of neglected a little bit. So let's get you caught up on how the entire tournament is going here, since now we have a break in the action at 107 pounds. In the 7th place match, that one is concluded as Micah Fromke from Lisbon, he took 7th place, won by fall in 1 minute and 9 seconds. And he defeated Lincoln Hoagland of Grand Forks Central. So they are going 5th, 6th, 3rd, and they're going to start with each weight class now at 107 with the 5th and 6th, 3rd and 4th, and championship matches. So they utilize 3 of the mats. Mat 1 will be the championship. Mat 2 will be for 3rd and 4th. So again, in that 3rd place match here, Knox Bolte of Breckenridge Wahpeton will take on Arthur Arahu. Oh, there's another one from Bismarck. He's just a 7th grader. We got another one to deal with. He will wrestle for 3rd place. And in the championship, top seed Griffin McGee of Cheyenne will take on Ivan Jolly of Williston in the championship at 107. Then they move up to 114. 7th place there went to Jensen of Breckenridge Wahpeton. Xander Jensen of Breckenridge Wahpeton. He won by fall over Cyrus Mueller of Grand Forks Central. Now in the 5th place match, Nias Lyons of Lisbon will take on Beckham Dick of Fargo South in the 5th place match. And in the 3rd place match, Jacob Schmitz from Dilworth Linden Felton is going to take on Cole Anderson from Jamestown. In the championship, Caleb Kozin from Dilworth Linden Felton. He is a top seed in the tournament. He will take on the number 2 seed, Grady Olafson of Cheyenne, in the championship at 114. So now 121 pounds. At 121, that's where Chase Coughlin will be wrestling for 5th place. But in the 4th place match, Cooper Munson from Cheyenne won by a major decision over Matthew Bashite of Fargo South, 14-3. And now in the 5th place match, Chase will be taking on James Engelstead of Thief River Falls in the 5th place match. In the 3rd place match, Taven Blackaby of Minot has a rematch with Levi Butke. Or not a rematch, pardon me. I thought they had wrestled before, but they did not. But Levi Butke and Blackaby of Minot, Butke of Fergus Falls, they will wrestle in the 3rd place match at 121. In the championship, Sam Schmitz of DGF will take on Gabriel Flores, number 1 and number 2 seed. Flores the 3rd out of Central. They will wrestle for the championship at 121. So Chase Coughlin now is in the hole on mat number 3. And he will be in that 5th place match. So mat 3, which as you look at your screen is the upper right. Mat number 4 in the upper left, that is not being used anymore. That is now just for practice and play. But mat number 3 in the upper right corner, that'll be for the 5th and 6th place match. And down below in the lower right corner, mat number 2 will be for 3rd and 4th. And mat number 1 will be for the championship. Right now they're at 114 pounds. The 107th pound matchup. I'm sorry I giggle. I just love watching Liv Ford running around trying to keep up with the official because she's got the noodle and is the timer. So when it hits 0, she gets to hit him with that styrofoam noodle, and watching her run around the mat is kind of comical, but I love it. So Chase Coughlin will be on mat number 3, and he is in the hole. So there's still a couple of the current match that's going on right now and then another one before he will get out on mat number 3. In the 5th and 6th place match, Colton Griebel, 139. He'll be on mat number 1. Jaden Sewer, again, he won 7th place as Griffin Greenlee had a medical forfeit. So Jaden Sewer will take 7th place in the tournament. Tyson Claybo, he won the 7th place match. Ryer Muskie, he'll be on mat number 1 in the championship. And Owen Hunt, he will be wrestling for 5th place. He will be also on mat number 3. So Coughlin, Griebel, Sir, Claybo, Muskie, and Owen Hunt. The Highlanders will have 6 wrestlers that will place today out of the 11 that they brought with. And so they'll have 6 place winners today in this tournament, and they're going to probably finish in the top 5. It'd be great to get a couple of championships with Muskie and Hunt. And just taking a look at who is coming up in that matchup for the championship. Casey Mashevsky for DGF, 9-3 on the year. He is a senior, and he is ranked number 6 in AA at 189 in Minnesota. And again, Ryer, with a record of 13-2, is ranked number 3 at 189 in North Dakota. And then at 139 pounds, top seed, Jacob Lubke of DGF. Lubke, he is ranked number 7 at 133, so he's wrestling one weight class. So he's number 7 in Minnesota in Double A at 133. Of course, Griebel at 15-0 is ranked number 2 in Class A in North Dakota. I have the DGF contingent too down in front of me here, so this it might get interesting in those championships because a couple of Highliners are wrestling a couple of Rebels, and I got the DGF group right in front of me. So I don't know, I have to be partial, but it's going to be hard to do, trust me. So now we're waiting for the 121-pound championship. And in that championship will be Sam Schmitz from DGF taking on Gabriel Flores of Grand Forks Central. And Schmitz is not ranked in the state of Minnesota at 121. And again, Flores is ranked number 6 in North Dakota at 121. So they are wrestling right now on mat number 1 in the 121-pound championship. 114-pound 5th and 6th place match now on mat 3. So Chase Coughlin now is on deck. That 5th and 6th place match has Nias Lyons from Lisbon taking on Beckham Dick of Fargo South in the 5th and 6th place match. So DGF with a number of wrestlers now wrestling for the championship. Moving up in the numbers. They are second with 175 points. Cheyenne now with 199.5 still in first. Bismarck is third at 161. Grand Forks Central with 100.5 tied with Valley City for fourth. Then Lisbon at 96.5 is next. And the Highliners, of course, still have a handful of wrestlers yet to go in their placing matches and still pick up a few more points.
Wrestlers, as you finish your matches, please head over to the awards area.
The matchup coming up here for Valley City at 121 pounds. Chase Coughlin in the 5th and 6th place match.
107-pounders can head to the award area, and the 114 weight class as well.
Now they're doing the award ceremony too down to our left. So this tournament always well run. And their whole goal was to try to get fans and teams, especially those like Williston, they had a ways to go, have them out of here at a decent time. Of course, already starts getting dark at about 4:30, 4:45. So they'll still be driving in the dark, but not too bad as they will be heading home here. So now Chase Coughlin now is on the mat. He's going to be getting on the mat here. The 121-pound 5th place match. So Chase Coughlin just got called. Here he goes to the scores table. Again, taking on James Engelstead. Engelstead, a junior from Thief River Falls. He is 3-4 on the year. And Coughlin, the freshman, he is 10-7. They shake hands. And the 5th and 6th place match now on mat 3 with Chase Coughlin and James Engelstead. And then we'll have Colton Griebel next at 139. Chase shoots in for the single. Coughlin has that, holds on to it. On the single leg, gets the takedown, and he gets 3 points. Coughlin takes a 3-0 lead. Tried to bury that head into the armpit, and now he lets Engelstead up. It's 3-1, Coughlin leading. Minute 25 to go. Shoots in again for the single, and they're off the mat. Ran out of room. So they'll go back to the middle. Chase right away off the whistle, shoots for the double, and gets a takedown. Coughlin up 6-1. Minute 15 to go here in the first period. 121 pounds, 5th and 6th place match. Engelstead turns, faces, now gets his back again as he's trying to run away. Now gets the hands off, and he'll get the escape, makes it a 6-2. Coughlin looking a little bit more aggressive here than he did earlier. I think he was a little upset with his performance in that Constellation semifinal. So he is looking a little bit more aggressively here in this 5th and 6th place match. Shoots in for the double. Ends up turning into a single. Engelstead pushing down on the head. Chase leading 6-2. 30 seconds to go, first period. And then Coughlin rolled into it and almost rolled himself down. Now he'll take control, 9-2, gets the takedown. Or that was a reversal. Actually, it was a 6-5 as they gave takedown for Engelstead, and that was a reversal by Coughlin, so he's now up 8-5. Final seconds of the first period with Coughlin leading 8-5. Trying to hook up the chicken wing, but we'll run out of time. That's the end of the first period. So Chase defers. Engelstead takes down. As we start the second period, 5th and 5th place match at 121 pounds. Chase Coughlin leading at 8-5. So Coughlin off the whistle. Rolls around on the half, and he's got him back, and he's going to get near fall points. Coughlin, he's going to get 4 near fall here, and there's the pin. So he comes back after what he felt was a disappointing consolation semifinal, and he comes back and picks up the pin in 2:23. And Chase Coughlin, he is going to finish 5th at 121 pounds for the Highliners. So far in the placing round matches, the Highliners are 3-0. Jaden Sir in 7th place match, won by forfeit. Tyson Clabo, he won his 7th place match at 160. And now Chase Coughlin winning at 5th place match. So we will be awaiting Colton Grebo. He'll be on mat number 1 in the 139-pound championship. And also coming up, Ryer Muskie will be wrestling for the championship at 189. And Owen Hunt will be wrestling for 5th and 6th place at heavyweight. Those matches are coming up. The championships and 5th place matches, they are on adjoining mats on 3 and 1. So we'll be back with Colton Grebo's championship match at 139. And this is coverage of the 2024 Valley City Highliner Holiday Tournament, being brought to you by Farmers Union Insurance and Moore Engineering.
121-pound top 6 place winners, please report to the awards area. Pound place winners need to be at the awards area. 121-pound placers, top 6.
As we approach Colton Griebel's match, the championship at 133 going on right now on mat 1. So they are through 127 pounds. Cheyenne leading 201.5 points. Dilworth Glendenfelt in second at 175. Bismarck is third at 167. Grand Forks is fourth at 105.5. Valley City is fifth at 104.5. Then Minot is sixth at 101. Lisbon is seventh at 96.5. Williston is 8th at 95. Breckenridge Wahpeton, they are 9th at 91 points. Thief River Falls is 10th at 89.5. Fargo North is 11th at 74.5. West Fargo is 12th at 65.5. Jamestown is 13th at 42. Fergus Falls is 14th at 27.5. And with 19 points, Fargo South is in 15th place. So that's an update through 127 pounds. The 133 pounders are on the mats right now. Again, the third place match is going on mat 2. Championship is on mat 1. And 5th and 6th is going on over on mat number 3. Highliners, Chase Coughlin, he finished 5th today. And Jaden Sewer finished 7th. Tyson Klebo finished 7th. So those three are done for the day. And three of those the 3 place winners. We still have 2 championship matches and Owen Hunt left to go. So the Highlanders are going to have 6 wrestlers that placed here this afternoon out of the 11 that wrestled for Valley City. And that is why they have had an impressive showing with 104.5 points and currently in 5th place with still the 2 championships and a 5th and 6th place match left to go. And, of course, Owen Hunt's match at heavyweight, that'll be the final match of the day, as they'll have the 285s. The heavyweights will all be going at the same time, more than likely, and that will wrap up the day. And when all the wrestling is done and everything is tabulated, we'll give you our final totals and wrap things up here today. And again, another well-run tournament by Coach Trevor Hansen and the Highliners. Yesterday, and the girls had a great day as well, with the Highliner girls taking 4th. And then the boys here today, looks like they are going to probably be 4th or 5th As Minot, I don't think Minot has anybody that it'll be higher up. And so it looks like the Highlanders will stay fourth. And again, they're only a point behind Grand Forks Central. And you look at for Valley City, as far as they against Grand Forks Central. So DGF, one thing, DGF, they still have 2 of those championships coming up here. And they are right now in second place as West Fargo Cheyenne, the number 2 ranked team in the state of North Dakota in Class A. They're starting to run away with it here, and looks like they will be the tournament champions here this afternoon. But you look at Grand Forks Central, they don't have any wrestlers going at 139 as far as what's left, the 3 matches left at 139. As you look at the way down, they think Grand Forks Central has got most of their wrestlers are done. So the Highliners, with a good showing here in their 3 matches left, could find themselves finishing in 4th place here today. They won't get any higher than 4th. And just about ready to go. 133, just wrapped up with a pin. So here comes Colton Griebel running across the mat. And Colton checks in at the table. So Colton Griebel will take on Jacob Lubke here from Dilworth Glennon Felton in the championship at 139. Jacob 10-2. He is a junior and ranked number 7 at 133 in Minnesota. Colton, he is undefeated at 16-0. The senior ranked number 2 at 139 in North Dakota. Trying to shoot in for the Firemen's, wasn't there. Shooting in on the double was Colton, wasn't there. Lubke trying to shuck him to the side. A little bit more aggressive here. Lubke grabs in on the single leg. I think these are new championship singlets with the railroad tracks that I see Colton wearing. I think the Highlanders have like 3 or 4 sets of singlets. And now his foot pushing down on Griebel. And Griebel holding onto that leg. Now a takedown for Lubke. He takes a 3-0 lead. Griebel gets up onto his base and the release. 3-1. Shoots in on the single. Griebel's got that leg underneath him. Awkward position. Takedown there for Lubke. He goes up 6-1. And now they're off the mat. Now the officials are going to get together. I think they're wondering about if there was any control. And they're going to say no neutral. Now the DGF coach is going to question that call by the official. The 2 officials, of course, when you're getting out of the championship, you've got 2 officials on the mat. And the 2 got together. And the lead official said no control. So they're neutral. So they take away the takedown. And it's still 3-1. Both starting up. So they take away the takedown by Jacob. 1:40 here in the first period. He leads, Jacob Lubke leading Colton Griebel 3-1. Aaron Larson and Coy Griebel on the coaches' chairs with DJ Hansen right behind him. Griebel 16-0 on the year. Here, number 2 ranked wrestler at 139 pounds. Final 10 seconds of the period. Since they bent back up in neutral, neither one has really been trying much of anything. And that is going to take care of period number 1. And it will be choice for Lubke. He will defer. And Colton immediately gets down. Again, with the thought process of getting that escape and then a takedown to take the lead. Quickly gets to his haunches, gets on his feet, and gets the escape. And then goes for the fireman. Now 3-2, Lubke leading. Who's trying the fireman? It wasn't there. Now they back up. Lupke shot down to a knee, ready to go after the legs. Nothing there. Now Griebel goes in for the single, grabs it, and he's got him down, and no control yet as he's got his head down by the belly, and now they're going to give 3 points to Griebel. He'll take the lead at 5-3. So Colton up 5-3, minute 20 to go here in the second period. And Griebel with the tilt, and he's going to get near fall points. At least 3, maybe 4. And they roll through that. Or is it only going to be 2 near fall? Whistle, 2 near fall for Colton. He goes up 7-3. And now caution on Colton. And on the elbow, the official making the word. There's the whistle. They start. 58 seconds go second period. Griebel up 7-3. And then rolling through. Lupke is going to get the reversal. Nothing yet. Nothing. No points awarded. Griebel still has hold of the leg. Here on the near side of the mat. Colton keeps control and breaks Lupke back down to his stomach. 35 seconds to go second period. Colton on top 7-3. Jacob Lupke got the first takedown and was up 3-0. Escape by Colton made it 3-1. Then Lupke looked like he got a takedown on the edge of the mat and made it 6-1. They put the points on the board, and then after the period was over, they conferred and they took the points off the board, and no control was awarded. As you can, that made it make it back to 3-1, and Griebel's got the last, again, 6 points since then. Now Colton's going to get near fall points. He's going to get 4 near fall, so he's up 11-3. And Lupke is wrestling up a weight class as he is ranked number 7 in AA in Minnesota at 133. And it is his choice. For the start of the third period, he takes neutral. 11-3, Colton Griebel leading as we start the third period. Championship at 139 pounds. And then we'll have a little bit of a break before our next Highliner hits the mat, which will be Ryer Muskie in the championship at 189. We'll have quite a bit of a break. And the two spars shooting down. Lupke, nothing there. Underhook here by Griebel. Goes for the trip. Can't get him on the mat. And they stay locked up. Minute 22 to go in the period. Shooting it on the single. Lupke's got that ankle. And now pushes down on the head. Holding onto that ankle. Trying to set up almost like a standing cradle. Not there. They get off the mat. 1:05 remaining in the third period. Colton Griebel holding on to an 11-3 lead. Championship at 139. And Lupke was the number 1 seed in this weight class. And Griebel number 2 seed. Now the two locked up. Shooting in single there again. Up and grabbing hold. Lupke grabs the single leg. And look out, Colton. And they roll through that. Half minute to go in the third period. Griebel using that foot to try to push off and get a little leverage on the head of Lupke. Lupke's got a hold of one foot. Now let's go. Whistle. I think that's a stalemate. With 21 seconds to go. Oh, we got a blood timeout. Looks like there's blood on Lupke. So it is a nosebleed for Colton. He wipes it off. And now they come over, the officials, as they're going to take care of Lupke. He's the one that had some blood on him. So that's what they're doing right now, getting that blood off or taping it up, whatever the case may be. It's right below the cut of his singlet. Here we go. 21 seconds to go in the third period. Griebel leading 11-3. Lipke needs to get a quick takedown and a whole bunch of points here in the final 15 seconds. Griebel down to the knee. Lipke wanted to shoot in, not there. 6 seconds to go. Now they get still on the mat. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, and 1, and that'll do it. I think there was blood on the mat again, but it doesn't matter. End of the match, and Colton Griebel will win the championship as he wins it by a final of 11-3. So Colton now goes to 17-0 on the season. And Lipke will go to 10-3 on the year. So there's a championship at champion 130 for Colton Griebel for Valley City. And it is a 11-3 win, so I believe that it'll be a 5-point major, or a 4-point major decision for Colton at 139. As they check now, the 145-pound match for championship is going. And I think they just finished up the 139-pound weight class. Their third-place match and fifth place are over. So we'll give them a couple of minutes and get the scores tallied. We'll see where we're at after 139 pounds, as 145 is on the mat in the championship and fifth and sixth place, and 152 is going on over for the third-place match. Again, coverage of today's Highliner Holiday Wrestling Tournament brought to you today by Farmers Union Insurance. When you choose Farmers Union Insurance, you are backed by an insurance policy provider in North Dakota with over 70 years of experience in meeting the specific needs of North Dakotans. They offer reliable insurance policies to a wide range of consumers like homeowners, farmers and ranchers, contractors, small businesses, and more. Contact Brian Janisch and Tyler Van Bruggen in Valley City at 701-845-2314. So now we'll have a break as we have the 145-pounders on the mat. 152-pounders, they are wrestling in the third place match. And then we are off until we see Ryer Muskie in the championship at 189. So we are ways away before Ryer hits the mat. And we'll come back and get you caught up on the team scores through 139 pounds. This is coverage of the Highliner Holiday Wrestling Tournament on the Highliner Activity Network. Again, let's take a look at the team scores through 139. And, of course, they're going to be different now because 145 just about done. West Fargo Cheyenne just picked up another pin and another championship. But through 139 pounds, Cheyenne well in front at 207.5 points. Dilworth, Glenn, and Felton second at 175. But now Bismarck creeping up. They have 173. They're in second place. Valley City has moved into fourth place with 109.5. Grand Forks Central, they're fifth at 105.5. Minot is sixth at 103. Lisbon is seventh at 98.5. And Williston is eighth with 95 points. But again, those numbers will change as they just wrapped up at 145. As soon as the 145-pound fifth place match is done, we'll get you the team totals as of through 145 pounds. And so as soon as that's completed, right now that is in the second period, just finished the second period. The fifth place match at 145. So again, our next Highliner that'll be hitting the mat will be Ryer Muskie at 189 in the championship. So we still have this match and two more to go before Ryer will be hitting the mat in the championship at 189. And then Owen Hunt, he'll be wrestling for fifth and sixth place at 285, and that'll be the final match of the day. And then we'll be wrapping things up after the 285-pounders are done. We'll give them a chance to get all the scores tallied and then let you know what is how the teams placed. But it does look like West Fargo Cheyenne, if this was an election, I'm going to make the projection West Fargo Cheyenne is going to win the 2024 Highliner Holiday Wrestling Tournament. They're up by 32 points right now, and with a handful of weight classes yet to go. And right now, Cheyenne with another wrestler on the mat here at 152 in the championship at 152 pounds. Braden Halverson of Bismarck High is taking on Stetson Gisselback of Cheyenne. Braden is ranked number 2 in the state in Class A at 152, taking on Cheyenne's Gisselbeck, number 1. So that's 1 versus 2 in that 152-pound championship. And right now it is a 3-0 lead, Gisselbeck leading. And it's kind of interesting. He is the number 1 ranked wrestler, but was the number 2 seed. And Halverson, the number 2 ranked wrestler, is the number 1 seed. So I don't know. At least I'm assuming that's how they went. Top of the bracket was the number 1 seed. So they are wrestling right now with a 6-0 lead for Gisselbeck. Now 6-1. Final 90 seconds of the second period. That's the championship at 152. The just wrapped up the 5th and 6th place match at 145. And that will be an actual, I don't know if they'll give him, I think they'll give him a tech fall because 21-6 is the final. So that'll be a 5-point win there. So again, we'll give them a few minutes, get the points into the computer after the finals, or after the that wrap up, and then we'll get you the team scores as of 145 pounds. And they've got all of the scores in, so are looking at a look at the team scores after 145. Cheyenne now leading with 213.5 points. Dilworth, Glenn, and Felton second at 178.5. Bismarck is third at 173. Valley City fourth at 109.5. Central is fifth at 107.5. Then Minot sixth at 103. And Lisbon seventh at 98.5. And Williston is eighth with 95 points. That is through 145 pounds. But again, does look like West Fargo Cheyenne is going to be your champion here of the tournament, leading by 35 points over Dilworth, Glenn, and Felton. And they do have a wrestler again here at the championship at 152. That's Gisselson, and he leads Gisselbeck. He leads 7-4 over Halverson as they move into the third period. That is a championship at 152. Again, our next highliner, as we wait for Ryer Muskie to get up there on the mat. He'll be wrestling in the championship at 189, and then Owen Hunt will be wrestling in the 5th and 6th place match at 285. So 2 more highliners left to go before the tournament will wrap up. So it looks like we'll probably be done right on time, around 5:30, 6 o'clock. We'll be done here today, and another great holiday tournament for Valley City. The girls had a successful one yesterday. And taking a look, speaking of the Highliners and their wrestling, of course, the Highliners had one Thursday night. They were supposed to wrestle Grand Forks Central, but that was postponed because of weather. That's now going to be on February 4th is when they will wrestle in the duel. Grand Forks Central is to be here. So let's just take a look at what's going on in the EDC in wrestling and what's coming up for the Highliners. On the boys' side, Fargo Davies at 4-0, as is Cheyenne. Then Devils Lake 3-0, Central at 2-0, West Fargo at 2-1, Breck Wap 1-1, Fargo North 2-3, Central Cass 1-2, Red River 0-2, Highliners 0-4, and Fargo South at 0-6 in the EDC matches. As that victory over West Fargo in the Sertoma did not count as far as the conference is concerned. On the girls' side, Central Cass leading at 2-0. Valley City, they're 1-0. Of course, that victory in their very first duel against Devils Lake. Fargo United, if you will, all the Fargo schools, and West Fargo and Breck Wap, they have yet to wrestle in a conference match. Grand Forks 0-1 and Devils Lake at 0-2. Coming up here for the Highliners, after the first of the year, Grand Forks will be at the Rumble on the Red. That'll be the next tournament coming up the 2nd and 3rd of January. That's Thursday and Friday, 2nd and 3rd of January, the Rumble on the Red. That'll be next up for Valley City. Matter of fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 EDC teams will be in that tournament in the Rumble on the Red. Now the 160-pound champion out, and looks like 152 is now done. So we'll get you the updated scores after 152 pounds. After the Rumble on the Red for Valley City, take a look at what they have coming up here for the Highliners on their schedule. After the Rumble, they'll have the Bismarck Rotary Tournament this January 10th and 11th. And then they got the duel at Fargo South on the 16th of January, at West Fargo on the 21st. The Lisbon Storehog Tournament, the 24th and 25th of January. Then home with Grand Forks Red River on January 27th. Home with a try with Grand Forks Central and Central Cass. They will be here for a triangular on February 4th. Then they'll be at Fargo Davies February 6th, and that will wrap up the regular season. So Ryer Muskie is just a few minutes away from getting on the mat for his championship at 189 pounds. Take a look at the team scores through 152. Cheyenne still leading, now with 217 points. Dilworth, Glen and Felton at 178.5. Bismarck at 173. Valley City 109.5. Grand Forks Central is next at 107.5. Then Minot at 103. Lisbon has moved up to just within a half a point of Minot. They're at 102.5. And Thief River Falls in 8th place at 97.5 points. That is through 152 pounds. And we'll give you the team scores after the 160 matches are done. Again, our next Highliner will be Ryer Muskie coming up here as he'll be wrestling for the championship at 189. And again, he's going to be facing off against Dilworth, Glen and Felton's Casey Mashevsky, the senior, at 9-3. And Casey, he is number 6 in AA in Minnesota at 189. And Ryer The junior at 13-2 is ranked number 3 in the state at 189 in Class A, North Dakota. We'll be back with Ryer's championship match. That's coming up. This is Highliner Wrestling in the 2024 Valley City Highliner Holiday Tournament on the Highliner Activity Network.
All place winners from 152 pounds. Please report to the awards area. Noah Bledsoe from Minot at number 3. Noah Bledsoe from Minot. And we're looking for the runner-up at 152 to the awards area. Results at 152 pounds. In 8th place, Jacob Seister of Fargo South. In 7th place, Katie Kraft of Minot. 6th place, Riley Kappas of Breckenridge Wapaton. In 5th place, Elias Nada of East River Falls. 4th place, Lucas Schleppitz of Jamestown. In 3rd place, Michael Norman of Grand Forks Central. Your runner-up from Bismarck High School, Braden Halverson.
Back here at the Highlight Activity Center, Paul McDonald with you is the 172-pound championship now on the mat. So we are just a few minutes away from Ryer Muskie getting on for his 189-pound championship as he takes on Casey Macheski out of Dilworth Glen and Felton, ranked number 6 at 189 in the state of Minnesota in AA. And comes in with a record of 9-3, senior. And for Valley City, Ryer Muskie, 13-2, the junior, ranked number 3 in the state at 189. Well, they had just finished the 160-pound third place match, or fifth place match. And then they jumped up to 215 because the wrestlers in between at 172 and 189 hadn't taken a long enough break. So they jumped up to 215 pounds, and that's going on right now. The 215-pound fifth place match is going on as we speak. And a couple of Fargo North Spartans are wrestling one another in the 215-pound champion or third place match. That is Jack Miller against Harper Schultz. So a couple of teammates are wrestling one another for third place at 215 pounds. I'm sure they get a chance to spar every once in a while in the wrestling room at North High. Well, the 160-pounders have completed. And double check here and make sure that their scores have been entered. They have, so let's get you caught up on the scores through 160 pounds. Cheyenne still leading. Again, they're just, seems like with every weight class they add to it. 220.5 for Cheyenne. DGF 178.5 in second. Bismarck High at 173. Valley City at 109.5. Grand Forks Central 107.5. Minot at 103. Lisbon at 102.5. And Williston at 99. That gets you caught up through 160 pounds as we await Ryer Muskie. And actually, if they, I don't know if that, they got 215 going on right now on mat 3. And that is the 5th and 6th place. Not sure if they're going to go back to 172 or if they're going to move up to the heavyweight. And I don't see Owen Hunt standing around over there, so I don't think they're going to go up to heavyweight. They'll probably go back to the 172-pound match to get that one here for third place. Right now, the championship at 172 is just starting the second period. And that is a 3-2 lead at the 172-pound class. It's Lyons from Lisbon. Eli Lyons, the top seed out of Lisbon. And he is taking on David Erlinson from Breckenridge Wahpeton. And Lions right now trailing 3-2 as they just started the second period there. So they're a little bit ahead of schedule right now on the mat number 2. As they went to 215, they're still waiting for their 172 and 189s for that third and fourth place match. So they are on a time limit there. We're just waiting for Ryer Muskie to get on the mat at 189 pounds in the championship. So the Highlanders with a good showing today. The junior high wrestlers, they're up in Minot today with Matt March, of course, the junior high coach. And so about a handful of wrestlers that probably would have been here and helped out the Highlanders in this tournament went up there. So that's why the numbers are down to just 11 wrestlers here. And why the Highlanders did not have any wrestlers in the 120 or 107, 114, 127, and 133. Those 4 weight classes are filled by junior high wrestlers. And so that's why they didn't have anybody in those 4 because the young'uns were up north in Minot for a junior high tournament. So it's now still a 3-2 advantage. And I believe Erlinson leads. He does. Erlinson leads 3-2 over Lions in the championship here at 172 pounds. And there, Erlinson just got a reversal. And so there was near fall points for Lions and then a reversal. So it went to 6-5. Their officials are discussing things. End of the second period. But it is 6-5, Lions with the lead. And he'll take down, unless there's blood on the mat. They're taking a look at it. So they'll pull him off the mat and get the blood off. Tabitha Muncie, head trainer here for Valley City. There with their bottle and wet wipe to get the blood off the mat. So the final period with a 7-5 lead for Lions. Eli Lions leading 7-5 as we start the third period at the 172-pound championship. Again, Owen Hunt is due to be wrestling on mat 3, but both mat 3 and mat 2, the third place and fifth place mats, are idle because the wrestlers have to wait for their allotted time before they can get back out on the mat. So that gives me a chance to tell you that coverage of today's Highliner Holiday Wrestling Tournament has been brought to you in part by Moore Engineering. Moore has remained committed to its mission of improving lives by building strong communities since its founding in 1960. Alongside our public and private partners, we've proudly served hundreds of communities across the region. Moore's world-class team of engineers, scientists, and specialists has successfully completed thousands of projects supporting the civil, environmental, transportation, and water infrastructure that we all rely on. And you can give Moore Engineering a call in Valley City at 701-282-4692. Final minute of that championship at 172 and 7-point swing. Erlinson from Breckenridge Wapaton now leads 12-7. Was trailing 7-5, but Erlinson, the number 2 seed over top seed Lions, now 12-8. He gives them an escape. And again, we'll have Ryer Muskie coming up here in the championship at 189 against Casey Macheski from DGF. And that'll be in the championship match at 189. And then we'll have Owen Hunt will be the final highliner. And he will be in the fifth place match at heavyweight. Well, we have time. We'll not only want to thank our sponsors today, Moore Engineering and Farmers Union Insurance, but also our sponsors that helped us out yesterday during the girls' tournament, Bank Forward and Beck Communication. Brian Krewald, our executive producer and executive director, kind of got things set up and ready to roll. Of course, Ray Nelson has been dealing with me for a lot of hours over the last 2 days. And she has done a yeoman's job running things here today and yesterday as our technical director, camera operator. And I only asked her to go get me water once. Honest, I really didn't ask her to be a gopher today. So we are done at 172. That match is over with that one won by Erlinson of Breckenridge Wapaton 12-8. So now Ryer Muskie will be on the mat here, taking on Casey Macheski of DGF. The Highlanders were sporting the whites last year in their finals. This year they've got the new singlets with the Highlander blue, the railroad tracks, and then the darker blue on the hip. Here we go, championship at 189 pounds. Macheski and Muskie. Macheski 9-3, the senior. Muskie coming in 13-2. Quickly going in for the hip was Ryer. Macheski was able to move out of that. He went for the single leg and then was thrown to the side by Ryer. Muskie is slowly but surely trying to get back into shape after missing part of the football season with the injury. Took third place at the Dan Unruh a couple weeks ago. Getting the strength back eating a little bit more. Oh, and picking him up, and down he goes. There is a quick takedown there by Macheski. Takes a 3-0 lead. I got to hand it to these wrestlers because you can't slam them. No body slams. When you pick them up like that, you got to lay them down gently. But you still also got to maintain control. Now Majeski's going to let him up, and it's a 3-1. Muskie with the escape. Trailing 3-1. Final minute, first period. Championship at 189. The other two mats, again, are idle as a time allotment for those wrestlers still is too close. That's how quickly this tournament has been run. Off the mat, both wrestlers will be in neutral. Muskie looked like he was ready to fire in, then backed off. Macheski. And keeps slapping at the top of the head of Muskie, sizing him up. Muskie goes in on the single. Grabs the double, no control, and then a throw there by Macheski. Boy, he spun that one and got the throw. He takes a 6-1 lead. He's going to get near fall points as well, 4 at least. 4 near fall points. 13 seconds to go in the first period. He's going to have 4 near fall points. Muskie gets on his hip. It gets back onto his side. But he is in that prone position, 2 seconds, 1 second, and that's the end of the period. 4 near fall points for Macheski, and he'll take a 10-1 lead. As we start the second period, Macheski's choice, he'll defer. And it will be neutral for Muskie. DGF could love to pick up a 6-pointer here to try to get back in it, though they were trailing by 35 at last count against behind Cheyenne for second place, and only about 5 points up on Bismarck, who was in third place. We'll check the scores here after this match, as everything is tallied up except for this one, as of course we're waiting for other wrestlers to finish off because of that time allotment. 1:34 left to go here in the second period. 10-1. Macheski leading Ryer Muskie. Championship at 189. Goes for the underhook. Wants to throw him again. That worked the last time. And worked into a 7-point move with a takedown and near fall. And, now it looked almost like Muskie was near ready to throw him. Minute 15 left, second period. Two wrestlers again, forehead to forehead. As there, Muskie tried to shoot through, nothing there. And on the throw, off the mat. Another throw attempt and off the mat. With exactly 1 minute to go, second period. It will be Macheski's choice to start the third period if we get that far. Muskie shooting in for the hip. Majeski on the underhook. Again, the double underhook looking for the throw, and again, not there. Then we get off the mat, we go back to the middle. 42 seconds to go in the second period. 10-1, Macheski leading. Goes on the single, and then he got a little off balance. It goes for the throw there, and again, not there. And then he get off the mat. Well, he again keeps going for that underhook and that throw. And the last couple of times, Muskie was able to defend it and stay on his feet. 28 seconds to go in the period. Muskie trying to find that right combination to maybe get some points here. Trailing by 9. Grabbed in on the single. Let's go. Again, staying with that double underhook there is Macheski. And that will take care of period number 2. So 10-1. Macheski's choice he'll take down. And I saw Muskie had a bandage on his elbow, and that came off. So Tabitha Muncie quickly out to bandage it up. to cover up the scab. Let's go, says the referee. Gets a quick chat from Coach Aaron Larson and Broden Muskie. Brother Broden sitting on the coach's chair with Coach Hansen behind. Both Muskie and Griebel. Nice to have those older brothers that are helping out as far as coaching here today. So the final period, Ryer Muskie trailing 11-1. I think they got the escape to start the period there for Majeski, so he's up by 10. So he's got the major right now on the 5-pointer, or the 4-pointer. Has a single leg, takes him down. Now it's 14-1. And he's going to let him up, make it 14-2. He gets another throw and gets another takedown, and it's a tech fall. Shoots in on the single. Sprawling out of it is Muskie. Minute 14 to go, and there's a takedown. That makes it 17-2. They're going to let the play continue, even though it's a tech fall, and that'll do it. So Macheski will get the tech fall. He got the throw to make it 17-2. The referee let it keep going, and then the whistle blew, so a tech fall. And Ryer Muskie will take second at 189 pounds. So we still have a lot of wrestling still left to go. As it looks like all the mats are done, but we'll check and see. 172 pounds, a lot of forfeits, I think. 172-pound championship. That was the one that Erlinson won. So as we just get you caught up on all of the weight classes here, 172 is complete. So the scores through 172 pounds. Cheyenne still up with 220.5 points. DGF at 184. Bismarck High at 173. Valley City at 109.5. Central at 107.5. Then Minot 103. Lisbon 102.5. And Williston at 99, finishing in 8th place. So now the mats have all become, the other 3 mats have become viewing areas as the wrestlers watching the championships going on right now. 215-pound is on the mat right now in the championship at 215. So again, 189. That is complete. 215. The championship is all that's left there. Oh, I better check, make sure 285 is, it was, okay, so Hunt did get a medical forfeit, okay. I was wondering why the mats looked like they were done and they're tearing them up. But Owen Hunt did get 5th place. He won by medical forfeit. He was to wrestle Lennox Charlie of Fargo North, but Owen Hunt will win by medical forfeit. So he takes 5th place. So 6 Highliners placed today. Chase Coughlin placed 5th at 121. Colton Griebel, champion at 139. Jaden Sir, 7th at 145. Tyson Claybo at 160 was 7th. Ryer Muskie took 2nd at 189. And Owen Hunt took 5th at 285. So matches are just about done with 2 more championships to go. And then we'll wrap things up. So we'll step aside and we'll be back and get you total up after all the championships are done and wrap things up for this edition of the 2024 Highliner Holiday Wrestling Tournament here from the Hack on the Highliner Activity Network. All right, all the matches are in as the 285 just wrapped up. And DGF needed that to just put a little bit more distance between them and Bismarck. But your 2024 team champion at the Highliner Holiday Classic today, Holiday Wrestling Tournament, West Fargo Cheyenne. The Mustangs with 220.5 points take first place. Dilworth Glen and Felton is second with 195.5. Bismarck is third at 173. Valley City finishing fourth at 109.5. Grand Forks Central fifth at 107.5. Minot is sixth at 103. Lisbon is seventh at 102.5. Williston is eighth at 99. Thief River Falls is ninth at 97.5. Breckenridge Wahpeton finished 10th with 95. Fargo North 11th at 83.5. West Fargo 12th at 75.5. Jamestown 13th with 42. Fergus Falls 14th with 27.5. And Fargo South finishing 15th with 19 points today. So again, here's how the Highliners fared in the tournament. Chase Coughlin, he went 3-2 today. He finished fifth in the tournament at 121 pounds. Quincy Corbin was 0-2 at 139 pounds. Colton Griebel, a perfect day today, 4-0 champion at 139. Jaden Suhr, he was 3-2 today and won the seventh place at 145, and he won by medical forfeit. Cruz Kappelman went 1-2 today. Tyson Claybo, he was 3-2 today, taking seventh at 160. Leighton Hendrickson was 0-2 today. Jack Leerud went 1-2. Ryer Muskie went 3-1. He took second at 189. Dylan Hunt was 1-2 today. And Owen Hunt, he went 3-2. And again, he took fifth place by a medical forfeit. And so he will be claimed a fifth place win by medical forfeit and finished 3-2 on the day today. So the Highliners, a good showing. Again, fourth place finish out of 15 teams with 109.5 points. So a good day today for Valley City. Next up for the Highliners, they get some time off for the holidays. January 2nd and 3rd, Rumble on the Red for Valley City. And the next time the Highliners will be right here at the Hack. They have a duel Monday, January 27th against Grand Forks Red River. And then they'll have a triangular on the following Tuesday, February 4th, Grand Forks Central, which is a makeup date from earlier from last Thursday, this past Thursday. And they were to be just a duel with Central Cass. Now it'll be a triangular, Grand Forks Central, Central Cass, and Valley City on February 4th. And then the Highliners will be on the road at Fargo Davies on the 6th before the EDC tournament will get started. And that will be at West Fargo Cheyenne here this year. So that's going to wrap things up here from a busy weekend of wrestling. Again, congratulations to the Highliner girls and their fourth place finish yesterday. Highliner boys, fourth place finish today. And a great weekend of wrestling, 30 teams, 350-some wrestlers between the boys and girls. And just a great day all the way around as Valley City, again, finishing in fourth place here for the boys. My thanks again to our sponsors today for the boys tournament with Farmers Union Insurance and Moore Engineering. And also on the girls' side, Beck Communication and Bank Forward sponsoring yesterday. And also thanks to our executive director, executive producer Brian Krewald, and Coy Griebel joining us today for a nice chat. It was great getting caught up with Coy and getting his insight of what's going on at Division I Wrestling in Iowa. And as usual, a big thank you and well done job to, again, Rain Nelson, camera operator, technical director here all day yesterday and all day today. And she has deserved the 2 weeks off before our next, well, actually, you don't get 2 weeks, kid. We're back next weekend. She does get away from me at least for a little while before we will get back next weekend with the holiday shootout, the Valley City Highliner Holiday Shootout. 3 days of boys and girls basketball, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Next weekend, a coverage again of Highliner basketball with the 2 games for the girls and 1 for the boys on Sunday. Well, that's going to wrap things up. Going to want to thank all of you for joining us here on YouTube and on the Highliner Activity Network. Again, the Highliner boys taking fourth today, and a champion, Colton Griebel, and Ryer Muskie, runner-up at 189. Colton, the champion, at 139. Until next week for basketball, Paul McDonald saying thanks for joining us, and so long from the Highliner